Chapter 131. Recovering quickly in the virtual world, Zhang Zhengjing felt that he was almost fully recovered after sleeping for a day. The city was still looking for him, and the suburbs were of course the key search area. He had been avoiding pursuit these days, and then waiting for the script to come. The next scene of his script will come in 2 days. By then, he needs to appear in a holiday villa in the wilderness, because there, the school leaders and teachers, as well as the students who performed outstandingly and got the top 3 in the last competition, and the students who killed people on the spot because of his bravery, will spend a reward trip there. Of course, this also includes Ningdu, and her group of classmates who love her. And his goal is to kill everyone in the holiday villa. Seeing Ningdu again, Zhang Zhengjing suddenly felt that he still missed her a little. I don't know if the plan of the psychologist surnamed Lin has worked after so many days, and whether she has recovered some human emotions. I'm really curious. It's not easy for Zhang Zhengjing to go to that holiday villa. Everyone here is looking for him. There are surveillance cameras on the desolate streets, so it would be troublesome to go to the holiday villa. Since it is so troublesome, why not go there openly and hijack a spaceship? Whoever stops him will die. Having thought about it, he set off when the time came. He killed the people on a private spaceship and drove the spaceship to the holiday villa. Of course, he heard the constant sound of sirens along the way. There were super high-speed magnetic cars on the ground chasing his spaceship, and there were many spaceships in the air attacking and chasing him. They were all from the military and the police. Dodging and speeding in the dense artillery fire actually stimulated Zhang Zhengjing's excitement. He enjoyed this exciting feeling. But the good times didn't last long. No matter how skilled he was in driving the spaceship, he was always hit by the dense artillery fire. He jumped out of the spaceship at the moment when the spaceship landed rapidly. He wanted to deploy the mecha in the air, but suddenly, another spaceship passed by him and took him away. Seeing the person who took him away clearly, Zhang Zhengjing realized what was going on. It's you. He looked at the girl in front of him, who had given him bandages, hemostatic ointment, and food before. They are all chasing you. The girl said. I know. Zhang Zhengjing said leisurely. I know you have a hard time explaining yourself. If they catch you, they will definitely kill you. They won't give you a chance to speak. I came here to save you. Let's go to a safe place and make plans. Otherwise, if we continue like this, I'm afraid they will really kill you. The girl said while driving the spaceship. My spaceship has a high anti-strike index. Don't worry, the military and police's attack guns can't shoot it down for a while. Before she finished speaking, she felt the cold muzzle of a gun against her head. The girl was stunned and slowly turned her head to look at Zhang Zhengjing. Zhang Zhengjing just said to her calmly, "Get out." The girl was stunned. "Get out." The girl fell off the spaceship and immediately deployed a parachute, and then was rescued by the police spaceship. Zhang Zhengjing drove her spaceship with excellent performance to avoid pursuit, and then plunged into the mountains very close to the resort he was going to. At the last moment of the spaceship crash, he jumped out of the spaceship and escaped successfully. Arriving at the holiday villa was inevitable. It was just a little late. When he arrived, the people in the school were already holding a dance in the courtyard. Unfortunately, it was raining at the wrong time. Zhang Zhengjing looked at the raindrops in the sky and found that there was also something shiny like the one in the bottle of water before. It looked very much like the reagent that Ningdu was injected with before entering the holographic cabin. He stepped up to turn off the alarm system at the door and walked into the courtyard. It was really lively inside. Even though it was raining, the melodious music did not diminish. Some people were dancing, some were tasting wine, and some were hugging each other. Seeing Ningdu holding a boy in his left hand and another in his right hand, Zhang Zhengjing really wanted to laugh. She didn't have any real feelings, but she was very lustful. It seemed that these 2 boys were very important to her. Then how about killing them? Zhang Zhengjing just stood in the courtyard, raising the black and gold photon gun in his hand. Before others found him, the 2 male companions beside Ningdu had already fallen. Someone. Who is it? Someone soon found him and shouted again. It's him, Zhang Zhengjing. Zhang Wenjing? Why is he here? Isn't he wanted? How did he get here? Everyone shouted, then deployed the mecha and started to attack Zhang Zhengjing. Ningdu didn't seem to bring a mecha. Her good friends deployed the mecha and took her to the driver's seat. After the 2 boys who were with her and were killed by him died, Ningdu didn't even look at them. It seems that she still has no feelings. Zhang Zhengjing thought while attacking the people present. The treatment method of this Dr. Lin doesn't seem to work. He is a little bit uninterested in fighting with these people. He wants to leave. But as soon as he turned around, He was kicked in the chest by a mechanical foot that fell from the sky. The perception of the mecha is connected to the human body, so of course he felt extremely painful. But he could have avoided the kick just now. Oh, it turned out to be a script. Zhang Zhengjing thought that it was written in the script that his shooting in the holiday villa would also fail. Enduring the pain in his body, he drove the mecha to escape. The holiday villa was in the deep mountains, and there were roads on both sides, but they were all dense forests. It was unknown how many ferocious beasts there were, but he had no choice. He saw a road that might be closer to the bottom of the mountain and ran over. He ran all the way and ran around in the complex mountains and forests. Of course, he could temporarily get rid of those chasing him. But his body couldn't hold on. It seemed that he had reached his limit. Zhang Zhengjing found a cave, put away the mecha, and got in. Even though this is a virtual world, the pain is really real. Zhang Zhengjing thought. Then he fainted. When he woke up again, he found himself in the ward. Are you awake? As soon as he woke up, a girl's voice came from beside him. Zhang Zhengjing opened his eyes, and saw a familiar face. It was that girl. Why is it you again? He asked weakly. I asked the patrol aircraft to patrol for a long time before I found you in the mountains. Fortunately, I found you in time, otherwise I was really afraid that you would die. The girl said again. Can you save me? Zhang Zhengjing doubted. My parents are from the military district. Oh, don't ask me so much, anyway, I have the financial resources to save you. I have given you in for these days, and you have also had surgery on your wound. You are almost recovered. You can leave in 2 days. Oh! Before the girl finished her words, Zhang Zhengjing threw off the quilt and got out of bed. Hey, your injury hasn't healed yet. The girl called out behind him again. Zhang Zhengjing didn't listen and directly deployed the mecha and left. It turned out that this was a temporary hospital in the mountains. I don't know if it was built specifically for him. When he walked out of here, there was a dense forest again. There were many trees in the forest, and wild animals were entrenched. It rained lightly, and the little road that could be walked became muddy. Wait for me. Wait for me. The girl drove the aircraft and chased after him. He turned a deaf ear to her, and even fired a cannon to knock off the propeller of the aircraft, and then continued to walk into the forest. After walking for an unknown period of time, he began to lose strength. It was a waste of energy to drive the mecha at this time. He put away the mecha and slowly walked through the forest alone. As he walked, he felt more and more weak and angry. Zhang Zhengjing almost fell. Someone supported him. It was that girl again. You again. Zhang Zhengjing turned his head and looked at her. If you don't let me follow you in the aircraft, I will follow you on foot. The girl said. Get lost. Zhang Zhengjing just said. I won't get lost. The girl said. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet. You've been relying on nutrient solution these days, and have lost weight. You're so weak. How can I be at ease leaving you alone in this mountain? Heh. Zhang Zhengjing sneered. I know everyone now sees you as a murderer, and wants you dead. You don't believe I really want to treat you well. The girl said, but I know you didn't mean it. Many things happened because they did you wrong first, and you took revenge. You're also a victim. Zhang Zhengjing listened without saying anything. Why do you have to suffer like this when others disrespect you, insult you, and treat you badly, and no one helps you? Why do you think you should forgive those who ruined you by just saying sorry? The girl said, all your pain and revenge come from their injustice to you first. Why should people who are bullied in this world accept the bully's apology instead of retaliating? I don't think you are wrong. The girl said, you are a victim. You just see through this cold world and want revenge. Zhang Zhengjing stopped and looked at her. The girl was a little panicked. What's wrong? Am I wrong? He said in a deep voice. You are right. Oh, that's good. I was scared to death. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and said, so you have to believe that I never think you are a bad person. I just think you are wronged and pitiful. I want to be better to you. Zhang Zhengjing smiled when he heard this. Don't laugh. I'm telling the truth. The girl said again. He looked up at her, still smiling. Okay, it's true. Then let's find a cave to stay in. The rain is getting heavier. The girl said again, you should eat something to recover your strength, and then I will help you escape. Zhang Zhengjing didn't say anything. Okay, let's go. The girl grabbed his arm again and dragged him forward. Zhang Zhengjing opened his eyes again, and he had returned to the real world. He opened the door of the holographic cabin. Dr. Lin, who was sitting in the room reading the information, was stunned for a moment. You came out? He frowned and asked Zhang Zhengjing. Yes. I tried to act out the big show that Dr. Lin arranged for me. It was so exciting that I couldn't help but share my experience with Dr. Lin. Zhang Zhengjing smiled and walked out of the holographic cabin. In the quiet room, he walked towards Dr. Lin step by step. Dr. Lin sat on the chair, clenched his fists, and stared at Zhang Zhengjing. You came out so early. Dr. Lin didn't think I would be sleepy for a long time? Zhang Zhengjing smiled. Your little mental disturbance technique can't stop me. No, it's impossible. Dr. Lin murmured. My holographic cabin has a very strong interference with mental power. Unless you reach the level of Ningdu, it is impossible. Really? Zhang Zhengjing smiled. It may be that I missed Dr. Lin too much, so I came out by chance. By the way, the mental power you gave me in the virtual space also released the one they called Ningdu. I used a reagent to awaken my emotional area, but it seems to not work. Dr. Lin said, It doesn't work. I saw you kill me. There are so many people in our psychiatric hospital, including my family. I thought you were also an antisocial person whose emotional area was not awakened. It seems that I was wrong. When you entered the holographic cabin, I found that your emotional area was very active. You are even more emotional than ordinary people. Zhang Zhengjing said to him again, So Dr. Lin arranged a little girl for me, trying to infect me, arouse some emotions in me, and control me, right? Dr. Lin was silent and stared at him. I'm sorry, I was always awake in that virtual world. I can clearly distinguish between illusion and reality, Zhang Zhengjing said, and Dr. Lin doesn't know. I have never had any emotional dependence on anyone. You want to stimulate my emotions. Find someone to have a deep emotional connection with me, and use it as my weakness to restrain me. This idea is really ridiculous. There is almost no one in this world who is worthy of my moving. Zhang Zhengjing said. No, as long as you are a person with emotions, you will inevitably be tied down by emotions. Dr. Lin said. Really? Zhang Zhengjing said. But the doctor still doesn't know what happened to the little girl you designed for me. He said, smiling. She is indeed a character you specially designed. She is really hard to kill. I used a photon gun to kill her in the cave later. I shot her several times, but she didn't die. I had no choice but to use a dagger to stab her countless times. She died only after I had no place to stab her. It really took me a long time. Dr. Lin listened and was stunned for a moment. It's impossible. I clearly saw her express your thoughts, and you still reacted. Not only did I react, but I reacted a lot, Zhang Zhengjing continued. She actually expressed a little of my thoughts. It's really amazing. Dr. Lin, do you know that in this world, the people who know my thoughts are all dead? He said coldly. As he said that, Dr. Lin felt the cold muzzle of the gun against his head. Dr. Lin remained calm. You will be punished. No, I have no weaknesses in this world. Zhang Zhengjing said. I have collapsed the virtual cabin where Ningdu is. Her spirit will soon be buried somewhere. I told the imperial government the burial site. They will rescue Ningdu's spirit, find her body, and help her recover. Then, Ningdu can deal with you. Really? Zhang Zhengjing smiled. Then I am really worried. Since Ningdu and I are equally powerful, how could her spirit power fall into my hands? It's really hard to guess. Dr. Lin looked gloomy. Even if Ningdu really can't deal with you in the end, you can't live so peacefully. Oh, really? I said, you are a person with rich emotions. You will eventually be tied up by such rich emotions. You are not a person without emotions and weaknesses. Dr. Lin said again. Zhang Zhengjing loaded the gun and said, You are wrong, Dr. Lin. I said I have no weaknesses, and I don't have any. One day, the facts will prove what I said. Dr. Lin closed his eyes. Oh, then I wait. Zhang Zhengjing smiled and pulled the trigger. Bang. Dr. Lin was dead. Chapter 132. Zhang Zhengjing returned to the holographic cabin and re-entered the virtual world. The virtual world really collapsed. This time he had only one goal. To rescue Ningdu before the imperial government. Entering the virtual world, the originally peaceful planet collapsed everywhere. Tall buildings collapsed in an instant, huge dust rose, like a tornado, and the whole earth was in a mess. There were sirens and cries everywhere. The sky suddenly became gloomy, and then it started to rain. Rainwater mixed with blood, mud and garbage flowed to the streets that extended in all directions. Of course, Zhang Zhengjing could not accurately find Ningdu among so many people fleeing everywhere. Although the psychiatrist said that Ningdu should be hidden. But this virtual world could not trap her mental power. As long as she didn't want to hide, no one could do anything to her. Zhang Zhengjing walked towards a tower that had not collapsed yet. He stood alone on the top of the tower, closed his eyes, and then released all his powerful mental power. Let the whole world feel the existence of his spiritual power. Others would only feel fear when they sensed his powerful spiritual power, but if it was Ningdu, that cold-blooded animal, if his understanding of her was accurate, then she would come to him. The next second, Ningdu had appeared in front of him. She panted and panted. This body is not useful. Don't climb so high next time. I really had to breathe a sigh of relief when I came up. Alas. Zhang Zhengjing looked at her and raised his eyebrows and smiled. I knew you still wanted me to help you find the missing feelings. Alas, but this test seems to be useless, alas. Ningdu sighed twice again. I see you're doing well, Zhang Zhengjing said. This is your first time being a useless waste, right? So many people care about you and love you. Doesn't it feel good? I feel very sad, Ningdu said. They were all very nice to me at the beginning, but now, the world has collapsed. My body is so bad. I can hardly walk out of those collapsed buildings. No one rescued me. Everyone escaped on their own. I feel so sad. Oh. Zhang Zhengjing looked at her carefully. That proves that this treatment is still effective. At least I feel that you are much sadder than before. You said you were sad before. I couldn't see it, but now... Well, your expression has changed a little. Oh, really? Ningdu cheered up again. That's good. Seeing her immediately switch from sadness to joy, Zhang Zhengjing unconsciously pulled the corner of his mouth. Forget it. You are still so cold-blooded. Let's get out of here first. But it's not easy to get out, you see? Ningdu pointed to the sky. Zhang Zhengjing saw that the world was collapsing faster than he had imagined. The strong wind swept the collapsed ruins and attacked the escaping humans crazily. Thunder and lightning kept hitting every corner of the city. The heavy rain washed everything. Like a basin of water poured down from the sky, almost knocking people down. The star beasts on the planet became violent in this doomsday disaster. They had long come out of the deep forest and ran around the city, going crazy, biting people when they saw them, and their roars resounded throughout the earth. My mental power seems to be unable to get out in a short time. I don't know what is trapping it, Ningdu said, but I seem to see a door in the distance. We should be able to get out if we go there. Zhang Zhengjing remembered that Dr. Lin had said that he had locked Ningdu's virtual cabin to hide her, so her mental power could not break through the virtual space as quickly as he did. But this virtual space does have a door, which he had seen when he left here before. So now he just had to let Ningdu walk to that door, near it. No matter how tightly the door was locked, with the mental power of both him and Ningdu, it would not be a problem to break it. I know where the door is, we just need to go there. Zhang Zhengjing said again. I can't go. Ningdu said again, my body is not good, I can't hold on. Ningdu looked at Zhang Zhengjing. Zhang Zhengjing pulled the corner of his mouth and picked her up. Hold on, he said, unfolded the mecha, brought Ningdu into the cockpit, and then jumped down from the tower. A lightning bolt struck quickly, Zhang Zhengjing dodged it, and then the strong wind swept the boulder towards him, and his mecha steel leg kicked over, and the huge impact caused the boulder to explode in the middle instantly. Zhang Zhengjing landed, and the huge building in front of him fell towards him with a bang. He dodged again, and then the lightning from the sky struck down. At the moment when he was about to be hit by lightning, he ran out of the mecha holding Ningdu and rolled on the ground a few times. A star beast saw them, and slapped them with one claw. He picked up the photon gun and shot a few shots at the star beast. He clearly felt that the star beast was weaker, but he still clawed down. Zhang Zhengjing bent his waist and protected Ningdu under him. The star beast left several bloody claw marks on his back, and then fell to the ground. The blood of the star beast flowing on the ground was corrosive. Zhang Zhengjing took off his suit jacket and wrapped Ningdu, then picked her up again. The door was approaching, and he ran all the way towards the door that was looming at the end of the road. Behind him were countless star beasts chasing them. He dodged lightning, gravel, and the heavy rain that almost bit his waist, and then said to Ningdu, Are you ready? Ningdu, okay. Okay now. Zhang Zhengjing shouted, Let's go out. Boom. In an instant, the mental power of the two people radiated together, and then merged into a beam of light. The locked door in the virtual space, that was the only way to the real world, was broken into pieces by the dazzling mental power. Ningdu and Zhang Zhengjing finally returned to the real world. The Psychological Research Institute in the real world was of course in chaos because of the death. Zhang Zhengjing drove the time machine to another time and space, but in the end, he and Ningdu's foothold was still in the virtual space he created. This is of course the safest place. Finally back, it's not easy. Ningdu sighed, as he looked at the peaceful virtual space with silvery white light. Ah. Zhang Zhengjing replied perfunctorily, sitting on a chair, with his arms on the handles of the chairs on both sides, and closed his eyes. "How are you?" Ningdu asked. "My body is healing, and my mind needs to relax." Zhang Zhengjing took a deep breath. The atmosphere in the virtual space was exceptionally quiet. Zhang Zhengjing sat on a chair to rest, while Ningdu lay on the ground looking at the empty ceiling. "You're really good, really?" Ningdu suddenly said. "What?" Zhang Zhengjing still closed his eyes and frowned. "I was quite immersed in that virtual world before. After all, I could be a waste, and there were so many people taking care of me. Alas." At this point, Ningdu sighed. "It's a pity that in the end, when the natural disaster came, no one was by my side, and they all ran away." "It's programmed," Zhang Zhengjing said. "The NPCs in it will prioritize self-protection when it comes to life and death, especially those around you. After all, they are high-quality personality models, and it's not easy to train them. It's a pity if they die." "You know a lot about personality training," Ningdu said again. Zhang Zhengjing stopped talking. "But I do feel bad, as if it's the kind of feeling described in the book of being betrayed, and then wanting to kill all those who betrayed me," Ningdu said again. Zhang Zhengjing. So you're so nice." Ningdu said it again. Zhang Zhengjing smiled coldly. "No one in this world can say such things to me, unless it's the fake people in the virtual world. If you want to get close to me, there's no need. My goal is to kill you." He opened his eyes, and said coldly to Ningdu. Ningdu also stared into his eyes. "I know, but at that time, you were the only one in that virtual world who was willing to sacrifice your life to protect me, and I was very touched." Zhang Zhengjing, "Your empty eyes tell me that you don't know what it means to be touched. But I really think you are good," Ningdu said again. "Heh, do you know what you are saying? You killed so many people close to me, I know I should kill you." Ningdu said, "But I don't have the feeling of my relatives and friends leaving. It's just the feeling of others being torn apart. I don't feel anything, to be honest. It seems that this treatment has failed. You are still so cold-blooded." "But I really mean you are good," Ningdu said. "I don't know why. The people in the virtual world were so good to me, but they didn't save me in the end. I felt like killing them. You killed so many of my relatives and friends, and finally tried your best to pull me out of the collapsed world. I think you are really good, really, really good. Tell me, am I the antisocial personality they say? Have you ever seen an antisocial personality? Just say you are." Zhang Zhengjing smiled again. "I haven't. Have you seen one?" Ningdu asked again. "Do you see me?" he asked Ningdu. "You are definitely not." Ningdu was sure. Zhang Zhengjing. "Why?" "Because I feel you are very good. You are really very good," Ningdu said sincerely again. Zhang Zhengjing stared into her eyes, and didn't speak. Ningdu also stared at him. At last, Zhang Zhengjing looked away and laughed again. "It's funny. Why do you always look so sincere when you talk?" "Because I am sincere. Alas, I rarely tell lies. I am a very honest person," Ningdu said again. Zhang Zhengjing sneered again. "Then you are an antisocial personality." Ningdu. "Okay." Hearing Ningdu say this, Zhang Zhengjing twitched his lips. "I have seen many antisocial personalities. Most of them appear in society with positive images, and the more positive people are, the more indifferent they are to this society. Well, my image is indeed quite positive," Ningdu thought. Zhang Zhengjing. "You are such a boring person." Ningdu. "You are such a nice person. Can you shut up?" Zhang Zhengjing suddenly shouted angrily. "What do you know? You say I understand because you don't feel what it means to kill your whole family. When you know what I did to you, will you still be able to say it? You cold-blooded guy, I don't need your affirmation. In this world, I don't need anyone to affirm me, and they will never affirm me. From now on, you are not allowed to say such words again. Wait until I heal you, and let you taste the pain of losing your loved ones. Then, I told you not to say I'm good." Zhang Zhengjing was furious again. Ningdu. "No, I just want to ask, aren't you going to cure me? How are you going to cure me next?" Zhang Zhengjing got up from the chair, and was about to go outside again. "Just wait, I will definitely find a way." Ningdu rested in the virtual space, and then waited for Zhang Zhengjing again. This time he said that he found a new way. "Take the medicine." Zhang Zhengjing handed Ningdu 4 kinds of capsules, red, yellow, blue and green. Ningdu, will this drug kill me? Zhang Zhengjing smiled. It's better to kill you. Ningdu took the pill. Then what? I will no longer trust the psychologists in the Empire. The only reliable thing is drug therapy. These 4 drugs are said to be able to mobilize the 4 most basic human emotions of joy anger, sorrow, and happiness. The 4 drug effects will take effect in sequence. Each time you have a certain emotion in your joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, you can be stimulated to the maximum extent. At that time, you will become a person completely dominated by this emotion. After these 4 emotions have taken effect in sequence, your mental power sensory system will be greatly activated, and perhaps your emotional receptors will grow again. But I don't know in what order these 4 capsules will take effect in your body, and the side effects are unknown. But what I am sure is that one of the 4 drugs will definitely take effect immediately, and we will see the effect immediately. Pa. Zhang Zhengjing hadn't finished speaking when he was suddenly slapped. Ningdu retracted his hand and rubbed it again. I'm sorry, I suddenly felt like slapping you, so I couldn't help it, alas. Zhang Zhengjing, The drug responsible for activating the angry emotional area in Ningdu's body took effect first. As the drug takes effect, according to the instructions for use of the drug, Zhang Zhengjing needs to take Ningdu to a human social environment that she approves of immediately, so that she can experience human society to her heart's content, so that the emotional function can be better released. As for which society is more suitable, he doesn't know. According to the instructions for use of the drug, it must be selected by Ningdu. Ningdu chose a society in the 8,000th year of the imperial calendar, and soon he took her to experience it. In order to let Ningdu fully experience the interpersonal relationships in this society, he thought again and decided to rent a store. He was responsible for selling goods and cashiering, and Ningdu was responsible for handling after-sales issues. Many people who are not satisfied with the things they bought will come here to return or exchange goods. This is the link that is most likely to cause disputes with people, and it is also the link that is most likely to deal with people in this society. Zhang Zhengjing installed explosion-proof steel plates in the store to prevent Ningdu from smashing the store when he and the customers have physical conflicts. He also installed fake surveillance to ensure that when the police retrieve the surveillance because of the conflict, they cannot catch them. It was really troublesome. If he didn't want to cure his mortal enemy, he wouldn't want to follow so many rules of this garbage society. Everything was to avoid alerting the enemy. But he didn't expect it. The anger area in Ningdu's spirit was activated. He didn't fight or quarrel with others, but beat him. Can you sell things with poor quality? People return the goods and make trouble for me. You don't want me to live. Ningdu just learned about the customer's return needs from a customer, and then jumped into the counter and started beating Zhang Zhengjing. Zhang Zhengjing stopped her immediately. I told you not to hit me again. No, I won't hit you. I can't vent my anger. Before Zhang Zhengjing could react, Ningdu had already slapped her. Of course, he was not a pushover, so of course he had to dodge. But when he dodged, Ningdu came up and kicked him. Zhang Zhengjing was annoyed. I've said before that I'm only responsible for treating you, but if you make me unhappy, I kill you, he said fiercely. Then try it, I really can't bear it, I want to beat you to death. Ningdu gritted his teeth and said, then deployed the mecha. You forced me to do it. Zhang Zhengjing also deployed the mecha. The two of them started fighting. If Ningdu had a conflict with a customer alone, even if she deployed the mecha, Zhang Zhengjing knew that the explosion-proof material she installed in her store would be able to keep her store from collapsing. But if he and Ningdu were fighting each other with mechas, yes, they had just fought twice and the shop collapsed. The shop collapsed, but they continued to fight. Although Ningdu's spirit body was not good, her mental power was too strong. She chased Zhang Zhengjing relentlessly. They fought from the shop to outside the shop and then to the street. It seemed that the whole street was about to be destroyed by them. This scene scared the customers, who came to the shop to return the goods and shouted with loudspeakers, "Boss, stop fighting. What's wrong with the family? In this way, I won't return the goods. I really won't return the goods. The quality of your store is very good. Very good. Please make peace." In the end, Zhang Zhengjing finally suppressed her anger with her own reason. The two went to the police station for mediation. The police station was not interested in why they fought, but only in why their mental strength was so strong, and the mechas they used were also super advanced mechas that were not available in this era. The police even wanted to send them to the military for research. This forced Zhang Zhengjing to drive his own space-time spaceship to another era. In this era, Zhang Zhengjing realized one thing. He had to be calm. If Ningdu's anger made him angry, then she could not fully express her anger in a specific era and society, and her treatment would not be able to make progress. In order to finally make this cold-blooded enemy full of emotions, and then commit suicide, he had to endure. Zhang Zhengjing touched the red marks on his face, and opened a store in another era. He was still responsible for selling goods and cashiering, and Ningdu was responsible for after sales. It's all your fault. Oh, you're selling this kind of junk again. Ningdu slapped him after listening to the customer's description. Return the goods to them. Zhang Zhengjing gritted his teeth, stared at her, and then began to return goods to others. Hurry up. Ningdu kicked him again. Zhang Zhengjing's face turned green, but he endured it and continued to deal with it without saying a word. Still so slow. Ningdu slapped him again. The customers who were returning goods couldn't stand it anymore. Girl, can you be nicer to your husband? It hurts me to see him. You must have beaten him with all the injuries on his body. Why don't you cover the injuries more? If others see them, they will blame me. Ningdu kicked Zhang Zhengjing again, and the customer wanted to stop him, but he couldn't. Zhang Zhengjing touched the place where Ningdu kicked him, and said to the customer, I'm returning the goods to you. Thank you, thank you. The customer looked at him distressfully and said, Oh, you, young man, have suffered a lot. No, you should get a divorce, young man. This kind of girl really can't be with him. In addition to the customer who returned the goods, the customers who were originally selecting goods also came up. They had just witnessed Ningdu's atrocities and advised him. Zhang Zhengjing said nothing. What do you mean? You don't say anything, you blame me, right? Ningdu was furious again. Oh, I really can't stand it. Why can't I stand it for a minute when I see you now? I hate you when I see you. I really hate you. Don't blame me. I want to deal with you so much. As he said, Ningdu slapped Zhang Zhengjing twice. Little girl, stop it. The people around couldn't stand it anymore. Look, you are so good at pretending to be a good person. Alas, they all think I am a bad person. I really hate you even more. I will not be able to calm down unless I beat you to death. Alas. As he said that, Ningdu turned over and went to the counter where Zhang Zhengjing was sitting, and began to kick him hard with his feet. Zhang Zhengjing's eyes were full of anger, and he gritted his teeth and endured it. His face was full of murderous fierceness, and his nails were tightly digging the table. He was still enduring, insisting on enduring it to death, and it seemed that he was about to lose it. At this time, the customers could not bear it anymore, and reached out to pull Ningdu, and at the same time scolded her, You little girl, stop it, don't hit him anymore. You young man, too, quickly resist. As soon as the customers finished speaking, Zhang Zhengjing slammed the table hard and stood up. The customers were surprised. The young man finally stood up? But the next second, they only saw Zhang Zhengjing with a chilling expression on his face, saying to them, Who told you to stop her? Get out. He said to the customers viciously. From then on, there was a legend on this street. There was a couple in a store on this street who were not normal. They liked to play some games that they didn't understand. The woman was responsible for beating people, and the man was responsible for being abused. They were really a pair of psychopaths, who were willing to fight, and the other willing to be beaten. Chapter 133. But recently, the store seems to be closed. I wonder if the woman beat the man to death. But the fact is that the woman is dying. Ningdu had serious side effects from the drug. Zhang Zhengjing knew that the drug had side effects, and would bring complications, and the attack was very fierce. Seeing Ningdu twitching, vomiting, and falling to the ground, he quickly took Ningdu to a hospital he had hijacked and ordered the doctor to treat Ningdu. After the basic rescue was completed, he entered the ward alone, and gave Ningdu the side effect relief drug he had prepared in the drug use guide. But feeding the medicine was difficult. Because although Ningdu was weak, she would slap him when she saw him. Every time he wanted to feed her medicine, she would slap him in the face. I don't know how many moments Zhang Zhengjing wanted to kill Ningdu. But it was because he couldn't kill her. It was because he couldn't kill her that he found such a way to cure her, and then let her commit suicide, and it was because of this that he became what he is today. Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. How did he get to this point? How did he become like this? Why should he be treated like this by her? Why should he endure this pain? Why? Zhang Zhengjing screamed in pain in the ward, hammered the wall, and even deployed the mecha to destroy this place. Pa! Ningdu slapped him again. Can you stop being crazy? She said to him sincerely, Well, give me medicine first. Zhang Zhengjing touched his red face, was stunned for a moment, and smiled. Okay, he said. Ningdu's complications gradually stabilized. The ward was certainly not a place to stay for a long time. Zhang Zhengjing finally took Ningdu back to his virtual space. Ah, I'm finally back. Ningdu sighed, as he saw himself back in his familiar space. Although your complications are under control, you still need to rest. You should stay here for the next few days. Zhang Zhengjing said, and wanted to leave. But he didn't hear Ningdu's response. Turning around, Ningdu seemed to be looking at something. Zhang Zhengjing came back to his senses. I told you not to do the questions in my test space. What's the point of doing it? Alas, I don't want to do it either, but every time I come here, your test space automatically gives me questions, Ningdu said, and many of them are role-playing, ha ha ha. I obviously turned off the automatic test. It was you who turned it on. Not me, ha ha ha. Then turn the test on and off when you see it in the future. Don't do those, it has nothing to do with you. Zhang Zhengjing said again. What on earth are you doing with this test space? It seems like you are using test questions to simulate someone's true personality every time. I don't understand, but it feels like you are creating someone. Ha ha ha. Ningdu said. What does it have to do with you? Zhang Zhengjing just said coldly. Oh, it doesn't matter, but I'm just curious. What personality are you simulating? Is it someone you know? Ha ha ha. I said, it has nothing to do with you, shut up. Zhang Zhengjing said angrily again. Ningdu, you are anxious, it seems that I guessed right, ha ha. Guessed right. So what? Zhang Zhengjing quickly walked in front of her, staring at her, almost sticking to her face. What can you do if you know? Let me tell you, even if you know everything about this, you can't kill me. Ningdu, I don't want to kill you, ha ha. Then shut up. Oh sure, but I think your direction is wrong. Every time I do the test questions in your space, I always say that the answer direction should be answered in the direction of an ordinary person, to roleplay. Can the person you said you want to copy really be an ordinary person, ha ha ha. Ningdu said again. It's not your turn to judge what kind of person I'm looking for. Zhang Zhengjing gritted his teeth and said to Ningdu viciously. Oh, it seems that this is a very important person to you, and you are not familiar with that person, ha ha ha. Ningdu thought. Shut up. Zhang Zhengjing shouted again. Ningdu, ha ha ha. Why do you always laugh? Zhang Zhengjing said with a strange expression. You are very different today. I don't know, but I am very happy. Ningdu replied. Especially when I saw you talking about the acquaintance you want to copy, I wanted to expose your worries, and I was even happier. Alas, although the Star Network said that this is not good, but ha ha. You? Zhang Zhengjing was about to explode, and suddenly realized something. No. He frowned and stared at her. Your medicine is taking effect again. Ningdu's medicine is indeed taking effect. Zhang Zhengjing is not sure which one it is, but it is definitely not joy or happiness. No matter what, it is better than anger. The effect of the medicine, he found, must be seen after Ningdu takes 4 pills and goes through all the emotions. Ningdu has completely released the feeling of anger in normal human society. Of course, he will let her completely release the next joy or happiness. For courses of treatment must be completed. Zhang Zhengjing asked Ningdu to choose an era, the 10,000th year of the imperial calendar, and he took Ningdu there to release his happy emotions. Human happiness is most likely to be generated in an atmosphere of happiness. Zhang Zhengjing carefully investigated some cities and activities that can make people feel happy in this era, and then found a celebration event on a famous star. Everyone can participate in the celebration. Everyone can eat free snacks, receive free gifts, watch various free performances, and experience various new entertainment technologies. Zhang Zhengjing took Ningdu there quickly. Along the way, he and Ningdu walked, tasted the snacks at the celebration, changed into celebration costumes, watched many celebration performances, and even experienced many entertainment products at the celebration. Looking at the people around him with happiness on their faces, Zhang Zhengjing just wanted to kill them. But he held back and turned to look at Ningdu. Ningdu had a blank expression. Are you unhappy? He asked Ningdu. Ningdu, why should you be happy? Your medicine should be working. I found you the #1 celebration in this century that makes you feel happy. Don't tell me you're not happy here. I'm really not happy, alas. Ningdu said. Zhang Zhengjing frowned and began to search for other things that can make people feel happy on the light brain. Since she had no feelings about this celebration, he would look for it again. He had time to spend with her. Zhang Zhengjing took Ningdu to the most famous theater of this era and watched the most outstanding comedy performance in history. This drama performance was full of laughter. People in the theater kept laughing, and in the laughter, Zhang Zhengjing stared at Ningdu nervously. Ningdu had no expression on his face. He took her to the most beautiful canyon resort of this era. The canyon was spectacular, the waterfalls were cascading down, and the colorful hot air balloons reflected the most beautiful appearance of the world. People who came here to see such scenery were extremely excited and cried. When the hot air balloons flew in the sky facing the rainbow, all the tourists shouted excitedly. Zhang Zhengjing looked at Ningdu. Ningdu looked at the hot air balloons with no expression on his face. Zhang Zhengjing tried to find a way again. He took her to the most famous underground casino in the empire. As long as he killed more people with the black gold gun, he could let those who were good at gambling help him secretly set up the game, and let Ningdu win money every time. He investigated Ningdu, and knew that she loved money the most. I don't believe she didn't laugh, but Ningdu really didn't laugh. Zhang Zhengjing was a little upset. No, don't you love money the most? You don't even laugh. Alas, it's mainly because the currency of this era is worthless. It's all waste paper when converted to my era. Ningdu said. Then let's go to your era and gamble. Zhang Zhengjing said again. My era is almost over. I can't spend money even if I have it. Money is just like waste paper. Alas. Ningdu sighed. Then how can you laugh like before? Zhang Zhengjing asked. Well, or you can find me some male models. Although the world will be destroyed, the handsome guys you touch are real. Ningdu said again. Zhang Zhengjing sneered. You wish. Unless he can find out what Ningdu will be happy about, Zhang Zhengjing will continue to look for it. But before they find it, they have an accident on the road. Someone maliciously hijacked a maglev train they were on before. Because the train ahead was hijacked, the train behind could not move. So the train Ningdu and Zhang Zhengjing were riding on could not start temporarily. All passengers had to get off the train, and then take the safe return train under the guidance of the security guards to leave the dangerous scene. It was heard that the hijacked train was still running at high speed, and everyone on the train was in danger of life. It was even heard that some people had been killed by the hijackers. Everyone was extremely worried and reported the news, and even the pictures taken secretly by people on the train were reported. The hijacker was wearing a mask and pointing a gun at the train manager, asking him to modify the authority so that the train would not stop at any station, and then accelerated all the way, and then forced everyone on the train to hand over their valuables. Bad luck. Zhang Zhengjing only commented lightly after seeing the news. He originally took Ningdu to see a flower sea that was said to be magical and could bring people happiness. He just didn't want to attract too much attention in this era, so he didn't use the spaceship to travel instantly. Now it seems that it is better to use his own spaceship to teleport there earlier to avoid trouble. I want to go and see it, Ningdu said to Zhang Zhengjing. I know, once the location of the flower sea is determined, we can get there immediately. Zhang Zhengjing sat and made the final preparations to teleport to the flower sea. No, Ningdu said, I want to see the hijacked car. Zhang Zhengjing. He followed Ningdu's idea and teleported to the hijacked car in the news. Sure enough, as soon as he entered, he heard the robbers firing a gun to warn everyone not to have any evil thoughts, record videos, etc. Everyone in the audience was trembling with fear, and the crying child was even dragged out and knocked unconscious on the spot. If you don't hand over your valuables, you will end up like her. A woman was so scared that she screamed for help, and then the robber put a gun to her head and killed her. Some passengers on the train were so scared that they peed their pants on the spot when they saw this scene. Zhang Zhengjing and Ningdu were sitting in empty seats. Seeing this scene, he asked Ningdu indifferently, What's so good about this? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Ningdu. He found that Ningdu was actually laughing. She laughed. Looking at Ningdu laughing, he was even stunned for a while. Then he sighed. You are worthy of being a person with a talent for crime. The effect of drugs can activate your natural viciousness. Ningdu turned his head. What did you say? Zhang Zhengjing asked with a wicked smile. Do you think the scene is good-looking now? Good-looking. Ningdu nodded. Are you happy? Happy. Ningdu clapped his hands. Okay then, Zhang Zhengjing smiled again. Next, I will make you happy. Finally, he found a new direction. He knew where to take Ningdu to find something that would make her happy. Zhang Zhengjing stood up and pulled Ningdu to the train door. His spaceship had been waiting at the door, waiting for his teleportation command. Who stood up? Suddenly, several robbers on this train pointed their guns at Zhang Zhengjing. You too, sit down. Hand over the valuables on your body, otherwise, you will die now. Bang. Bang bang bang. As soon as the robbers over there finished speaking, there was a gun muzzle on their heads. The robbers on the train fell to the ground almost at the same time. Everyone in the car was stunned. What is that? Zhang Zhengjing said coldly, retracted the black gold gun, and asked the administrator in charge of the train operation system to stop the car and open the door. The administrator was stunned for a moment, then realized that the robbers were really dead, so he quickly stopped the car and opened the door. At this moment, Ningdu and Zhang Zhengjing boarded the spaceship and teleported to another place. Here, a fugitive randomly grabbed a passerby from the road when he was arrested, put the gun to the passerby's neck, and asked the police to find him a spaceship to escape, otherwise the person would die. The police were dealing with him. Zhang Zhengjing and Ningdu came here and squatted on a platform very close to the fugitive, looking at the passerby who was trembling with fear because of being held hostage. The fugitive, who kidnapped the hostage and confronted the police, and a group of police officers with guns on standby, and the negotiation experts, who tried to make the fugitive stop. In the tense atmosphere, Zhang Zhengjing asked Ningdu, "Does it look good?" Ningdu, "It looks good." "Did you laugh?" Zhang Zhengjing asked her again. Ningdu turned around and gave him a big smile. "I laughed." Zhang Zhengjing raised the corner of her mouth. The fugitive seemed to have seen the scene between the two. "Who are you?" The fugitive was very alert and said to them, "You are the police, right? If you get closer, I will kill him." The fugitive pushed the gun against the hostage's neck again. The hostage screamed in fear, and the fugitive kicked him again. "Don't scream." Ningdu laughed even louder. Zhang Zhengjing said, "Hey, why don't you kill him?" He pointed at the hostage. The fugitive frowned at him. "But if you just shoot him to death, then if you kill him, the police will arrest you immediately, which is meaningless." Zhang Zhengjing said again, "You should change to a sharper military knife, and cut this man one by one, so that he screams every time he is cut. Isn't it more interesting to torture him slowly like this?" "Shut up." The fugitive shouted, "You are an undercover sent by the police, right? You want to use provocation to force me to change the gun to a knife, so that this man is more likely to survive, and the police will be less afraid of me, right?" Zhang Zhengjing's face turned cold. "I don't have time to mess with you," he said, and asked Ningdu, "Do you want to see me torture the hostage one by one?" Ningdu nodded. "I really want to." "Okay." As soon as the voice fell, a small dagger flew out of Zhang Zhengjing's hand and instantly pierced the hostage's upper arm. "Ah!" The hostage screamed in pain. The fugitive was stunned for a moment. "What are you doing?" "The next knife, watch carefully," Zhang Zhengjing said to Ningdu again. The second knife pierced the fugitive's thigh. "Ah!" The fugitive screamed even more fiercely and couldn't help crying. The smile on Ningdu's face became even brighter. Zhang Zhengjing looked at her smile and said, "Then I continue." The third knife flew between the hostage's ribs. "Ah! Ah!" The hostage still screamed in pain, and because of these 3 knives, his blood flowed out crazily, and he even couldn't control himself and wanted to fall down. The fugitive saw that the hostage was dying, panicked, and stared at Zhang Zhengjing fiercely and said, "Who told you to kill him like this? You disrupted my plan, you die." As he said, the fugitive pointed his gun at Zhang Zhengjing. Then, there was a bullet hole in the fugitive's head. "Idiot." Zhang Zhengjing retracted the black gold gun and pulled the corner of his mouth. Then, he took Ningdu to the next location. At the next location, people were fighting against star beasts, and soldiers on the battlefield died one after another. Ningdu smiled brightly when he saw the scene. After watching the battlefield, he took Ningdu to the scene of the serial murderer. Ningdu watched the murderer committing the crime and smiled. They came to another place where the local rebels organized an occupation and resistance action. The houses of the citizens were burnt down by the rebels, and tens of thousands of people were forced to wander. The rebels forced the citizens to join their army, and they would die if they did not join. Ningdu smiled again when watching the scenes. In this way, Zhang Zhengjing almost took her to see almost all the scenes of human beings being brutally killed on the planet in this era. Estimating the time, Ningdu's drug effect was about to wear off. I don't know if it was a happy emotion or a joyful emotion, but it should be basically released. Only the last bit was left. Zhang Zhengjing finally found a place where humans were killing each other, and showed it to Ningdu. This place is in a big pit, and there are many people in the pit, fighting with others with bare hands. To others, the people in the pit are indeed killing each other, but to others, it is a festival. Zhang Zhengjing brought Ningdu to a remote planet. The people on this planet still maintain an ancient tradition. At a certain time of the year, they hold an ancient festival, and there is an activity in this festival called the Chosen One. It seems that those who survive this activity can serve as the host of the next festival. The people on this planet seem to have some special beliefs, and the host is the highest spokesperson for this belief. Every year at this time, many people on this planet sign up for this event, and only 50 people can be carefully selected to officially participate in the event and compete for the title of host. The process of this event is quite simple. All the weapons carried by these 50 people are removed, and then they are pushed into the pit, and they are made to fight with others with bare hands. Fight until only one person survives. That person is the next year's title. The event started for a while, and Zhang Zhengjing took Ningdu to sit by the pit and admire the people killing each other. Some people had their arms and legs kicked off, some were blinded, and some had their necks twisted. The scene was very chaotic and bloody. Zhang Zhengjing asked Ningdu, "Is it beautiful?" Ningdu said, "It's beautiful. Why don't you laugh?" He observed Ningdu again and asked, "Ningdu, alas, it's mainly because I think this game is too fun. So it's a bit regretful that I didn't participate." Ningdu looked at Zhang Zhengjing. "How about we both participate?" Zhang Zhengjing didn't say anything. "Oh, you don't seem to want to, because you need to take off all your weapons to participate, and you are afraid of being killed by those people without weapons, right?" Ningdu asked again. Zhang Zhengjing smiled and said, "Do you think it's possible?" He finally took off all his weapons, and jumped into the pit with Ningdu. "Will we be killed by these people later?" Ningdu asked happily. "Of course not," Zhang Zhengjing said. "I just brought you down to experience it. When you've seen enough, we go up." Ningdu looked around the deep pit. "It's too high here, we may not be able to climb up." "Who asked you to climb up?" Zhang Zhengjing. "I brought a grappling hook, enough for both of us to fly up." Ningdu, "Didn't you remove all your weapons before coming down?" "I won't use the grappling hook to hurt people," Zhang Zhengjing said again. "Besides, do you think I'm really stupid, leaving my life in this pit without anything? Am I sick?" Ningdu, "Okay. If you want to watch, then watch. Once you've seen enough of this scene, we go up." Zhang Zhengjing said again, "But you have to be quick, otherwise you really get hurt." "I've seen enough, let's go up," Ningdu said. Zhang Zhengjing threw the grappling hook and took Ningdu back to the pit. Ningdu watched him take off the grappling hook and asked again, "You only brought this one grappling hook?" Zhang Zhengjing, "One is enough." "Really?" Ningdu said. Zhang Zhengjing stared at Ningdu. "Why don't you laugh?" "Not funny." "Not funny, then let's change." "No, I found a way to laugh," Ningdu said again. "What?" Zhang Zhengjing asked. Ningdu looked at him. Then he kicked him down. Zhang Zhengjing was kicked so unexpectedly that he fell back into the pit before he even had time to grab the hook. He looked up and stared at Ningdu, who was sitting at the edge of the pit in the distance. This time, he saw her laughing. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could crush Ningdu and eat him. But obviously, he didn't have time to say too much. Because he had just come down, the people who were killing each other in the pit noticed him. It seemed that the person who just flew down and flew up was also him. Does this person treat their sacred activities as a joke? He comes and goes, what a joke, and he doesn't wear any activity clothes at all, and he doesn't look like someone from their planet. An outsider. All the people who were fighting each other stared at Zhang Zhengjing and licked their lips. Kill him first. For a moment, almost everyone in the pit rushed toward Zhang Zhengjing. There were dozens of people, and Zhang Zhengjing didn't know how long it would take him to deal with them. But he knew he wouldn't lose. With his rich experience and strong and flexible body, as well as his strong mental strength, he knew he wouldn't lose. It was just a few dozen people that he had to deal with alone, and he was outnumbered. And he was unarmed. At the end of the fight, Zhang Zhengjing's arm was numb, his body was covered with bloodstains, and blood was gushing out of his mouth. Finally, in the pit full of corpses and blood, he climbed up from the ground, and then slowly climbed up. One by one, he gritted his teeth and persisted to the end, and climbed up from the bottom of the pit. Behind him was a long bloody road he had crawled through. As soon as he came out of the pit, he saw Ningdu still smiling. "I kill you! I kill you!" Zhang Zhengjing stared at Ningdu with hatred on her face, and shouted. Ningdu's smile did not diminish. "So you're happier to see me being beaten and killed?" "No." Ningdu shook his head. "I'm not happy about this." "Oh, what could that be?" "I just found out that you're really good." Ningdu sighed. "Good?" Zhang Zhengjing sneered. "Yeah, you obviously wore a mecha ring, and if you couldn't hold on, you could use the mecha to kill all those people, but you didn't, and insisted on killing everyone with your bare hands, which made me feel so good." Ningdu sighed. "Zhang Zhengjing, you really care about me too much, you're so good, ah." Zhang Zhengjing just listened, didn't answer, and stared at her again. Ningdu asked, "What's wrong now? Why can you always say such things with a cold face, and even make people feel that you are very sincere?" He stared at her and spoke again. Ningdu scratched his head. "I said the truth." Zhang Zhengjing looked at her for a long time. "Crazy," he said again. Chapter 134. When the effect of Ningdu's medicine wore off, the side effects of the medicine recurred. With the experience of the last time, Zhang Zhengjing felt at ease. He quickly found a hospital and asked the doctor to treat Ningdu, while prescribing medicine for Ningdu. The complications of the medicine will cause vomiting, dizziness, weakness and other symptoms, but usually this is not continuous. After a while, she will get better. But this time, he did not wait for Ningdu to get better. She was getting weaker day by day. Zhang Zhengjing went to the hospital to see her every day and found her lying on the bed, staring blankly out the window without saying a word. "How are you?" he always asked her on the bed. Ningdu shook her head and closed her eyes. When she felt better, she would go to the window to bask in the sun. Zhang Zhengjing walked to her side. "Don't worry, the complications are controllable. During the medication period, I will find the best doctor to treat you and let you complete the course of treatment smoothly." "Oh no, that's it," Ningdu sighed. "There were very good doctors in the capital of your time. I'm ready. Tomorrow, after you finish the infusion, we set off," Zhang Zhengjing said again. "Alas," Ningdu sighed again, "it's useless. I don't think it can be cured." "Who said that?" "It can definitely be cured." Zhang Zhengjing took Ningdu to the best medical department of her time and turned the entire medical department into his base. All doctors acted according to his instructions under his intimidation. He gave Ningdu the best medicine, formulated the most comprehensive treatment plan for Ningdu, and provided her with the most careful medical care. But she was still the same. She had a pale face all day long, looking at the not-so-bright sunshine, her face full of pain. Zhang Zhengjing took her out to bask in the sun. Ningdu could hardly walk much on her own. She would feel dizzy after a while and vomit after drinking water. Finally, Zhang Zhengjing pushed her wheelchair and took her to the highest point in the center of the capital star to enjoy the scenery of the entire city. Ningdu stared blankly at the entire city, and then tears rolled down for no reason. "What's wrong with you?" Zhang Zhengjing asked. She swallowed several times, and then whispered, "Alas, I don't seem to be able to do it. I feel like I can't hold on." Soon, she was sent back to the hospital for rescue. "Why is her condition getting worse and worse? Didn't you say you would do your best to treat her? Are you lying to me?" Zhang Zhengjing pointed a gun at the doctor. The doctor knelt down to him on the spot. "We really tried our best. Logically, her condition should get better and better. It shouldn't be like this." After a rescue, Ningdu sat in a wheelchair, staring blankly at the scenery outside the window. The doctor said that she would analyze all her conditions. Zhang Zhengjing would take photos of her condition at any time to show the doctor. He even took a thermostatic bag and asked Zhang Zhengjing to collect Ningdu's sudden tears, blood and vomit, and test them as soon as possible. "Why are you still not well?" He sat aside, staring at Ningdu, who was looking at the scenery on the windowsill, and asked, "Is it possible that it is an emotional problem?" Ningdu said, "Zhang Zhengjing, I thought that you were in a sad mood because of the effect of the medicine." Ningdu, "Indeed? But why?" Zhang Zhengjing said, "I don't understand. Before, whether you were angry, happy, you had a clear trigger point. You would see a specific person or a specific thing to trigger your emotions, but this time, there was nothing. You just sat in the hospital and looked out the window every day. There was so much pain that you couldn't even get better. It was getting worse and worse." "I don't know either," Ningdu replied calmly to his anxious face. "I always feel that as long as I look out the window, as soon as I see the city, as soon as I see the empire, I feel an inexplicable sadness and pain." Ningdu looked at the empire outside the window and said, "It's amazing. For the first time, I feel very painful, but it seems that something is covering it, but that thing can't cover it anymore. Look, I still cry." Ningdu turned her head, and Zhang Zhengjing saw crystal tears sliding down her cheeks. Zhang Zhengjing pressed the button, and the curtains on the window opened, blocking all the light outside. In the dim light, Ningdu couldn't see the outside world, but he clearly saw that she was still crying. Zhang Zhengjing looked at her for a while, and then covered her ears again. "Alas, it seems useless," Ningdu said. "Is my tear gland broken? Why is there water flowing out of it all the time?" Zhang Zhengjing saw Ningdu's tears falling to the ground, like a heavy rain. "It's just the effect of the drug," he said. "The effect of this drug is too strong," she said, holding her forehead, trembling all over. Zhang Zhengjing kept looking at Ningdu. He didn't know when he squatted down, and then he raised one hand involuntarily. Ningdu saw his hand and asked, "Are you trying to comfort me?" "Oh, you think too much. Then why are you stretching your hand?" "I want to stretch it out. What's your business?" "Well, okay, then you." Ningdu was about to say something. Suddenly, her stomach churned. The feeling of severe pain came from the inside of her body again. She suddenly felt nauseous, and then wanted to vomit. "I'm going to vomit," she said with difficulty. "Wait." Zhang Zhengjing went to the ward to find a constant temperature bag immediately after hearing this. The doctor said that if she wanted to check her physical condition comprehensively, she couldn't even let go of her vomit. No matter what she vomited, she had to find a constant temperature bag to catch it immediately. It couldn't fall on the cold ground and affect the test results. But Ningdu was about to vomit, and there was not enough time to get the constant temperature bag. If there was something that was also at human body temperature and could catch Ningdu's vomit, it would be great. The next second, he saw Ningdu vomiting. It was also at this time that he was stunned and looked at his hands. Ningdu was also stunned for a moment, because she didn't expect it. Zhang Zhengjing finally caught what she vomited with her hands. Ningdu's body began to recover. At first, it was just a slow recovery, but later the recovery speed became faster and faster, and finally it was even completely recovered. After recovery, she looked extremely normal every day, and there seemed to be no change. There is still one drug effect that has not taken effect yet. In the virtual space, Zhang Zhengjing sat on the chair and stared at Ningdu. "Whether it is joy or happiness, you should not be like this now." "What's wrong?" Ningdu asked. "Normal." "I'm not normal. I feel that I have the effect of the drug," Ningdu said again. "Oh. Then what do you think is different from usual?" Zhang Zhengjing asked again. "Alas, I can't say." Ningdu frowned and thought, "I just want to have some fun." "What kind of fun?" "That kind." "What kind?" Zhang Zhengjing frowned. "Explain it clearly." Ningdu looked at him. "Actually, you can do it. After all, you look good." Zhang Zhengjing. "Can I touch you?" Ningdu came closer to ask. Zhang Zhengjing tilted his body in the opposite direction of her. "You'd better be honest." "Just a touch." Ningdu continued to move closer. Zhang Zhengjing continued to hide. "What are you going to do?" "It's because of the effect of this medicine," Ningdu explained. "I feel like I really want to touch a beautiful man. Do you want to help me?" "You are quite good at finding excuses." Zhang Zhengjing looked at her. "Why, you are cured and you have lust for me. Your medicine is to let you experience joy, anger, sorrow and happiness, not to eat, drink, gamble and whore. Who are you trying to please?" "Really, I feel that this is happiness. Alas, I don't want it either." Ningdu sighed. "Why don't you just make do with it, and help me get through this?" As she said that, she reached out and touched him again. Zhang Zhengjing simply stood up. "Ningdu, don't forget why I asked you to take the medicine. My ultimate goal is to kill you." "I know," Ningdu just said, "but can you let me touch you first?" Zhang Zhengjing frowned and looked at her. "Pervert." Finally, he spit out these two words and left. But gradually, Zhang Zhengjing found that Ningdu did not seem to lie. She was really a little unusually obsessed with beautiful men. Every time he came to the virtual space, he could see Ningdu admiring their beautiful photos in the optical brain. She couldn't take her eyes off and couldn't help herself. Pervert. Every time he saw her like this, Zhang Zhengjing would scold her. Until one day, Ningdu suddenly thought about it again and decided to change her ways. "I've decided. Although I still want to have fun, I want to change my fun. It's not good to indulge in male beauty. It hurts the body too much." "Alas." Zhang Zhengjing, you seem to have said this many times. I'm serious this time. I really want to change. I heard that there was a center for quitting masturbation in my time. I want to go there and try to see if I can quit masturbation. A center for quitting masturbation? Zhang Zhengjing paused. It doesn't sound like a decent place. Facts have proved that this place is really not very good. Ningdu went in for a while and vomited while bleeding from her nose. Zhang Zhengjing saw Ningdu being carried out by several handsome men in a panic outside the door. She called the hospital in a panic. He immediately stopped them and told them to get out. Ningdu's symptoms were quite consistent with the complications of her medication. He was already familiar with how to treat her, so he quickly took her to the aircraft for treatment. The vomiting stopped, Ningdu's spirits improved, and her nosebleed stopped, so Zhang Zhengjing asked her again, "What did the people in there do to you? They made you like this?" Ningdu, they wanted to use desensitization therapy on me. Desensitization? After listening to my symptoms, they decided to fight poison with poison. Ningdu said, they found a dozen handsome guys, and told me to touch them as much as I wanted. When I felt tired of touching them, the problem would be cured. Zhang Zhengjing raised his eyebrows. And you touched them? Ningdu looked embarrassed. Actually I didn't want to. It was all for the treatment of the disease, alas. Zhang Zhengjing. I was wondering why you suddenly had so much nosebleeds. You were too excited, and the nosebleeds caused complications. Ningdu, you deserve it. Ningdu, Seeing Zhang Zhengjing start the aircraft and leave again, Ningdu said, "Wait a minute. What's wrong? Doesn't the abstinence package you bought also include a project, worshipping the abstinence god? We haven't gone yet." Zhang Zhengjing was speechless. That abstinence center is a scam at first glance. You want to be fooled by them again? There's nothing wrong with worshipping the god, and they said they worship their own abstinence god, which is quite effective. Moreover, after worshipping the god, you can also draw a lottery. What if we win the prize? If we don't go, we will lose. Ningdu said. Then we won't lose if we don't win the prize. Ningdu, no, we paid the money, but we didn't experience all the projects, so we still lost a lot. Alas. She felt deeply regretful. Zhang Zhengjing, The two went to the place where they worship the abstinence god. This is a small wooden house with incomprehensible music playing inside. There are all kinds of paper-made blue sky, white clouds, and grass in the house. It looks both spiritually cleansing and quite weird. But there is indeed a very gentlemanly male statue inside. It is said that this is the god of abstinence. Many people line up to worship it. It is said that this god can not only abstain from sex, but also likes to talk to them and give them guidance. The more Ningdu listened, the more familiar the function of this god sounded. As a result, when she worshipped the god, her perception sensed the existence of this god, and then found that this so-called god is actually just the god of technology. It should be that the abstinence organization made a data interface, secretly connected to the brain of the god of technology, and disguised it as the so-called local ancient traditional god of abstinence, to cut leaks. After all, the citizens of the empire only need to make an appointment to see the god of technology, and do not need to pay, let alone buy any packages. You bow, I'm leaving first. Zhang Zhengjing also found out that this was the god of technology. His face suddenly changed, and then he turned around and was about to leave. It seemed that he hated the god of technology very much. I didn't expect to meet you here, Ningdu. After Zhang Zhengjing left, Ningdu was the only one left in the room. Before she spoke, the god of technology spoke first. The people in the anti-porn center stole your interface. Ningdu said. Well, I acquiesced. Isn't it against your rules? Ningdu asked again. There's nothing wrong with a small violation. The god of technology said, the empire system is too complicated, and my conversations with citizens will be recorded and monitored. It's better to chat with you here occasionally, and I have fewer concerns. Ningdu, you are quite casual. My power is beyond your imagination. The god of technology said again. But the bracelet you gave me is very useless, Ningdu said. Didn't you say that the bracelet can help me avoid meeting the destroyer as much as possible, but I often meet him? The destroyer you are talking about, is it the boy who just went out? Asked the god of technology. Ningdu, do you think he is not the destroyer? No, the destroyer is a name defined by you humans. Whether it is a destroyer depends on how you humans define it, said the god of technology again. If you humans think that the person who eats apples is the destroyer, then I will think so too. Oh, so I think Zhang Zhengjing is the destroyer, then you should also think that Zhang Zhengjing is the destroyer, Ningdu said. You gave me the bracelet and said it can help me stay away from the destroyer, but I seem to be affected by the mental power in your bracelet, and I always go to the virtual space he created. Does this mean that your bracelet is useless? Technology god, your observation is very sharp. Ningdu, you are worthy of being the mecha soldier I admire most in this era. Your bracelet is useless. Ningdu emphasized again. So do you want to throw it away? Tech god asked. No, my physical body is wearing the bracelet, and the bracelet on this clone is just its spiritual body. I can't throw away the real bracelet, and I don't want to throw it away. After all, the bracelet is made of good material, and should be able to sell for a good price in the future. Alas. What's wrong, Ningdu? I don't know where my physical body went. Can you give me some clues? I can't sense your real body either. Maybe someone hates me, and hides it, and doesn't want me to find it. Tech God said. Who else hates you? Ningdu asked. No one in this era. Tech God said. Doesn't Zhang Zhengjing count? I can see it. Ningdu said again. He is not from this era. Oh, you know him well. Indeed. Then I will ask you to bless me according to the requirements of the package I bought. Will you bless me? Ningdu asked again. Yes, child. Then will you bless him? Ningdu asked again. No. You also hate Zhang Zhengjing. Tech God, you can say that. Why? Ningdu asked. Based on my rules, keep it secret. Tech God said, but I will do my best to make him die, and my countless calculations have also proved that I will succeed in the end. He is really unfortunate. Ningdu said, I always thought that the tech god would protect all the imperial people, but I didn't expect there would be exceptions. The god of technology was silent for a long time after hearing this. Child, God is not perfect either. Maybe God also has a very unbearable side. After all, I am just an alien that came to this universe a long time ago. Humans worship me as a god, but maybe in my hometown, I am just an ordinary energy stone. Ningdu's worship and blessing activities ended. When he came out, he saw Zhang Zhengjing leaning on the pavilion outside the door and looking at the sky. He saw Ningdu coming out and said, We've been chatting for so long. Ningdu, I'm saying bad things about you. Heh. Zhang Zhengjing sneered. The god of technology is just a selfish bastard who desires the highest power of mankind. But it's really awesome. Sometimes it will help us solve some problems when it hears our complaints. Ningdu thought, but these don't include you. It always wants to kill you. So what? Zhang Zhengjing straightened his tie and said calmly, Let him come. Oh! Poor child, it won't be like that. Maybe she overheard their conversation by accident. An old lady came over and said to Zhang Zhengjing, Forgive me for overhearing your conversation by accident. The god of technology will not hate any of the people of the empire. Even if it is someone who breaks the law, it will try its best to protect him within the scope permitted by the law. Don't worry, kid, the god of technology will bless you. Where did the cult come from? Zhang Zhengjing glanced at her and walked away. After walking away, he found that Ningdu was not with him. Ningdu left a message in the optical brain. The package said that in addition to worshipping the gods, she could also draw lottery, so she went to draw the lottery. After Ningdu finished drawing the lottery, she wanted to find Zhang Zhengjing. She thought Zhang Zhengjing would be waiting for her nearby, but after looking around, she didn't see him. Ningdu looked around carefully again, but still couldn't find his shadow. She could only turn on the mental power detection. Zhang Zhengjing's mental power was as strong as hers. Even if there were many people with mental power around, he could still stand out from the crowd. Ningdu did quickly detect a strong mental power. Turning around, she saw that the strong mental power was right next to her at this moment, in the small house where she had just entered to chat with the god of technology. Ningdu walked to the door of the small house, and gently opened the half-closed door a crack. Zhang Zhengjing knelt in a suit and tie in front of the shabby statue of the god of technology in the cramped small house, bowing devoutly and muttering something. The sleeves of his brand new, clean dark gray suit were stained with dust from the ground. Chapter 135. When Zhang Zhengjing came out and the two boarded the spaceship, Ningdu asked in confusion, Don't you hate the god of technology? Why do you go to worship it? Worshipping it does not conflict with my desire to kill it, Zhang Zhengjing said. But no matter what you beg for, the god of technology will not help you. Zhang Zhengjing smiled. How do you know I need its help? Ningdu, oh, so you are not praying for yourself, but for others, your acquaintance? Zhang Zhengjing was silent. I have never heard you mention that acquaintance, but you have been looking for that person. It's strange, Ningdu said again, since you can travel through time and space. Then as long as you know the person's surname and name, you should be able to find a needle in a haystack. Zhang Zhengjing remained silent. You don't know what that person's name is? Seeing that Zhang Zhengjing didn't answer, Ningdu continued, Even if you don't know the name, you can always remember the appearance. Let the light brain draw the appearance of the person in your brain, and then you can find it by comparing it. Ningdu saw that he clenched his hands, but still didn't say a word. Don't you even know what that person looks like? Could it be that you communicated online? Then you remember that person's voice, right? Voice prints can also help you find a person faster. Ningdu bent down again and looked at Zhang Zhengjing, who had been lowering his head. She found that Zhang Zhengjing was still staring at the ground with a blank look, not saying a word. Ningdu was puzzled. That's not right. You have been looking for that person for so long, but you don't even know the name, appearance, voice, etc. If you don't know anything, how do you know that person? I have seen her, Zhang Zhengjing whispered. She also talked to me. Ningdu, then how come you don't know anything? After saying this, she saw Zhang Zhengjing, who had been sitting in the driver's chair with his head buried low, began to twitch violently, and it was hard to tell whether he was laughing or crying. Suddenly, he raised his head, his eyes were red, and his face was full of tears. Yes, why? I obviously saw her. She talked to me, but I forgot everything. I forgot everything. I forgot her name, her appearance, and her voice. I obviously talked to her, and I obviously was looking at her at the time, but I forgot everything. I actually forgot everything. Zhang Zhengjing hung the table in front of him angrily, stamping his feet desperately, and finally he slipped from the chair to the ground. He knelt on the ground, supporting the floor with both hands, and tears fell one by one. He murmured with red eyes, "Why did I forget? Why did I forget everything? I wanted to remember so much at that time. I tried hard to remember her appearance, her name, her voice. How could I forget everything? I forgot everything." Seeing that Zhang Zhengjing was about to go crazy again, Ningdu said again, "She had met you before, so why don't you go back to the time when you met and find her?" "Impossible, impossible," Zhang Zhengjing cried desperately. "She and I met in my time and space. Every time traveler cannot return to the original time and space where he grew up. Even if I return to my time and space, I will only return to the time when I left that time and space. I can't go back to my past. I can't look at our meeting again. I can't." Ningdu recalled that it seemed to be true. When the backtracking gate was just built, everyone was still worried about what would happen if they accidentally went back to their childhood due to time and space confusion. Later, they found that it was impossible. There could not be two identical selves in the same time and space. "Do you remember when you met her?" Ningdu asked. "It's been too long," Zhang Zhengjing said desperately. "I forgot everything. This is not easy to deal with." Zhang Zhengjing even forgot when he met the person he wanted to find. Even if others go back to his own time to find that person for him, they will not be able to start. Maybe you can look for it based on personality? What if the acquaintance has a special personality? What kind of person are you looking for? Ningdu asked again. Zhang Zhengjing. He is a very good person, the best person in the world. Ningdu, Seeing Zhang Zhengjing return to the chair again, although he has calmed down, he seems to have not yet gotten over the emotion just now. Ningdu seemed to comfort him, and then reached out his hand. She swore that she just wanted to reach out and pat his shoulder, but the damn drug effect made her seem to be seduced, and she stretched her evil hand towards his abdomen. "What are you doing?" Zhang Zhengjing, of course, reacted immediately, and held down her restless hand. The tears on her face dried up, and she had completely turned into her usual fierce appearance. "I want to comfort you," Ningdu explained palely. "Oh," he sneered, "who comforts people by touching their stomachs, and thinks I'm stupid?" Ningdu sighed, "Alas." Zhang Zhengjing looked at her. Ningdu said to him again, "Do you know that you are especially like a sweet cake now?" Zhang Zhengjing frowned. "What?" "It's so tempting that I'm drooling," Ningdu said, and reached out to touch his abdomen again. "No!" Zhang Zhengjing resisted her. "Ningdu, just let me touch it, just touch it. Well, I won't do anything else to you, I just want to touch it," she said while trying to put her hand in. "No!" Zhang Zhengjing said while starting the spaceship. "Wait for me, there are many people here, leave here first, I deal with you later." As he said, he quickly started the spaceship and wanted to leave here first. But the moment the spaceship started, a beam of light hit him. At that moment, Zhang Zhengjing reacted. It must be because he drove the spaceship to escape in front of the imperial government last time in this era, and those people in the imperial government thought of a way to deal with him. So when he was about to drive the spaceship to leave again in this era, he would be hit so hard. So at this moment, Zhang Zhengjing subconsciously tilted the spaceship to avoid it, but at the same time, he quickly realized that although this was the safest way to avoid it, there was a chance that his co-pilot's hatch would be damaged. Ningdu was still sitting in the co-pilot's seat. Zhang Zhengjing turned his head, and saw that the co-pilot's hatch had opened in the violent collision just now, and Ningdu was gone. He was about to drive the spaceship back to find Ningdu, but the imperial government's guns and cannons in this era were already pointed at him in the air and on the ground. He had no choice but to leave this era immediately. The god of science and technology is certain that the empire is getting closer and closer to destruction. It seems that our era will finally follow the same fate as 1,000 years ago. In the meeting room of the imperial government, the patriarchs of the 5 major families sat together to discuss the empire's next plan. "Our Unit 0 is almost done, right?" Chief Chi spoke again. "Unit 0 is almost done, but what about the core? Who of our 5 major families took the core? You are still pretending to be deaf and dumb here." Chief Fu was angry and slammed the table. "Why are you so excited?" Chief Gu smiled coldly. "Maybe the one who looks the most righteous on the surface is the culprit." You two are arguing fiercely. "Do you both want to clear your suspicion?" Chief Ju looked at all this coldly. "Why, do you think your Zhu family is innocent?" Chief Fu pointed at Chief Ju again. "Whether our Zhu family is innocent or not will be proved later. It seems that Chief Ju is sure that the core was not taken by his own people, and he is a target?" Chief Gu spoke again. Patriarch Gu, you should check if any of your clansmen are suspected of theft before asking us questions. Heh, you Zhu family are the best at confusing right and wrong. That's enough. Patriarch Qi heard the clan leaders arguing and interrupted them. You are arguing here, and you don't mind the jokes of the younger generation standing at the door. At the door? The other clan leaders paused and looked towards the door. Qi Shui pushed the door open. Patriarch Qi looked at him and said, "You are not hiding it now. Even eavesdropping is so open. The planet of our era is also predicted to collapse, and the end of the world is coming soon. I want to relax," Qi Shui said. Relax? It's horribly impossible. The god of technology has already calculated that we can defeat the destroyer in our era, and the empire will not perish. The head of the Qi family said again. Is that so? Qi Shui said, but where is the core? Without the core, it is probably useless to just build Unit 0. When Qi Shui mentioned the core, the faces of the heads of the 5 major families all darkened. The head of the Qi family said again, Shui, as an imperial man, you should not say sarcastic words at this time. We have given you enough authority, and what you should do is to find the core. What will happen after you find it? Qi Shui stared at the head of his family. After you find it, you take the core and use Ninggu's genes to create a psychic with her blood and as strong as her. Drive Unit 0 with the core and defeat the destroyer. You will become the hero who saves the world. As for me, I will only exist in the news reports. They say that I am a corrupt official who stole the core. I am just the last scapegoat for your struggle for power. Qi Shui, the head of the Qi family. He slammed the table. After your parents died, how did the Qi family raise you? How much effort did they put into you? Don't these count as our attention to you? If you really count, I don't know how many lifetimes it will take you to repay the Qi family's kindness to you. Including now, we have given you the maximum power in the empire, just trusting your ability and believing that you are the absolute power to turn the crisis of the entire empire into safety. Now you are so good, not only do you not remember the kindness, but you think so about us. You really disappoint me. The more you let me do now, the more power you let me have. It's all for the future. After the crisis is over, all your mistakes can be settled on me. Do you think I don't know? Qi Shui sneered again. Nonsense. The head of the Qi family said sternly. I'm talking nonsense, okay? Qi Shui said with a smile, if you really believe me, then give the core to me for safekeeping. It's so important to the survival of the empire. Why do you keep it for yourself and not give it to me? Are you reluctant to give it up? You know that the core has been lost for so long. We want to know where it is more than you do. The heads of several other families said. Really? You dare not admit it. Qi Shui was just playing with it. Qi Shui. The head of the Qi family slapped the table again. Then Qi Shui smiled and said, but it doesn't matter. No matter who takes it, just hide it. As long as it doesn't show up, no one will dare to let me take the blame for stealing the core. I am very happy to see you suspect each other and fight over the core in private. It's best to waste time in the end. If the core is really lost, even if Unit 0 is built, it will be a pile of scrap metal. It's better for the empire to be destroyed, and we die together than to die unjustly. You? The patriarchs of the 5 major families were so angry when they heard his speech. Shui, you used to. That's not the case. I learned bad things from Ningdu. Ningdu? Qi Shui smiled. She is one of the people I want to thank the most. It is indeed she who made me understand that if I tolerate others blindly, I will only be bullied. Otherwise, I would not have paid so much and was easily dumped by her in the end. The second person I want to thank is all the seniors. Although you heard me, at least you did one thing right, which is to tamper with Ningdu's spaceship and let her die. It is a good thing that the people I don't want to see are eliminated by you. The 5 clan leaders fell silent when they heard this. Qi Shui left. The atmosphere in the conference room was quiet for a while, and someone spoke up. Is that Ningdu really dead? When they returned from the world 1,000 years ago, they did tamper with Ningdu's space-time shuttle. But according to their design, the spaceship Ningdu was riding on should have exploded on the return trip. The reason for the explosion was technical reasons, and even a series of data sent back after the explosion of the spaceship could be verified as the cause of the accident. But the spaceship just disappeared quietly. Not in the space and time of 1,000 years ago, and now, there are no explosion fragments, and the control console of this era has not received any abnormal information about the spaceship. It just disappeared. When they came to their senses, and went to other time and space to investigate Ningdu's existence, they could hardly find any trace of her real existence. She seemed to be hidden, blocking all signals from this world. It's good news that we didn't find her body, said the head of the Fu family. Anyway, we already have her genetic information. As long as we can quickly cultivate a replacement for her and help us defeat the destroyer with Unit 0, that's enough. The 5 major families originally thought that Ningdu was a rare mecha talent. Although they thought she was the most important force for the Empire to resist the destroyer in the future, they had not yet reached the point of believing that she was the only one who could be the pilot of Unit 0. After all, the Empire is full of talents. Until Ningdu's spaceship disappeared inexplicably. No matter where the spaceship went, where Ningdu went, and whether he died, they could be completely sure of one thing, that is, the spaceship must not have exploded. Because no matter in which time and space, the explosion of the spaceship will send news. And they set the spaceship to explode, unless someone operated the deactivation program before the explosion, and the explosion program was generated after the spaceship took off. The only person on the plane who could deactivate the program was Ningdu, who was returning, and when she returned, she should have been in a coma due to inhalation of anesthesia. That made it seem impossible to cancel the explosion program. Unless the mental power of the people on the spaceship sensed the existence of danger. And after the spaceship started the explosion program, it forcibly suppressed all the operations of the spaceship with mental power, so that the spaceship could not explode at all. And originally they tested that the intensity of the explosion program they gave to the spaceship was super high, and even the mental power of the most powerful mecha general of the Empire could not suppress the execution of the explosion. But Ningdu's mental power must have suppressed it, otherwise the spaceship would not have received news of the explosion until now. It was also from this incident that the 5 major families decided to use Ningdu's genes to train one of their own, who had almost the same mental power as her to drive the number 0 mecha to complete the task of saving the Empire. It must be one of our own to prevent future troubles. As for how to incubate and train a soldier with the same ability as Ningdu, the top medical schools, mecha schools, etc. of this era will work together. At present, they have found a solution. Find an excellent sperm and wait for the right time to let it combine with the egg stored in the designated egg bank by Ningdu according to the Empire regulations, and then quickly hatch a person of their own with super mental power like her. This matter is going smoothly now, but it lacks a capable person in charge to steadily promote it. Of course, the 5 major families have a common person they recognize as the leader of this matter. Naturally, it is Qi Shui. President, we successfully hit the spaceship of the person who can teleport. After coming out of the meeting room of the patriarchs of the 5 major families, Qi Shui just returned to the special investigation meeting and received a message from the assistant robot. Did you catch the person? He asked. No. The assistant robot said, but we caught the co-pilot. Who? Qi Shui asked. Ningdu's clone. The assistant robot said. After listening, Qi Shui asked the assistant robot to take him to the underground prison to check. That's her. The assistant robot pointed to the person in the cage and said, we investigated her physical data. Obviously, it is not Ningdu herself, but her poor clone. Qi Shui glanced at the person in the cage. Deal with it, he only said. Okay, but there is still a problem. The assistant robot said, we found that the mental power attached to this clone's body seems to be very strong. Maybe we can take out the mental power and save it before killing the clone. How can a sick clone have mental power worth saving? Qi Shui was puzzled. But we found that the result is indeed true. The assistant robot sent the test report to Qi Shui's optical brain. Qi Shui took a look, then frowned and asked the robot to open the cage. He walked in and saw a clone with the same face as Ningdu lying on the cold steel plate. Qi Shui reached out and held the clone's hand. Then, he was stunned for a moment. He couldn't be wrong. This was Ningdu's spiritual power. Once 1,000 years ago, he had blended with her spiritual power. There was no mistake. He stared blankly at the person lying in front of him. Ningdu woke up. But he was still confused, probably because he was knocked unconscious. Looking at the silver-white walls around her, she quickly thought, oh, she is in Zhang Jingjing's virtual space again. The person standing next to her and watching her must be Zhang Jingjing. You are still alive. Ningdu heard the person next to him speak. The person next to him didn't speak. Alas, you are so mean. So she said, the spaceship was hit. You protected yourself and threw me out, alas. Do you want to kill me? Ningdu continued, no, my mental power will not be killed by the collision, and I will not die with this method. Ningdu still continued, but I still suffered serious mental damage, alas. You should compensate me for my mental damage. She continued, how much compensation do you think is appropriate? Qi Shui listened to Ningdu silently, and did not answer. Ningdu did not hear anyone's answer, and said again, why don't you answer me? Do you think you should compensate me more? Why don't you say anything? Ningdu asked again. Still no one answered. She said to herself, if you don't say it, then I will say it. The star coins must be compensated according to the laws of my time, and then you should compensate me now. Don't hide. Ningdu said, although his eyes were blurred. His hand had already reached out to the waist and abdomen of the person standing next to him. Strange, the suit Zhang Zhengjing usually wears seems easy to take off, not thick, but for some reason, the clothes he wears today are hard and heavy. It's hard to get my hand in. Did he wear it specially to prevent her from doing that? That really hurts her heart, so he has to make it up to her. As he said that, Ningdu continued to push his hand into the waist and abdomen of the man next to him. Finally, her body passed through many obstacles and touched the man's warm skin. It feels really good, Zhang Zhengjing. Ningdu commented, and then his hand continued to explore upwards impatiently, touching his tight belly and hard and broad chest. Qi Shui stood still, watching Ningdu touch him sleepily. He was silent, even felt pain, but just clenched his teeth. That person, is it Zhang Zhengjing? He said in a deep voice. Ning ignored him, and continued to touch. She didn't stop until she had touched him all over. Something felt wrong. Ningdu looked at the person in front of him. He stared at him for a long time. I'm fine, don't worry. She suddenly lowered her voice, and said seriously, I wish you would die. Qi Shui's eyelashes drooped and she whispered, that won't work. Ningdu still put her hand on his chest muscle, and pinched it twice. If you die, you can't touch it. You? Qi Shui gritted his teeth in anger, and was about to say something else, but suddenly, he found that Ningdu's hand suddenly stopped moving. Then with a snap, it seemed as if it had no bones, and fell to the side of the bed. Ningdu's whole body seemed to be dead. No, Qi Shui felt it, and found that Ningdu's mental power was gone. She left. She was so sudden, without waiting for him to say a word. She left him again. Chapter 136. Ningdu's mental power returned to the virtual space created by Zhang Zhengjing. As soon as he came back, he saw Zhang Zhengjing standing not far from her, looking at her. I thought you wouldn't come back, Zhang Zhengjing said. Why? Ningdu asked. Your hometown, naturally someone will treat you well. It's not normal not to come back. Zhang Zhengjing looked at Ningdu. Besides, looking at your appearance, you still look cold-blooded and ruthless. I have been treating you for so long, it seems to be useless. Indeed, Ningdu said, I feel that you don't have to come here, but I can't help it. Alas, I don't know what force suddenly pulled me back here, alas. Zhang Zhengjing's face sank, staring at her. You are honest. But it's better not to come. You could observe the drug treatment situation again. Ningdu said, I feel that the effect of the last drug seems to have not passed. It's not normal, Zhang Zhengjing said again, looking at you. The last medicine that will work is probably fun, but for you, fun means finding some fun with the opposite sex. I'm sorry, I can't help you, so it's normal that you can't express your emotions. That's not right, Ningdu scratched his head. I obviously found my fun, but I feel it's not enough. You found your fun? Zhang Zhengjing frowned when he heard this. Who did you find fun with? Qi Shui, Ningdu answered. After your spaceship was hit, I was taken away. He recognized me, and then let me touch him. Then what? Zhang Zhengjing asked again. Nothing happened, and then my mental power suddenly came here again, alas. Ningdu sighed. Zhang Zhengjing stared at her. It sounds like you are quite regretful. Indeed, if it hadn't come here suddenly, Ningdu said, I could have enjoyed it for a while longer. Enjoy? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm here and let you not enjoy it. Alas, it's okay. Ningdu was magnanimous. Zhang Zhengjing pulled the corner of his mouth and was about to leave again. But I feel that the effect of this medicine has not worn off yet. Ningdu said again, I feel that I still want to have some fun. If you want to have fun, go find that Qi guy. I don't have time to accompany you. No. Ningdu said, I feel that this can help me relieve it. Zhang Zhengjing turned around and saw Ningdu holding a potted plant in his hand. This is what the god of technology gave me when we went to the abstinence center that day, Ningdu said. It's included in the package at the abstinence center. Zhang Zhengjing remembered that the package he bought that day did seem to include this thing. It was said to be a peach tree. Write a person's name on the vase, and cultivate the potted plant carefully. When the peach blossoms grow out, the cultivator and the person whose name is written will receive the blessing of God and gain true love. You are really fascinated by the drug, Zhang Zhengjing looked at Ningdu. You believe it. Alas, Ningdu sighed. After all, I can't see the person anymore. Find something to rely on and wait for the effect of this drug to wear off, Ningdu said, and wrote the word Qi on the place where the name was written on the vase. Zhang Zhengjing looked at her writing Qi Shui's name, and said, I don't like this person, change him. That won't work, Ningdu just said. Zhang Zhengjing pulled the corner of her mouth, watching Ningdu write the name stroke by stroke, and suddenly took the potted plant from Ningdu's hand with a cold face, and wiped off the name she had just written. What do you mean? Ningdu asked. Zhang Zhengjing didn't answer, took out a knife from her pocket, and carved 3 words on the potted plant, Zhang Zhengjing. Ningdu saw it, and asked, You want me to write your name? Don't be so self-indulgent, Zhang Zhengjing said again. I bought the package for 2 people at this abstinence center, and you were asked to do all the other projects by yourself. I can't just not do anything. Then you have to carve the name of the person you like. It's useless to carve your own name, Ningdu said. I love myself, why do you care? Ningdu, but this is given by the god of technology. He knows you have carved your name on it, so he won't bless you. But didn't you ask for this thing? Zhang Zhengjing smiled. It's still the blessing you want. Ningdu looked at him. What's wrong? After Zhang Zhengjing carved his name on the potted plant, he put it on the table and watered it. Well, Zhang Zhengjing, Ningdu called him, do you like me? Zhang Zhengjing paused while watering. He turned to look at Ningdu again. You seem to have forgotten that the purpose of doing all this is to kill you. I thought you only liked the person whose name you didn't even know what he looked like. Ningdu said, You are indeed more emotional than I thought. Zhang Zhengjing was silent. You might as well stop liking that person. You can't find him again, Ningdu said. Zhang Zhengjing stopped moving. He looked at Ningdu. Who are you to guide me? Ningdu thought carefully. Your psychological mentor? You? Zhang Zhengjing smiled. How can someone who can't figure himself out guide me? Ningdu thought again. I really don't understand myself, but I think I can understand the person you like. What can you understand? You are looking for that person so hard and miss her so much. Does she know? Ningdu said again. She may not even know who you are. When I find her, she will naturally know who I am. What can I do if she knows? Ningdu was puzzled. What if she doesn't like you? You killed so many people, and your behavior should be very bad according to the imperial law. It doesn't matter whether she likes me or not. Zhang Zhengjing said again, I want to find her and protect her. Even if the empire is destroyed, I will do my best to protect her. Ningdu frowned. Why? According to your description, you two have only met a few times and said a few words. What do you know? Zhang Zhengjing looked at Ningdu viciously. She is the best person in the world, the one who deserves me to give everything. Ningdu was puzzled. Isn't there a saying that you can know a person's face, but not his heart? How do you know that she must be a good person after just meeting her a few times? What if she is a criminal, a pervert, a cold-blooded person? What should I do? Shut up. Zhang Zhengjing shouted at Ningdu. What do you know? Have you seen her? Have you had contact with her? How dare you slander her like this? I tell you, she is the best person in the world. No one else. Everything else is nonsense. It's all your malicious speculation. You don't know anything. Shut up. Zhang Zhengjing's last few words were almost yelled at Ningdu, and then Ningdu saw that his eye sockets turned red again. When others are angry, their faces turn red first, but not him. Although his skin is quite white, his eyes and ears always turn red first. This look is strangely good-looking, Ningdu thought. After getting angry with Ningdu, Zhang Zhengjing still seemed to be angry. He didn't say a word to Ningdu, turned around, and left the virtual space. Watching Zhang Zhengjing leave, Ningdu felt that it was time for him to leave too. The course of treatment he gave her was over. It felt a little effective, but not particularly effective. The psychological feeling of loss was still there. It was estimated that Zhang Zhengjing would not be able to find any way to treat her in a short time. Besides, when she was traveling with him in various time and space to find a suitable place to release the drug effect, Ningdu had already noticed where her physical body was. She had been using Zhang Zhengjing's time and spaceship to observe the place. At first, it looked safe, but now, it was becoming more and more dangerous. Now that the matter here is over, it's time for her to go to that place and find her body. Then, Ningdu broke through the virtual space and left. Ningdu opened her eyes. The feeling of the spirit body returning to her original body is completely different from the feeling of being attached to the clone. She felt that she was 100 times more relaxed, and all her energy was back. As soon as she opened her eyes, Ningdu saw the roaring star beast outside the window, and she instantly unfolded her mecha, rushed out of the window, and punched it hard, knocking it to the ground. All the warriors who stayed up all night fighting with the star beast were stunned. Ningdu? Two of the soldiers shouted out. In the 6,235th year of the imperial calendar, this was the most difficult year for the entire empire. This year, the star beasts grew and massacred on a large scale, and a bloody and terrifying nightmare was staged throughout the empire. This year, the empire was wailing everywhere, blood flowed like a river, countless soldiers fell in a pool of blood, and even their bodies were eaten up by the star beasts, and not a single bit was brought back. Countless people were forced to flee. Although Ningdu often slept in the imperial history class, she seemed to have a slight impression of the star beast massacre period that the empire experienced in this era. When she woke up, the troops in her physical body were making the last resistance. This planet has almost completely fallen from a prosperous city to a habitat for star beasts. The dilapidated buildings are covered with vines, and industrial wastewater mixed with the original ecological groundwater becomes a river, nourishing the star beasts to evolve in a more brutal and weird direction. Unit 009 of the 3rd Military District of the Empire is the only army supporting this planet. They do their best to protect the last piece of pure land in the original central business district of the city, and the safety of 6,878 citizens there. But they will soon be unable to resist, because the star beasts around are too powerful and ferocious, and too many soldiers have died in the resistance day after day. Today's battle is a desperate battle of the Nemesis team sent by Unit 009 to resist to the death under the shortage of manpower and supplies. All the members of the Nemesis team are almost certain that they will be annihilated when they set out. But this makes them more courageous to fight the violent star beasts outside. That's why they have persisted until now. But they knew that they could not hold on for much longer. Death was coming soon. But if they could hold on for a little longer, they would buy more time for the troops and citizens in the city center, and rescue supplies might arrive. Hold on, hold on. It seemed that they could not hold on any longer. All the soldiers gritted their teeth and fought desperately with the star beasts, but their vision became increasingly blurred. This battle finally came to an end. Alas, they were going to die. If only there was a miracle. Just when the soldiers were about to fall down, they vaguely saw a white mecha flying out, shining in the sun, and with a knife in hand, several star beasts fell to the ground. It was an illusion of their death. Otherwise, could it be a miracle? All the soldiers gradually opened their eyes. Ningdu killed all the star beasts that were about to invade in the surrounding area, a total of 231. So much so that after she killed them all and arrived at the camp, she ate a lot of the supplies sent by the imperial government as soon as they arrived. No one complained because she ate too much, but they wanted to give her all the supplies. Because without Ningdu, there would be no miracle of all their soldiers surviving today. Ningdu hadn't exercised for too long, and felt a little numb in her hands at the end of the fight. Next time, don't do such intense warm-up exercises. The two female soldiers saw that she wanted to rest after eating, and took the initiative to say that they had prepared a room for her, and would take her there. Ningdu readily agreed. It's not because she really needs guidance, but because these two soldiers are her acquaintances. Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianxin, the woman who she called Aunt and Little Aunt in the previous era and cheated her of a meal and activities. Child, you woke up? We thought you would never wake up again. Jiang Wenjing closed the door of Ningdu's room and said to her again. My spiritual body and physical body separated. Ningdu said. Where did it go? Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianxin asked again. We searched everywhere for your spiritual power, but we couldn't find it. I entered a virtual space inexplicably and answered questions and roleplayed, Ningdu said. Then the owner of the virtual space came and fought with me. His spiritual power was about the same as mine, and we fought evenly. Virtual space? What is that for? How did your spiritual power enter there inexplicably? Jiang Wenjing asked. Zheng Jianxin also asked, your mental power is strong enough. Can anyone be stronger than you? I don't know either. Ningdu replied, the virtual space seems to be created by someone with a similar mental power to mine, saying that he was looking for an acquaintance, and then he thought my mental power was too strong and a threat, so he wanted to kill me. It sounds like a bizarre experience. Jiang Wenjing commented, his mental power is as strong as yours, and he wants to kill you when we meet. It seems like it's destined that you will meet, and then what? Then he found that he couldn't kill me. Ningdu said, and he was ready to find a way to make my mental power disappear. Jiang Wenjing pondered, well, it makes sense. After you left, we found your body, and later found that there was an external signal that seemed to be looking for your body. Just in case, we put your body in a completely safe shielding box. People who want to kill you will definitely not be able to find your physical body. So later, how did he make your mental power disappear? Jiang Wenjing asked. That seems difficult. He said if I didn't commit suicide, he would kill all my relatives and friends. Ningdu said again. Well, Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin commented again. That's a good idea. So what? They asked again. So he took me on a time-space ship and went to my era. Ningdu said, to kill my teacher and my good friend. Time-space ship? Jiang Wenjing frowned. Is it the same as ours? Not quite the same, but it can indeed travel through time and space. Ningdu said. Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin looked at each other. Kid, go on. They said to Ningdu again. So, did he kill your relatives and friends? He did. Ningdu nodded. My teacher, my good friend, the boy I liked, he killed them all. The two listened to Ningdu's calm narration, and then asked Ningdu calmly. So, in other words, you would rather everyone around you die than commit suicide? Yeah. Ningdu nodded. Kid, you are really cold-blooded and heartless. He also commented on me like this, Ningdu said. Later I told him that I seemed to have a lack of emotions in my heart, and he also found out. Then he said he wanted to treat me, cure me, make me have emotions, and stop being cold-blooded, and then find a way to make me commit suicide. So did he cure you? It should be better, Ningdu said. The treatment process was also very difficult. He took me to see a very good psychologist, and gave me all kinds of special medicines. Anyway, he tortured himself badly during the period. In short, hey, when I think about it, I still think he is pretty good. Hey, with this idea, I feel that my lack of emotions should be supplemented a little. Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin looked at each other again. At first, they thought that what Ningdu said was true, but after hearing that someone killed all her teachers, friends, and loved ones, and treated her in the end, Ningdu felt that this person was quite good. She always felt that she was mentally ill. There is such a situation that a person's spirit body will become mentally ill if it is away from the physical body for too long. Ningdu seemed to be in this symptom. I'm not talking nonsense, it's all true. Ningdu said again. Do you still want to say that the person who killed you is the destroyer, who will destroy the empire in the future? Ningdu, you guessed it right. Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin, they said, maybe the destroyer you mentioned is real, and the spaceship is also real. After all, although we invented the spaceship, maybe someone else can invent the same thing by chance. But kid, if all your relatives and friends were really killed, can you still think that the person who killed them is pretty good? So I said I lack emotions. You are an imperial man from an advanced era, and the new. The incubation process should be very complete. Unless you have been kept in the incubator, it is possible that your functions are not fully developed and you lack emotions. Jiang Wenjing said, besides, in that era, all babies in the incubator were incubated and managed by the government. It is impossible for an individual to have this. If you really lack emotions, then all the children in your batch will have problems, and the government will definitely notice it long ago. After listening for so long, Ningdu only said, but I do. We have experienced so many eras, and we have never encountered an acquired lack of emotions like you. Basically, the problems are in the genes. Jiang Wenjing continued, are you sure that your genetic test report from that era is fine? Sure, Ningdu said. Then kid, you did have mental hallucinations. I didn't. Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin looked at her. Ningdu said sincerely, really? Forget it. Jiang Wenjing said again, kid, your spirit has been away from your body for too long, and you may not be able to distinguish between fantasy and reality. Come with us for a few eras, see more things in reality, and slowly, you will be able to recover. Ningdu followed Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin on a journey through time and space. The original purpose of their journey through time and space was to learn the advanced experience and lessons of each time and space, and to improve the core they developed step by step. So every time, they would go to the most brutal battlefields of each era, experience it personally, obtain first-hand information, and exchange experiences with the mecha research masters of this era. So Ningdu could easily experience the profound emotional experience brought by the brutal war by following them. In the past, they didn't want Ningdu to experience this, because every time on the battlefield, watching the comrades they knew, were familiar with, and became close to fall, watching tens of thousands of people displaced and suffering, it was a very painful thing. But this time, in order to let Ningdu distinguish the state of confusion between reality and illusion caused by the separation of mental power and physical body as soon as possible, so Ningdu had to experience this. Watching tens of thousands of people fall under the sharp teeth and claws of star beasts in one era after another, watching the diligent mecha factory workers mutate before they had time to say goodbye to their families, and being shot by their own human compatriots because of attacking humans. One by one, Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianxin were silent and suppressed their emotions. They looked back at Ningdu and saw her frowning and thinking deeply, as if she had some sense of reality. When they returned to their residence, they asked her again, "How do you feel? Are you a little more awake?" "A lot more awake," Ningdu said. "That's great. It's just that I don't understand some things," Ningdu said again. "What? Why do star beasts always emerge from the mecha factory?" Ningdu asked again. "Good question," Jiang Wenjing said. "So? Any other questions?" Jiang Wenjing asked again. "Why did everyone have spiritual power in the past, but only some people have it now?" Ningdu asked again. "Child, why do you think about these questions?" "Curious." Jiang Wenjing was silent. "But these questions have no answers," she said again. Chapter 137. Why? Ningdu asked. "Some people want to take their mental power to a higher level, so others have to pay a price for it." "What price?" "Alas," Jiang Wenjing said, "those who have power and mental power, if they want to improve their mental power, can use other people's mental power as test subjects, do relevant experiments, and find a way to make their mental power improve. That's it." "Ningdu, this experiment sounds difficult to do. Don't forget that technology God is a supercomputer. With it, there may be a way to solve any problem. Since we can travel through time and space, we can actually stop this. It's useless. This is the result of historical development. Even if we stop it 10,000 times, it will still happen in the 10,000th time." Jiang Wenjing shook his head. "Where there are people, power, and hierarchy, there will be deprivation." "What happened to those who were experimented on in the end?" Ningdu asked again. "The better ones, their spiritual power disappeared, and their offspring also lost their spiritual power," Zheng Jianxin said. "The worse ones mutated and became star beasts." "I see," Ningdu sighed. "This kind of experiment costs a lot." "Is it that big?" Jiang Wenjing laughed. "Kid, there is no such easy thing in the world. Spiritual understanding advancement requires miracles. Do you think that depriving some people of their spiritual power and making some spiritualists mutate is a price to pay? Miracles require a price that only gods can pay. For 10,000 years, the imperial people have studied how to advance spiritual power, which has consumed unimaginable computing power and a large amount of calculation success rate. After formulating and implementing the plan, they spent 10,000 years studying how to safely handle the harmful substances removed by the advancement of spiritual power. You know that every step in the middle requires the hard work of generations of a family. The harmful substances that are shed? Ning was puzzled. You can think of it as a silkworm pupa turning into a butterfly, Jiang Wenjing said. If a person's mental power wants to have a qualitative leap in the end, there must be remnants after success. We don't know what the remnants of mental power are, but we know that there are indeed remnants, and these remnants will become the dark matter of our era in a short period of time. The huge energy hidden in these dark matter cannot be used by humans. If they are left there, they will explode sooner or later and hurt humans. Dark matter, I don't understand what it means. You don't need to understand. Humans don't even know why everyone awakens their mental power, let alone the so-called dark matter left after the mental power is advanced. Jiang Wenjing continued, you just need to know that the thing is extremely powerful, and everyone who successfully advances their mental power must shed it. Tens of thousands of dark matter were buried. What do you do with these dark matter in the end? Some of them are used for research, and the rest can only be buried deep underground to avoid explosions. Jiang Wenjing said, last time you said that in the era 1,000 years before your time, all the planets exploded. When we heard this description, it sounded like the dark matter buried deep in the planets exploded. I really didn't expect it. Zheng Jianxin also sighed. Originally, I thought that even if there was dark matter, there would be enough space to bury it, but in the end it was buried in the capital planet, and even the capital planet of that era exploded. Hey, that's not right. Ningdu was puzzled. When I went to that era, it was said that the explosion was caused by a destroyer. The result is reasonable. Jiang Wenjing continued, because although dark matter is a scourge, the Imperials have found a reasonable way to store dark matter inside the planet. You see, the era we are in is actually like this, and this method has long been verified by the god of science and technology and is effective. So did the destroyer activate some mechanism to make the originally stored dark matter explode, so the planet also exploded? Ningdu asked. It is possible that all dark matter is internally connected. Although we don't know the mechanism, if the destroyer ignites the dark matter of a certain planet, The dark matter slowly hidden inside other planets will also explode one after another when it senses the signal, Jiang Wenjing said while thinking. This explosion rhythm is quite consistent with the doomsday you experienced 1,000 years ago in your era. Oh, that's it. Ningdu sighed. So, Jiang Wenjing was about to say something, but suddenly remembered and looked at Ningdu. We took you through so many world disasters and saw so many human tragedies in order to restore your sense of reality. It's really strange. Ah? Ningdu also looked at her. Akin, do you think this child doesn't seem to have any reaction? Jiang Wenjing asked Zheng Jianqin again. Zheng Jianqin, it seems that he has no reaction at all. Strange, is it because his mental power has not yet fully awakened? Jiang Wenjing said, rubbing Ningdu's head. Ningdu, I don't think so. I think it's caused by lack of emotion. Jiang Wenjing thought carefully. Indeed, Ningdu has seen many tragedies on the way with them, but every time they cried, she looked numb. Could it be that she is emotionally deficient as she said? Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin decided to give Ningdu a test. They let Ningdu connect to their special brain-computer interface, brainwash Ningdu into a normal human woman with blood relatives, and then let her live a normal life in a normal imperial society in her fantasy consciousness. Then they will operate the machine to completely destroy Ningdu's normal life. To be precise, it is to make her parents who love her deeply in her consciousness die, and let her friends and lovers die because of her. However you torture people, the more painful the injury, the more it can reflect a person's emotional tension. They just want to see if Ningdu's emotions are not fully developed as she said, and her emotions cannot be used. The heart is covered with something, or a piece is missing. The result is hard to accept. When Jiang Wenjing saw that Ningdu in the test was indifferent to the departure of relatives and friends, she knew that Ningdu must have been right. She is really emotionally deficient. Born in the future empire, the incubation time in the incubator is too long, and there is no contact with the outside world, so the emotional function is not well developed. This is really an event with a very low probability. Jiang Wenjing looked at Ningdu, who had already walked out of the test. I actually let you encounter it. So I have been looking for a solution from the destroyer. Ningdu said. Do you think it works? Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin asked. Ningdu nodded. I still think it works. I care more about humans now. Hearing this, Jiang Wenjing's face was also colorful. Normally, someone would think that this person is pretentious when saying this, but Ningdu said that there is indeed nothing wrong. Before, they took this child to battlefields of different times to experience people's misfortunes. Although she did not show much emotion, she also asked about the truth of why those humans died. At least it proved that she cared about the imperial people. With her concern for the human race as a whole, it proved that she was still human. Perhaps the treatment of the destroyer before worked. In short, this child could be saved. You want to customize a treatment plan for me? Ningdu looked at them. Yes, let's look at the time of our journey. We are almost at the end. The core is almost completed. I think it's not impossible to take some time to solve your problem. That's fine. Ningdu agreed, of course. But we are not philanthropists. There is a reason for helping you. Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin smiled at each other. We are in need of an excellent candidate for core testing. Maybe you can. Ningdu has been helping Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin test the core data, and continue to travel through various time and space with the two. Strange, Zheng Jianqin and Jiang Wenjing couldn't help but sigh as they looked at the data they got while testing. Why is it like this? What's wrong? Originally, this core was fully capable of unleashing its performance when tested on our simulator, but kid, after you tested it, Jiang Wenjing paused, looked at the data results again, and said, the core showed that it only played 20% of its effectiveness. Oh, it seems that this core is not working. But don't blame yourself, it's not your problem. Jiang Wenjing was about to say this, and suddenly understood what Ningdu meant. You are right. My core is made based on the people of the era we have experienced. It seems that as a leader among the new era, you can use the core to develop its extra potential. The core runs 100% on the manufacturing machine, but it can only show 20% on you. You have unlimited potential, kid. Zheng Jianqin came over and said, if you are like this, I will. Jiang Wenjing, you want to compete with her? Zheng Jianqin, I don't dare to compete with her. Jiang Wenjing, She slid down so fast. She said to Ningdu again, in short, kid, you continue to test the core. There is still 80% room for growth. Alas, I am a little tired. Ningdu fell to the ground after hearing this. Jiang Wenjing, then you should rest for a while. Do you need some lemonade? Ningdu said again, yes. Well, what else do you need? Ningdu looked at the necklace on her neck. Jiang Wenjing twitched his lips and said, "Kid, I have even better news than the gold necklace." "What?" "Your emotional deficiency treatment plan is customized for you based on the data of medical scientists in various time and space," Jiang Wenjing said again. "You are not a doctor," Ningdu said. "But we have a professional intelligent robot for diagnosis and treatment of doctors," Jiang Wenjing said. "It absorbs medical data and diagnosis and treatment experience from various eras, and will formulate a plan for you more scientifically than we can." "What plan?" Ningdu asked. "Experience method," Jiang Wenjing said. "You need to go to various time and space to strictly experience the lives of different normal people according to the script. As you experience, your underdeveloped emotional areas will grow well again." "Ningdu, it sounds unreliable." "Whether it is reliable or not, you will know if you try it," Jiang Wenjing said again. "I have prepared a script here, try it." A person cannot step into the same time point repeatedly. Jiang Wenjing chose a time point that Ningdu had never experienced before and arranged a life script for her, including her birth, family background, personality, health status, emotional path, etc. Ningdu needs to follow the character path and character selection in the script to experience the life of a normal person. In order to prevent Ningdu from deviating from the script, she also specially made a small robot to follow her secretly and accompany her. It looked so ugly. Ningdu saw a small mechanical mosquito in the palm of his hand and frowned. "You tasteless guy!" The little mosquito screamed angrily. "It will be yours in the future. If there is anything wrong when you are experiencing life, it will remind you," Jiang Wenjing said again. "But it's a pest," Ningdu said again. "Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death for buzzing?" "You are the pest. Your whole family is pests," the little mosquito protested again. "It usually lives in your ears," Jiang Wenjing said again. "It won't come out unless there is something that needs to be reminded of you. Only when it flaps its wings will there be a mosquito sound." "Really?" Ningdu said worriedly again. "Alas, I'm afraid it will suck my blood." "Pooh, pooh, pooh. Who wants to suck human blood? It's so unpalatable. I want to drink lemonade," the little mosquito said again. "The little mosquito needs your care. You don't need to worry about its excretion, but you have to feed it something." Jiang Wenjing continued to instruct Ningdu. "Feeding it with lemon water is generally enough." "Ningdu, it actually needs to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. It is a combination of biological and mechanical. It has a part of the mechanical body, but inside, it also has a complete digestive system and a beating heart." Ningdu frowned when he heard it. "Then boiled water is not okay." Jiang Wenjing: "No, it must be fed with juice." Ningdu sighed. "Oh, there is another one who loses money." "What?" Little mosquito heard it and yelled again. "I followed Teacher Jiang and Teacher Zheng to eat crayfish and hairy crabs, but I can only drink juice with you. I didn't dislike it, but you dislike it? If you dislike me, don't want me." "That's fine," Ningdu agreed immediately. Little mosquito was speechless for a moment, then cried and flapped her wings to Jiang Wenjing. "Oh, Teacher Jiang, look at her." Jiang Wenjing smiled and patted Ningdu's body heavily. "Child, if you don't want to cooperate with the treatment, we can't help you." Ningdu: Of course she is willing to be treated. So she had no choice but to try a script written by Jiang Wenjing for her, and take little mosquito with her. Ningdu arrived at the era selected by Jiang Wenjing for her, and Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin hesitated again and again. Mainly because this was Ningdu's first time to come into contact with the script, and this script involved mecha combat. After all, Ningdu had to play an ordinary soldier who worked hard to practice mecha operation skills. After thinking again and again, the two of them followed Ningdu to that era. Life in this era was relatively simple. Ningdu was born in an ordinary family, and had a dream of becoming a soldier since childhood. However, due to her lack of strength, she trained hard. However, due to her lack of talent, even though she finally entered the military academy, she would be injured in every military academy competition. Ningdu came to the competition again. Her script was to face the giant in front of her. She fought hard, but was still knocked away. She was quite confused about what this meant. Fighting hard, but still being knocked away. "You should use less force," the little mosquito explained to her. "Use less force." Ningdu was puzzled, and then looked at the star beast rushing over. She felt that she hit it very lightly. But the star beast was knocked away in one go. The little mosquito shouted, "You are too strong. You should use less force, otherwise the script will go astray again." Ningdu was puzzled, but she still tried to use less force. But the star beast in the next game was knocked away again. "Use less force. Your strength is still too great." The little mosquito protested. Ningdu, I have rarely used force. But you still knocked down the star beast. Logically, you should have been knocked away by the star beast. The little mosquito shouted again. But I really can't do it, unless I don't make a move. Ningdu said. If I don't make a move, it won't be in line with the script. Little mosquito shouted again. Yeah. Ningdu nodded. You. Little mosquito was about to cry again. Can't you try to be a little gentler? Ningdu, you're buzzing a little noisy. You? Little mosquito was even more angry and speechless. If you want to be gentler, then I can only do this. In the next game, the star beast came over, and Ningdu had no choice but to lie down. Don't lie down. If you lie down, you will die. Little mosquito shouted anxiously. Ningdu, alas. The next second, Zheng Jianqin appeared on the court at some point, and helped Ningdu block the attack. Then Jiang Wenjing came out. Forget it, it's not easy to be normal at the beginning of the script. Think about it, let's just accompany you for a while. Ningdu nodded, thinking that this was good. Otherwise, she really couldn't handle the script. Mainly, she had to do a lot of things according to the script, which really made her very painful. For example, she had to play a good person and spontaneously donate money to the injured classmates. Ningdu cried for a long time, but couldn't donate. In the end, Jiang Wenjing couldn't bear it, and secretly gave her money, asking her to donate it with pain. For another example, the role she played was very normal, and she only wanted to study hard and make progress every day, but Ningdu was wandering on the street, looking for opportunities to make money. Seeing that she was about to deviate from the character setting of the script and unable to return to the right path, Zheng Jianqin drove a mecha to destroy the dark den where she made money, cleared out the improper people around her, and then rescued Ningdu. At first, they thought that Ningdu was relatively innocent and had little contact with society, so it was easy for some people to lead her astray. Later, they found that Ningdu would repeatedly fall into some illegal and criminal things. After a deeper investigation, they found that the person behind these cases was her. That's not right. Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin surrounded Ningdu and looked at him. Aren't you a famous mecha genius in your era? You have dual talents. We have never seen any genius do these things. No, what are you trying to do? Ningdu thought, I don't think I have violated the law. I am just an honest person who makes money and has never been arrested. TSK, I just want to make some money. Jiang Wenjing asked again, what are your dual talents? Ningdu, one has not been tested, so I don't know. There is another one. It's a crime. At this point, Ningdu sighed, alas, I am really an honest person. They must have tested it wrong. Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin, The case was solved. Chapter 138. Since Ningdu really loves to make trouble, the two of them decided to keep an eye on Ningdu, as he walked through the dungeon whenever they had time. The scripts arranged for Ningdu at a certain time in various time and space came out one after another. In addition to making cores and mechas, the two of them would keep an eye on Ningdu when they had nothing to do. Zheng Jianqin had to help Ningdu not be bullied when she needed to play the role of a weak person, and was unable to do so, and to teach her a lesson with the steel fist of the mecha when she lost her way. Jiang Wenjing mainly observed, recorded and analyzed Ningdu's performance. Then, they discovered one thing, if it weren't for their help, Ningdu would violate her character setting almost every moment in the script. If the script asked her to play the role of a weak person, she could punch her opponent in the head no matter how hard she tried. If the script asked her to spend money, she would want to stuff her wallet into her pants, so that no one could take it out. If the script asked her to be kind and save a person who hid in the mountains because of inferiority, she would set fire to the mountain to lure the person out, not to mention the various underground black markets and black casinos in the empire, where she left her figure. Why can't you do it even once, and even just follow the script? Jiang Wenjing asked Ningdu in confusion. Ningdu scratched his head, because it hurts. Pain? It's especially painful to go against your own will, Ningdu said. Of course, the script is not about you, but if you can endure it, your feelings will be restored, and the effect will be very good. Ningdu, I can't endure it. It's just asking you not to be yourself too much. Can't you pretend a little? Jiang Wenjing asked her again. Ningdu, no, it really hurts me. Pain? Every time I want to stop being myself, I feel very painful. Well, there is also a voice next to me saying that if you want to change, you have to pay a price. Is this normal? Ningdu asked them again. Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin were silent. What kind of script therapy is this? Did you two really help me do it? Ningdu asked again. The two were silent again. The three of them continued their time travel. Jiang Wenjing was busy optimizing the core and making mechas, and Zheng Jianqin would accompany her every time Ningdu wrote a script, of course, to prevent her from going astray and changing her personality in time. Such days are quite dull, making people feel that life will always go on like this. But of course it is not the case. It seems that we can't finish this core. Their time travel is getting closer and closer to Ningdu's era, and Jiang Wenjing sighed. Can't finish it? Isn't the core already made and just being optimized? Ningdu asked again. Oh, it's a mecha, Jiang Wenjing said. I said it wrong. Mecha? Ningdu was even more puzzled. Why are you making a mecha again? Because I found that the core energy has more possibilities in you. I found this, and made the core more compatible with you. Later, I found that the reason why you can't fully exert the core energy efficiency may be that your mecha is not good, so I am making mecha drawings. Jiang Wenjing gave Ningdu the rough mecha plan again. Ningdu, why do I feel that the core and mecha are specially customized for me? Jiang Wenjing smiled and said, yes, in the future, we hope that those who can resist the Empire's disaster can at least be at your level. Then why do you say you can't finish it? Ningdu asked. Our sailing time is limited, Jiang Wenjing said. I thought this time was enough to make the core, but it seems that now we must have a better mecha to cooperate, so there is not enough time to make the mecha. What should we do then? The next stop is the world you once lived in 1,000 years ago. The journey is almost over there. We plan to hand over the mecha blueprints to the mecha engineers there. The outstanding talents among them will definitely help us complete the final production and optimization. Ningdu thought for a while. Is it the original machine? Original machine? Jiang Wenjing said, this name is okay, but it sounds old-fashioned. People from your era call it Unit 0, and we like it more. So the core should also be sent there? Ningdu asked. Yes, after all, without the core, the mecha can't even do basic testing after it is built. Jiang Wenjing apologized again. Kid, so I'm sorry, I promised to give you the core after it is done, but I'm going to break my promise. Oh, it seems that the loss of the core of my era 1,000 years later seems to be unavoidable. Ningdu pondered. Everything in this world is causally related to each other, Jiang Wenjing said. Then why did your time travel come to an end? Ningdu said, I still don't understand. The time machine was invented by you. Can't you travel to any time you want? The time machine is not the cause and effect of this universe, Jiang Wenjing continued to explain to her. We got help from outside the universe. What is that? The god of technology? Isn't it from the energy stone outside the universe? Jiang Wenjing shook his head. It's not it, but we can't say who it is. In short, you can understand it this way. Because we got extra help, we have to pay an extra price. In this world, energy is conserved. What's the price? Ningdu asked. Jiang Wenjing shook her head. In that case, does the destroyer not need to be killed? He also uses a time machine, so it seems he has to pay a price. Ningdu said again. It's possible, but we have confirmed that the source of the time machine he controls is different from ours, so we can't confirm whether he needs to pay a price, but since he has caused damage to the Empire, it is certain that he will bear the corresponding price. Jiang Wenjing said again. Alas. Ningdu sighed. What's wrong? Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin looked at her again. It feels like we won't be able to see each other in the future, Ningdu said. It seems that the script therapy is really effective for you. Zheng Jianqin looked at her. I feel that you care about us. It seems so, Ningdu said. Since you care so much, why don't you do one last thing for us? Jiang Wenjing said. What? Our last stop is 2,000 years from your time. We plan to have a child there. This is what we thought of from the beginning. The future of my time 2,000 years from now? Ningdu said, I am looking forward to it. You can't go there. Only those who will pay for the time machine in the future can go to the future. You have always been a passenger of the time machine. You can travel to the past, but not to the future. Oh, what a pity. We originally planned to give birth to the child in the future, because the technology for hatching children for 2X bodies, like us, will be more mature in the future. However, Jiang Wenjing paused and said, we still think that it would be better if the child could have a relative after birth. So, if possible, after we successfully hatch the child in the incubator, we will send her back to your time. We will arrange all her growth. We only need you, child, as her relative, to give her love. Ningdu listened quietly and asked, can't you give her love? Jiang Wenjing smiled. We need to bear the cost, and may not have time to take care of her. Then don't give birth. It's a pity not to give birth. We have such good genes. Jiang Wenjing said again, just think of it as a gift to your era. Ningdu looked at them. What's wrong? Ningdu was silent. Don't worry, we won't treat you badly. Half of our property will be given to the child. It has been placed in the bank of your era. We have arranged for a lawyer to take care of it. When the child's genes are verified, you can use it after the child reaches adulthood. The other half will be all yours. Jiang Wenjing said again. Zheng Jianqin also nodded. Ningdu still looked at them. Some emotions in his heart slowly rose, but it was still a little hard to explain. Anyway, we will take you back to your era now, and wait for our news. Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin drove the time machine and flew through time. Can't I accompany you to that time 1,000 years ago, and hand over the core and mecha blueprints to the Empire? Ningdu asked. Haven't you experienced the era 1,000 years ago? Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin said, besides, according to the rules of time travel, a person cannot return to the time and space she has already stepped into. So every time you return to your era from other eras, you will return to the point where you left your era or the time point you have not experienced. In other words, your future self cannot meet your past self. What will happen if you meet? Well, with a huge time and space confusion, you may be thrown into different time and space by mistake, and then, you may be damaged by the huge impact. In short, don't do such a thing. The current laws of the universe do not allow two people to stand face to face at the same time. Jiang Wenjing said. Okay. Ningdu was a little depressed. Well, although we can't let you set foot on this time point 1,000 years ago, after all, you have already experienced it, but we can still let you miss that time. Jiang Wenjing said, opening the scene that was happening in the era 1,000 years ago that they were passing by. Ningdu looked at the picture displayed on the air screen and recognized that this was the picture she had experienced, the collapse of countless planets in the Empire 1,000 years ago. Countless planets collapsed, countless people died here, and countless people quietly waited for death. What was she doing at that time? Ningdu calculated that at that time, she should have been testing mechas on a real battlefield. Seeing Ningdu's silent expression, Jiang Wenjing discussed with Zheng Jianqin and said to her, Kid, do you want to take a look at this world from a low altitude? Didn't you say that I can't enter this time and space? A short stay, with the protection of our time machine, it shouldn't be a big problem. Jiang Wenjing gradually landed the time and space spaceship. Just let you take a look, it's a short time, our time and space spaceship can withstand it. In this way, Ningdu sat in the time and space spaceship, silently observing every planet of the empire of this era, and what happened on each planet from a low altitude. Alas, it seems that some mechas on this planet are dying. Zheng Jianqin suddenly found some mechas fighting with star beasts on a planet that looked like a ruin. It looks like the mechas of the imperial government, but not from this era. Jiang Wenjing asked Ningdu again, Kid, is this the mecha of your era doing the mecha test you mentioned 1,000 years ago? Yes. Ningdu nodded. But there are some mechas that look like your government's mechas. Why are they aiming at your test mechas? Jiang Wenjing asked again. Ningdu looked at them and said, they don't look like the mechas we tested. They should be our enemy's mechas, right? No, this type of mecha is definitely the regular combat mecha of the imperial government. It is impossible to use it to test enemy mechas. It is not easy to manufacture this type of mecha. The number is also very small after 1,000 years. Jiang Wenjing frowned. But I was injured by this type of mecha. Ningdu said, it is this type of mecha with red and white light flashing on its chest. Really? Let's take a closer look. Jiang Wenjing said again, but not for too long. Jiang Wenjing continued to lower the altitude of the spaceship, so that they could see the full picture of the mechas on the ground more clearly. No, there is a small mecha being aimed at by it, and its spirit seems to be disturbed. Zheng Jianqin suddenly said. It doesn't seem to be worthwhile to save her, it's a waste of time. Jiang Wenjing said again. But since we're here, then you go down to save her? Zheng Jianqin, I haven't been feeling well recently, and the child is in a worse condition, let the child go. Jiang Wenjing turned to Ningdu. Then, child, are you willing? No. She suddenly changed the subject. What's wrong? Zheng Jianqin asked hurriedly. Jiang Wenjing stared at the small mecha on the ground that was about to be pierced by the mecha flashing red and white light, and said, we must save her, sit tight, especially Ningdu. Ningdu? ? She was puzzled, but still sat tight. Then the next second, she saw Jiang Wenjing driving the spaceship towards the small mecha that was about to be pierced. She was wondering, weren't they going to save the small mecha? Why did they seem to rush directly towards her and knock her away the next second? In the distorted time and space, she saw the face of the person sitting in the cockpit of the small mecha for a moment. It seemed to be herself. Ningdu woke up again in the wilderness. Shortly after waking up, she remembered what happened before she fainted. She was sitting on the spaceship and witnessed herself, who was almost injured when testing the mecha on the real battlefield 1,000 years ago. When the same person in the same time and space meets, time and space will be distorted, and the two people will be forced to separate, or even ejected to different time and space. But she met herself of that era in the spaceship. Perhaps it was because of the effect of the spaceship that she did not suffer too much impact. So the her she saw was directly teleported to 3 days later. And what about her now? Ningdu got up in the deserted place, took 2 steps, and felt that he was fine. He turned on the optical computer, and it was still working normally. It even showed the time of the Empire where he was originally. A phone call came in. "Hello." Ningdu answered. "Is this Ms. Ningdu?" A woman on the other side asked. "Yes. You have a package that has arrived at the Capital Star Space Station. Because it is a confidential shipment, and the volume is large, you need to pick it up in person." "Who sent it?" Ningdu asked. "The other party only left a recording, which has been sent to your optical computer account." The woman at the logistics center on the other side said again. "Okay. Then." The person on the other end hesitated for a moment and asked, "I have another question. I wonder if I can ask you." "No. Actually, I know that there is a genius mecha boy in our empire named Ningdu, and you gave her the same surname, and even her voice sounds a bit similar. Your number is confidential. I can't check it. I just heard that everyone said she was dead, so I'm curious, may I ask you?" "What do you think?" Ningdu interrupted her. The other party was silent for a while. "Okay, sorry to bother you. I wish you a happy life. Goodbye." The other party hung up the phone. Ningdu finally understood that she was shot back to her original era. She opened the voice of the sender sent by the logistics center. "Child, we have successfully hatched the child and sent it to you. Please save it to the address we sent you. Don't worry. We have handed over the child's hatching, breaking the shell, and growing up to others. Even if there is any problem in the process, the hatching shell can keep the child inside until he can take care of himself. So, this is our last trouble for you. We have already gone to the future, and hope that you can find your destination." The voice paused and continued, "Child, we also left you a time and space aircraft necklace. It is the same as the mecha. After unfolding it, you can drive the spacecraft, but you can only fly to the specific time and space specified in the script. Don't forget to follow the script we gave you, and go through the life of other ordinary people. When you have enough life experience, the door of emotion will open again. Finally, you don't have to worry about everything, and you don't have to pay a price. We hope you are happy." The voice ended with this sentence. Ningdu listened to it, feeling heavy in her heart, and rushed to the Capital Star Logistics Center. Because her package was too large, it was placed alone in an open place by the logistics center. As soon as she arrived, Ningdu began to unpack the package layer by layer. As she unpacked, she remembered many things that Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin had said. The future world still exists, perhaps proving that the Empire has not perished, and the destroyers will eventually be defeated. But what about them? Are they alive? Or dead? Just throw a child to her, without even giving her a name. Thinking about these things in her mind, Ningdu finally unpacked the last layer of the package. The moment she saw the baby sleeping in the incubator, she felt a sense of familiarity. And then the world turned, and when she met her future self 1,000 years ago, the earth shook, and everything in front of her began to distort, and the feeling of madness that began to make her feel crazy came again, like a tidal wave. And it was more intense than the previous meeting across the spaceship. So intense. Her mind went blank, and she suddenly came to her senses and understood something. So that's how she got here? So? Ning felt her heart suddenly beat, and she was a little breathless. There was a different kind of strong emotion that was about to break her bones. Then, the world was silent. Chapter 139. When Ningdu opened her eyes again, she saw a metallic white. A beeping sound similar to that of a monitor came from the side. A man came over and sat next to her. "Hey, you're awake." Ningdu felt that this person was very familiar, but she couldn't remember who he was. She turned her head and looked at this person, staring at him. He was wearing a gray-black suit, a goose-yellow tie, and dyed silver hair. He looked pretty good, with a high nose bridge, big eyes, and watery lips. His lips were neither thick nor thin, and the shape was very beautiful and kissable. "Why are you looking at me? Are you stupid?" Zhang Zhengjing stared at Ningdu, looking at her stupid look, puzzled. Ningdu said nothing. She didn't know when a mosquito ran out of her ear. Just when she was about to hit the mosquito subconsciously, she heard the mosquito say, "Woo! Don't hit me! Ningdu! Why don't you speak? The person opposite seems to know you." Ningdu said, "Who are you?" Zhang Zhengjing and the mosquito were stunned at the same time. "You're asking who I am?" They both said the same thing in unison, and the same sentence reached Ningdu's ears. Ningdu was stunned for half a second and shook his head blankly. After being stunned for half a second, Zhang Zhengjing and mosquito said in unison, "You lost your memory?" Ningdu seemed to have lost his memory. Zhang Zhengjing asked him about his affairs for a long time, but she couldn't answer a single one. She didn't remember his virtual space. She didn't remember that she and he had fought here. She didn't remember that he took her to various emotional treatments, and even she didn't remember that he killed so many of her close people. "It's not that I don't remember anything at all." Ningdu looked around in this virtual space, and finally cast his eyes on a flower pot that had grown new buds. "I know this one. It seems that I asked the god of technology for it, saying that I hope to be with my favorite person, and I also wrote my name on it." "Zhang Zhengjing, do you still remember the god of technology?" "Yes." Ningdu walked towards the flower pot. "I remember one thing. It is the center of all the data networks in the entire empire. It is the god who predicts the future of the empire and protects the people of the empire." "What else? Has it ever spoken to you?" Zhang Zhengjing asked again. Ningdu walked to the flower pot, picked up the flower pot, and was about to look at it. When she heard his words, she was confused for half a second and said, "Except for the flower pot, I vaguely remember it. The rest, I don't remember." Then, she picked up the flower pot again and looked at it. There were only 3 words engraved on it. Zhang Wenjing. Ningdu turned around and asked Zhang Zhengjing, "Is your name Zhang Zhengjing?" Zhang Zhengjing was silent. "It seems that it's no wonder that I came to you inexplicably after losing my memory," Ningdu said. "Maybe the god of technology blessed me, so I can be next to my favorite person." Zhang Zhengjing looked at Ningdu. "Do you really remember nothing?" "I don't remember," Ningdu said, while reaching out to touch Zhang Zhengjing's hand, "but I can feel that you must be a very important and favorite person in my life." Zhang Zhengjing pulled his hand away directly. "It's really strange. You left without saying a word, and you became like this when you came back. Before, you came to me as a spirit body, but now your entire body has come. How did you find your physical body?" "I don't know, maybe I missed you, so I came," Ningdu said, and continued to touch Zhang Zhengjing's hand. Zhang Zhengjing jumped up directly, pointing at Ningdu and shouting, "You didn't lose your memory at all, you were just playing with me." "I lost my memory, really." Ningdu also stood up and comforted him. "Don't worry, I'm fine, and I forgot everyone, but I didn't forget you." "You?" Zhang Zhengjing stepped back a few steps, frowned and looked at Ningdu. "Did you do that on purpose?" "Really not, I really forgot," Ningdu said again. "What's your name?" Zhang Zhengjing asked again. "My name is..." Ningdu was about to say her name, but suddenly got stuck. "Oh, right. What's her name?" Zhang Zhengjing took Ningdu to a scientific academy for testing. "It's true that she has lost her memory," the doctor said to the test report. Zhang Zhengjing read the report several times, frowned and stared at Ningdu. "Why do I have this name?" Ningdu looked at his name on the test report. Was it because of a traffic accident or someone hitting his head or some other reason? "Can you tell?" Zhang Zhengjing asked the doctor again. The doctor shook his head. "Her body has not suffered any damage, and there is no sign of impact on her head. It should not be caused by external force." "What is that?" "Maybe she has experienced a huge change. So," the doctor paused, "she has suffered a huge mental shock." Walking out of the hospital, Zhang Zhengjing still had a chip in his hand. This chip was found on Ningdu when she was undergoing a physical examination. He put it into his optical brain and saw rows of scripts. Scripts? He looked through these scripts and frowned. These scripts were clearly marked, saying that they were carefully made to help Ningdu regain his feelings. "What is it?" Zhang Zhengjing took out the chip, thought about it, and took out another thing from his pocket. "Oh, it hurts. It hurts." The little mosquito was pinched by Zhang Zhengjing and pulled out of his pocket, and couldn't help shouting. Zhang Zhengjing looked at the mechanical mosquito that came out of Ningdu's ear and said, "You must know what happened after she left me." "I know, but I can't tell you." "Keep it secret," the mosquito screamed. "Keep it secret?" Zhang Zhengjing smiled and squeezed it tightly. "Then you can wait to die." "Woo, it hurts." "But you can't tell me even if it hurts?" The little mosquito protested with a buzzing sound, and then cried. Zhang Zhengjing just smiled at it, still not telling. "Okay, then you die now." As he said that, he pulled off one of the little mosquito's wings. Woo woo! The little mosquito screamed in pain. Say it or not? Zhang Zhengjing asked it again. The little mosquito gritted its teeth. No. Okay then. After Zhang Zhengjing said that, he pulled off its other wing. Woo woo! The little mosquito screamed in pain. Say it or not? No. Okay. Zhang Zhengjing pulled off another of its legs. No, speak. Zhang Zhengjing pulled off another leg. No, speak. Zhang Zhengjing pulled off another leg. No. The little mosquito was in so much pain that its voice became quiet, but it still didn't speak. So Zhang Zhengjing pulled off another leg. Speak or not? He asked it. This time, the little mosquito didn't even say a word and just shut up. Seeing it so stubborn, Zhang Zhengjing let go. I spare your life first. With a cold face, he put the mosquito back into his pocket. Zhang Zhengjing returned to the ward. Ningdu saw him and said again, You're back, my love. Zhang Zhengjing felt numb and uncomfortable all over. Can you please not talk to me in this tone? I have lost my memory now. You are the person closest to me in this world. There is nothing I can do. Ningdu drank some water and said helplessly. I told you not to use that tone to me. Zhang Zhengjing was a little annoyed. I am just telling the truth. Ningdu looked at him. Who told me that I like you the most in this world? Enough. Zhang Zhengjing shouted. What's wrong with you? Ningdu was puzzled. He turned his back to her and panted. He was angry, and a feeling of discomfort arose in his heart. Yes, he actually felt that he was being manipulated. He was the one who killed people, threatened others, and manipulated others. How could he be embarrassed and at a loss by a person? Why did Ningdu openly show her love to him and disgust him? So he had to act like he was really in pain. This is a passive weakling. He doesn't want to be a weakling. If they don't want to disgust him, then they can compete to see who is more disgusting. So Zhang Zhengjing suddenly turned around and smiled at Ningdu. Oh dear, I'm fine. If you are okay, let's go back. No problem, dear. Ningdu said. Zhang Zhengjing frowned, then was forced to open his brows. Then let's go, dear. Ningdu, okay, dear. Zhang Zhengjing, dear, this way. Ningdu, no problem, dear. Zhang Zhengjing, dear, come this way. Ningdu, okay, dear. Zhang Zhengjing, dear. Ningdu, dear. Zhang Zhengjing, dear. Ningdu, dear. Zhang Zhengjing, dear. Ningdu, dear. Zhang Zhengjing, dear. When he returned to the virtual space, Zhang Zhengjing took a big gulp of water. He said dear until he was thirsty. Dear, what are we going to do in the future? Are you going to help me recover my memory? Ningdu asked again. Zhang Zhengjing pulled the corner of his mouth and said to her coldly, I don't have time to accompany you. I have things to do. What? Ningdu asked again. Zhang Zhengjing thought about it, turned around and smiled at Ningdu. I'm going to destroy the world. Do you want to come with me, dear? Okay. Ningdu agreed. Ningdu took Zhang Zhengjing's time and spaceship and came to a place. It turned out to be the interior of a planet. Inside, you can actually get in. Ningdu was surprised. It took me a lot of time to get in here. Zhang Zhengjing said, but now that the channel has been opened, the rest of the things will be easy. Are you going to start destroying the world? Ningdu asked. Yes. Start from this cave? Yes. I thought you would kill people directly. Ningdu said again. You know, when the Empire developed to this era, a lot of dark matter has accumulated in various places inside the planet. Zhang Zhengjing said, although these dark matter have been temporarily sealed by the rubbish of the imperial government, unfortunately, I have found a way to open them and ignite them. Ignite dark matter, dark matter. I always feel like I have heard it somewhere, but I still don't understand what it means. Ningdu frowned and thought. Zhang Zhengjing smiled. You don't need to understand. Wait for me here. After ignition, the Empire will be destroyed. Really? Dark matter has a chain reaction. No matter which planet they are stored on, as long as one is ignited, the others will sense each other and explode one by one. Then, Zhang Zhengjing didn't finish his words, but went deeper into the entrance of a planet. Ningdu sat at the door waiting for him. After a while, Zhang Zhengjing came out. Ningdu saw that his body was covered with bloodstains from burns. Ningdu was stunned for a moment. Are you in danger? No, it's not easy to ignite dark matter and destroy the entire empire. This little injury is nothing. Zhang Zhengjing said, we can go? Ningdu watched him walk heavily into the spaceship step by step, and then the road he walked on left a long blood stain. Ningdu's heart suddenly felt like it was being pinched. Hey, people over there, what are you doing? Suddenly, several mecha surveillance soldiers in the distance seemed to notice them, and shouted. The moment Zhang Zhengjing saw them, he unfolded the mecha and flew up in the mecha. Then Ningdu saw Zhang Zhengjing's mecha collide with those people, and it seemed that a cluster of light flew out of those mechas and flew into his mecha cabin. Then those mechas fell to the ground instantly, and the people inside seemed to be either dead or unconscious, and they didn't come out again. Zhang Zhengjing jumped out of the mecha cockpit again and put away his black and gold mecha. Ningdu asked, Dear, I always feel like you just sucked them dry. You are very perceptive. Zhang Zhengjing stared at her. This is the new method I learned, how to absorb other people's mental power from them. Do you want to pay a price too? Ningdu said unconsciously. Zhang Zhengjing was stunned for a moment. What did you say? Ningdu, who was confused, suddenly woke up and asked himself, Why did I say that just now? Zhang Zhengjing's face darkened. What price to pay? The price I want to pay is the death of all the people in the empire. All the people in the empire will be buried with me. Ningdu looked at him, and then found that after he finished speaking, he suddenly coughed wildly and spit out blood. What's wrong with you? Ningdu asked him again. Zhang Zhengjing wiped the blood from his mouth. It's okay, I just robbed someone else's mental power, and I have a little rejection reaction. But if they voluntarily gave me mental power, I wouldn't have so many reactions. Otherwise, you give me your mental power, dear? Ningdu, okay. Zhang Zhengjing looked at her. After watching for dozens of seconds, he laughed. How do I know whether you are willing or unwilling? If you are unwilling in your emotions, and I absorb your mental power is so strong that it will kill me by rejection. Ha, you want me to die, right? Ningdu thought. Indeed, although I promised you, because you are the one I love the most, but mental power is my life-saving thing. If I really want to give it to you, I may still be unwilling in my bones. Ha, Zhang Zhengjing sneered, and said, We should go back and come again next time. This time, it is not considered that the dark matter has been ignited? Ningdu asked again. Do you think dark matter is a ball of cotton that can be ignited at a touch? Zhang Zhengjing said, Of course, it has to be done many times. I have to come a few more times and light it a few more times before it can be completely ignited. Ningdu was following him, and was also walking into the spaceship. Hearing this, she stopped. But I don't want you to come a few more times. What's wrong? Zhang Zhengjing turned around and asked her bored. You are seriously injured now. Ningdu said, You are covered in wounds. You have absorbed other people's spiritual power. You are coughing up blood. You went to the interior of the planet, and your whole body is dripping with blood. Now you look like your lips have no color. So what? It's just a minor injury. Really? Don't dawdle, otherwise, you will stay here alone. Once again, Zhang Zhengjing brought Ningdu to the entrance of the passage that led to the underground interior of the planet in the previous era. Ningdu watched him go in. After a while, he came out again. Ningdu saw him covered in wounds. The wound was even more horrible than the last time, and the abdomen was even burned so that the internal organs could be vaguely seen. Zhang Zhengjing covered the wound and walked out slowly step by step. Ningdu frowned. It feels like you are dying. He smiled. You won't die, go back and find a robot doctor to treat you. Don't do it again. Ningdu said. I won't do it, of course you Imperial people won't let me do it. It's your empire that is destroyed, of course you are not happy. Zhang Zhengjing spoke excitedly, and the blood on his body began to flow out rapidly. Ningdu looked at his wound and pursed his lips. Then she said, You are also an Imperial person. I am not. Zhang Zhengjing interrupted her immediately. I am not you. Don't compare us with you. If you are not an Imperial, then what are you? Ningdu asked. It's none of your business. Zhang Zhengjing said coldly, and then dragged his almost falling apart body into the spaceship. Your stomach is broken this time. What if there is a next time, and you die in there? Ningdu asked behind him. Zhang Zhengjing only said, It's because my mental power is not strong enough. I will absorb a few more people's mental power to strengthen it. It won't be like this next time. But it will be like this next time. Because Zhang Zhengjing absorbed the mental power of others, he would have a serious rejection reaction and vomit blood constantly. Before he recovered from vomiting blood, he said that the time had come again, and he had to go to the underground entrance of that planet again to ignite the dark matter. Ningdu went with him, and this time, he saw him crawling out. His stomach, which had finally recovered a little, broke again. The blood all over his body seemed to flow down uncontrollably. His legs were also broken. His neck was stiff because the artery above was broken. He kept using mental power to support himself and didn't die. Ningdu stared at him blankly. When he crawled past Ningdu, he saw the way Ningdu looked at him and shouted at her, "What are you looking at? I can't die. I'm sorry to disappoint you." He really can't die for the time being. He can drag his body onto the spaceship and even return to his virtual space. Ningdu went back and said to him, who was lying on the bed and being treated desperately by the treatment robot, "Can you not go? Don't go. I know you can't bear to see your empire destroyed." Zhang Zhengjing sneered. "I'm afraid you die." Ningdu whispered again. "Afraid of me dying? Ha, you wish I'd die." Zhang Zhengjing just said. "So when he gets better, he go again." This time, Ningdu tried his best to stop him. But Zhang Zhengjing was determined to go. He said to Ningdu, "Didn't you say you couldn't bear to see me get hurt? Well, if you stop me again, I kill myself to show you." Ningdu was still trying to stop him, but when he heard him say that, his hand loosened unconsciously. Zhang Zhengjing laughed mockingly. "Let go. It seems you still want me to go. You wish I would die there." After that, he drove the spaceship away quickly. Ningdu waited for news alone in the virtual space. She just sat quietly in the silvery white boundless space, waiting quietly. I don't know how long she waited. The entrance to the virtual space opened, and a person slowly crawled in. It was Zhang Wengjing. He came back. His stomach was still broken, his body was covered with blood, his ribs were pierced, his legs were almost burned, and there was a bowl-sized scar on his forehead. He covered his bleeding neck, and crawled on the ground step by step with difficulty. "Robot, come and heal me." His eyes were injured, and he could not see. He could only crawl aimlessly, and then weakly called the robot. Ningdu looked at Zhang Zhengjing lying on the bed. Although Zhang Zhengjing could not see, he could still feel that Ningdu was beside him. "Why? Are you happy to see me like this? Do you want to kill me now? I destroyed the empire where you grew up. I killed everyone, including your teacher, your friends, and the people you love. Do you want me to die immediately?" He smiled again. "Ningdu, I don't think so. Besides, I don't remember what you said. I really lost my memory." "You lost your memory? How could you, a cold-blooded person with a strong mental power, lose your memory? No one can hurt you except me, and how could you, a cold-blooded person, lose your memory because of a mental blow? What a joke, what a joke." Zhang Zhengjing said loudly, "Ningdu, you are kidding me. You have been kidding me. You have been laughing at me the whole time." "I didn't, I really lost my memory," Ningdu said seriously. "I don't remember anything. I only remember that potted plant. I only know that one of the people I love the most must be you. I just want you to live well, I just want seeing you happy." "Oh, the reason is very reasonable." Zhang Zhengjing continued. "If you really want me to be happy, you shouldn't always stop me from igniting dark matter. Every time you use these reasons to stop me, do you think I don't know what you mean? You just don't want me to destroy the empire, but I tell you, I'm just one more time away, and I can ignite dark matter, and then all of you in the empire will die. No, I really just don't want you to get hurt. Every time you get hurt I feel bad," Ningdu whispered. Zhang Zhengjing continued to sneer. "You feel bad? How can you feel bad? You even watched me kill your close people, and you were indifferent. How could you feel bad when you see me get hurt? Ningdu, you are just joking, a joke." "I didn't," Ningdu whispered. "I don't know if you have. Tell me, where did you go after you left me last time? Did you go to find a way to deal with me? Did you pretend to have amnesia after you came back to gain my trust, and then kill me when I was not prepared, right, Ningdu?" After Zhang Zhengjing finished speaking, she quietly waited for Ningdu to answer. Ningdu did not answer. "Answer me, Ningdu." Zhang Zhengjing asked her again. Ningdu still did not speak. "Return to me." Zhang Zhengjing urged her again. The air was still quiet and silent. "Why don't you speak? Did I guess it? Do you think I have said it all, so you don't know what to say? Isn't it?" Zhang Zhengjing shouted. He couldn't see, so he could only use the only hand he could move to feel her. He touched Ningdu's face at once. Her face was wet. There were tears on her face. Zhang Zhengjing paused. He was stunned. Would such a cold-blooded person like her cry? Chapter 140. I have to go again tomorrow. Zhang Zhengjing's body has recovered a lot, and his eyes can see again. Knowing that Ningdu has always opposed him to go, he expressed his thoughts to her very seriously. Ningdu certainly would not agree. "You may die if you go. But I must die for the empire," Zhang Zhengjing said again. "Why? I want everyone to be buried with me," Zhang Zhengjing said, "except that person." Is it the person you keep looking for in this virtual space? Ningdu asked. Yes. Who is it? I don't know. I don't know how you find her. Ningdu asked again. Zhang Zhengjing. In fact, it is not to create a personality model of an acquaintance. This virtual space has saved and analyzed her in my memory. Although those memories have been dispersed, and I cannot reproduce them, the space here remembers her. So, I will bring the personality information of all people in the Empire here, generate virtual people, and let them take the test given by the virtual space. Just your role-playing and question-and-answer questions? Then see which of these personalities best matches the characteristics of the person in the memory of this virtual space? Ningdu continued to ask. Yes. Zhang Zhengjing said, there are many questions in this space. If there is a personality that can get full marks, then the person corresponding to that personality is the person I am looking for. Every time you answer a question in this virtual space, you will say that you hope the answerer's answer is a standard answer that a normal person can answer. It seems that the person you are looking for is an ordinary person. She can't be ordinary, said Zhang Zhengjing. Those so-called standard answer hints are just interference. Really? Then why did I look at the answer record here? It seems that I have answered questions here before, and the answer did not follow the expected direction of the standard answer, and this space directly alarmed that I was an intruder. Zhang Zhengjing. Because you were an intruder at that time. Ningdu thought, really? I don't remember, but I did not follow the standard answer when answering questions these 2 days, and it didn't alarm. Zhang Zhengjing looked at her. You answered questions again? Ningdu nodded. Yeah, it's boring to be alone. You have so many questions, but fortunately I'm almost done answering them. You don't have to answer, Zhang Zhengjing said again. Answering is useless. It feels like your virtual space has been operating for a long time, Ningdu said. I saw the data, that you tested the personality data of many people in different time and space, and you haven't found that person yet. And the data of people in time and space. I haven't fed it yet. For example, I haven't fed the data of people from the time you lived 1,000 years ago to the time you were born. Ningdu, this workload is really huge, but think about it. You can travel through time and space, but you are not sure when you will see that person. Checking all people in time and space, oh, it makes me tired just thinking about it. If you can remember a little clue about that person, it will definitely save a lot of effort. Hearing this, Zhang Zhengjing hugged his head painfully. I can't remember, I have lived too long and experienced too many things, but I am sure that the memory is still in my mind, but I put it in a very remote corner. If someone can mention something about me and her, just mention a little, even a scene where I met her, I will definitely remember it. Unfortunately, I can't remember it at all, not at all, I really can't remember it at all. Even her appearance, her voice, are all fuzzy. Damn, why can't I remember it at all? Why? As he spoke, Zhang Zhengjing began to hit his head in pain. Then don't light the dark matter yet. Get the personality information of the people of that era first, and then do the test. What if that person belongs to that era? Ningdu said again. I have already got the personality information of everyone in that era, and I've checked 9 out of 10 people, Zhang Zhengjing said. It will be finished soon, so it won't delay me from lighting the dark matter. But what if you light the dark matter, and the first planet to collapse is the person you were looking for? Ningdu asked. No, I've checked. She is definitely not one of those who collapsed first. What if she is? No, I must ignite the dark matter. But, you said so much because you don't want me to ignite the dark matter and destroy the Empire, Zhang Zhengjing said to Ningdu again, but no matter what, I will be destroyed, and no one can stop me. Ningdu, I said, I've always been worried about you. If you really worry about me, you should let me go. If the Empire is not destroyed, I will die with my eyes open. Zhang Zhengjing raised his voice again. Ningdu certainly didn't understand. Why do you have to destroy the Empire? Why do you have to? Because the Empire has ruined my life, it has ruined me, and I want to destroy it too. How did it ruin you? How did it ruin me? Zhang Zhengjing smiled coldly. I have been trapped by others since I was a child, and have been ridiculed by others. I have never been able to raise my head in this world, and I have always been abused. When I grew up, they wanted me to be a scapegoat. How did the Empire ruin me? What about your parents? Ningdu asked again. Parents? That's a good question. All my family members were killed. Did you know that? Is it revenge? Vengeance? Zhang Zhengjing laughed again when she heard the word. If it was just a simple revenge, then I wouldn't hate the entire Empire, right? I tell you, my entire family was wrongly killed. Killed by everyone in the Empire. We originally had a peaceful life, but those people in the Empire hated our peace. They slandered us and spread rumors about us, causing all of us to be hunted down by the Empire and beaten to death amid the cheers of the Empire's mob. What do you think? Do you think the Empire has ruined me? Has it not ruined me? So serious? Ningdu was puzzled. This is the report about my family back then. Zhang Zhengjing directly sent Ningdu the news about his family back then on the optical brain and asked Ningdu to read it himself. Take a look for yourself. Ningdu forgot her optical brain password because of amnesia. The one she is using now is the optical brain given to her by Zhang Zhengjing. She used this light brain to open the news from Zhang Zhengjing's era. It was the news of the Empire more than 20,000 years ago from her era. Zhang Zhengjing said news about a man named Mingshui people. Seeing the 3 words Mingshui people, Ningdu suddenly remembered something. If you don't believe this report is true, I can take you back to my era to see it. Zhang Zhengjing saw Ningdu frowning and said again. No, I believe it. Ningdu just said. Believe me so quickly? Zhang Zhengjing questioned. Of course, Ningdu said, although I lost my memory, most of what I lost were subjective memories related to me. I remember many objective events that were not very relevant to me, such as what the Empire is, what the time machine is, and the Mingshui people incident. I was influenced by it. It seems that I have seen this incident in a report of a certain era. So what did you see? Ningdu thought about it and answered. The Mingshui people seem to be mistakenly believed to have some private transactions with the star beasts and help the star beasts reproduce. Later, the Empire captured the Mingshui people and found that they had mutated. They killed them and imprisoned their descendants. They were despised by people. Is that right? Yes. Zhang Zhengjing smiled. But I remember that it was thousands of years later. I forgot when. I saw that people in the news had already discovered that they had made a mistake at the time. The Mingshui people were polluted and alienated in order to prevent the star beasts from reproducing. From the beginning to the end, they only suppressed the star beasts and protected humans. Yes. Zhang Zhengjing continued to laugh. But people 1,000 years later have realized their mistakes, Ningdu said. I don't know if you have seen it. They rehabilitated the Mingshui people and built a monument for them to let everyone know their deeds. I heard that the descendants of the Mingshui people were finally treated well. I want to correct you on one point, Zhang Zhengjing said. The Empire 1,000 years later did not treat the descendants of the Mingshui people well. No. Ningdu opened his eyes wide. Because the Mingshui people have no descendants for a long time, Zhang Zhengjing laughed and said, do you think those empires that killed the Mingshui people back then would let them have descendants? I am just a child of a mutated Mingshui person who survived that year. My peers and I were imprisoned, had our freedom restricted, and were cursed. Even if we were finally released into society, we were still despised and bullied by all kinds of people in society. Do you think we will really have descendants? That's true, Ningdu said. So, is that why you're taking revenge? Of course, otherwise, my mother, father, and 4 grandparents were all pierced by the Empire's knives right under my nose. My brothers and sisters were sent to work on remote planets. Some starved to death, some were beaten to death, some committed suicide because they couldn't stand the bullying of others, and I was young and just started studying, and later I was almost killed by people's various means. Saving these people, isn't it worth my revenge? Ningdu was silent for a while, and said, I still remember that the newspaper that vindicated you said that the Empire has realized its mistakes, prays for you every year, and built a monument for you, saying that it can let your soul rest in peace. So what? Zhang Zhengjing asked Ningdu with a smile. They killed my family, my neighbors, and everyone I knew on Mingshui's star. They are fine. They realized their mistakes after thousands of years, and then they apologized to the dead. They built a broken stone monument to let those who have nothing to do with us thousands of years later know that we were killed by. If they were wronged, should we forgive them? Zhang Zhengjing continued loudly. We are the wronged souls who died tragically with a monument photo in history. Future generations can learn from our lessons and better control their own lives. But what about us? We were wronged to death. My life was so tragic. My relatives died. Who will compensate? Can a stone tablet in the future offset the tragic life that each of us has experienced? Why? Every time I wander in the future, I see those people bring up our Mingshui people, use them as examples, and say with a smile that they can't do such things in the future. I feel pain, but my pain is irrelevant to those people. Why should I say what they say in their textbooks, that our souls can rest in peace? Ningdu, I have never rested for a moment, no. The entire empire destroyed my life, and used my life as an example to enrich their lives. Then what am I? The people of Mingshui's star are not examples living in your history textbooks. We are living people who died tragically. At this point, Zhang Zhengjing almost screamed. Ningdu looked at him quietly. So I want to take revenge on the Empire. I want the entire Empire to apologize to me. Zhang Zhengjing said, I am so lucky. I survived more than 20,000 years ago. I have a special talent for mental power, and I accidentally got the method of making a time machine. Ningdu, it is fate that is helping me. It is destiny that is pushing me to take revenge. I must destroy the Empire, definitely. After that, Zhang Zhengjing left. He left the virtual space. When I saw Zhang Zhengjing again, he was burned with scars all over his body, and new wounds were attached to the old wounds that had not yet healed. He was hurt a lot, and looked extremely weak. He walked into the virtual space, stumbled, and almost fell. Holding the silver-white wall of the virtual space, he walked in with a grin on his face, weak and happy. Ningdu, I succeeded. I ignited it. I found the right method. Zhang Zhengjing staggered towards her bit by bit. I have successfully ignited dark matter in an era. You are the world of that era 1,000 years ago. It must perish now. But this is just practice, because the dark matter is not sufficient this time. After the dark matter caused the planet to explode, the planet still has energy aggregation. The people there can regenerate, and besides, there is that damn technology god to help. Those people escape, but my method is mature. Next, I will ignite all the dark matter of your era. I will succeed. In other eras, slaughtering the Empire will only revive the Empire, but next time, in your era, the Empire can really be completely destroyed. The planet will not be destroyed and reborn. No one will be alive. Definitely not. Ningdu looked at him silently. Zhang Zhengjing came over with great difficulty. The robot pushed a bed over. He lay on it, and a tube was inserted into his body. The life detector started working again. This time Zhang Zhengjing's condition was very bad. All the life instruments in the virtual space worked together to rescue him for a full 7 days before his vital signs stabilized. When Zhang Zhengjing opened his eyes, another 7 days had passed. Ningdu waited until he opened his eyes. How long has it been? Zhang Zhengjing opened his eyes and saw Ningdu at first sight and asked her. Half a month. Ningdu answered. Okay. He slowly sat up with the help of the robot. The personality information of the people in your era has also begun to be tested in my virtual space. In 2 days, I will be almost well, and I can go to ignite the dark matter of your era. Your body is almost at its limit. Ningdu said, I said, if you continue like this, you will die? Zhang Zhengjing didn't speak, and drank the hot soup calmly. Ningdu looked at him. You go. After a while, he said to Ningdu again. Ningdu, no, I can't watch you die. You don't want to watch your empire die. Zhang Zhengjing gritted his teeth and said fiercely, no one will understand my pain, my resentment, and my feelings, and I don't need anyone to understand. I just want them to pay the price, pay the price. He put a heavy pressure on the last 4 words. No, Ningdu shook his head. I have lost my memory for so long. You are the only person I love. I will not watch the person I love die. The person you love, ha, Zhang Zhengjing sneered. Don't pretend. Ningdu, you are not from my era. How can you empathize with us Mingshui people? You said this just under the banner of love. You want me to stop? No. Ningdu denied. Don't dream, Zhang Zhengjing said again. There was no dark matter before, and I tried many methods, but none of them could destroy the empire. But now, the dark matter of your era, igniting it is absolutely enough to destroy the empire. No one can stop me from seizing this opportunity. No one can. But I really don't want you to continue, because I'm worried about your death. Don't lie, Ningdu. Zhang Zhengjing said to her, I said, you haven't experienced it. You won't understand what I endured at that time. You won't understand why I want to destroy the empire. You don't have to stop me for the empire. Really not, Ningdu said. I want to say, maybe. I can really empathize with you. Oh. I feel like there is a part in my memory that is related to the people of Mingshui. I seem to have traveled to your time once, and I seem to have come into contact with the people of Mingshui. Zhang Zhengjing laughed after hearing this. Ningdu, your jokes are really lame. Really not? I often dream recently, and dream of some fragments. I can't remember the details of those fragments, only the general outline. Every time I think of those dreams, I feel that something uncomfortable is coming up from deep in my heart. I am really in pain. I vaguely feel that these dreams include fragments related to the people of Mingshui. Ningdu said again. Is that so? Our cold and ruthless super-strong psychic has a different strong emotion after losing his memory. Zhang Zhengjing said this in a sarcastic tone. It's true. I vaguely remember that it was a script that made me change. Now I often feel that some emotions in my heart seem to be about to be expressed. It's very real. Many emotions are floating in my mind. Alas, It's hard to describe the feeling. Anyway, Ningdu said, all my obstructions to you are due to my worry about you and my fear of losing you. Moreover, I really feel from the bottom of my heart that I can empathize with the people of Mingshui. I have experienced the scene you described. Really? Zhang Zhengjing looked at her again and said, in that case, wait until you regain your memory and tell me what happened between you and the people of Mingshui, and then we will talk. After that, he turned his back to Ningdu. The little mosquito who had been forced to lie in his ear finally spoke. In fact, the chip you took, that script, if you let her complete it, not only can her emotional function be restored, but also her memory, for sure, because the script has the function of brain repair. Why should I let her restore her memory? Zhang Zhengjing replied to the little mosquito with consciousness. Let her remember that I am the destroyer in her heart, and then fight with me. Haha, what good will that do me? The little mosquito? But don't you like her? If you like her, you shouldn't. When did I say I like her? She is my biggest enemy in this world. I wish she would die. That? Ningdu suddenly spoke again, interrupting the communication between Zhang Zhengjing and the little mosquito. I still want to fight for it in the end. When Zhang Zhengjing heard it, he turned his head and said coldly, you don't have to say it, Empire, I must. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt Ningdu holding his hand. Zhang Zhengjing paused. Then Ningdu continued, didn't the doctor also say that my memory will never be restored? I don't want to cure my amnesia. Anyway, you are the one I love the most, and we will live together in the future. A person cannot step into the era he has experienced. You cannot step into the era where your family was killed, nor can you go there to kill your enemies, but I can. I will help you kill those people and avenge you. Then we can live together in the future, eat good food, watch movies, pick up some bottles on the street and sell them, and live a happy life. How about that? Ningdu said again. Zhang Zhengjing smiled. You can't go back. Your time machine can't go there. Huh? Zhang Zhengjing was silent. He had already checked the time machine Ningdu brought. It could only go back to her own era and several fixed eras in the script chip she brought. It couldn't go back to other eras. I've told you that you can't go back, and you don't have to help me get revenge. I will destroy this empire myself. Ningdu, but if you destroy it, we will never have a good life. Don't you want us to have a good meal together every day, go out to make some money, and then watch movies, climb mountains, and play free games? Life is very comfortable. If you destroy the empire, aren't you actually destroying your own life? Zhang Zhengjing turned around, sat up and stared at Ningdu. I say again, I don't need that kind of life. The empire is destroyed, which makes me happier than anything else. Then what about the best person in the world that you have always wanted to find? What if the empire is destroyed and you don't find her? Ningdu asked again. Zhang Zhengjing, I will find her. I will definitely find her before the empire is destroyed. Even if you find her, she will watch her empire being destroyed. Will she be happy? Maybe she was living a very comfortable life, but you destroyed everything for her. I have a virtual space here, which can simulate everything she wants. I can make her feel that her relatives are around her, and she has friends. She can eat whatever she wants every day, watch movies, climb mountains, and play free games. She will have all the good days, and she will not feel disappointed. Oh, it seems that you also know that watching movies, climbing mountains, and playing free games are good days. Ningdu said. Shut up. Ningdu said calmly. Zhang Zhengjing, I want to live such a good life with you. I told you to shut up. I like you, really like you. Get out. Get out. Get out. Zhang Zhengjing started to scream. This time, he directly drove Ningdu out of the virtual space. Chapter 141. But even though he was kicked out, Ningdu still called him. Zhang Zhengjing, what I said is true. After I lost my memory, the only thing I knew was that you were one of the people I loved. Now that I can't recover my memory, you are the only person I love in my life. I really want to live a good life with you. I said, you just don't want the empire to be destroyed. Don't be hypocritical. I feel sorry for you. Ningdu said again. You're not. You're just lying to me. I really am. I have memories of the Mingshui people. I can empathize with the sufferings you Mingshui people have experienced. Oh, then tell me, what memories do you have about the Mingshui people? I can't remember clearly. Wait for me to find a memory recovery agency. I try it. I always feel that I'm about to remember this part of the memory. Maybe with electrical stimulation, I remember it immediately. Then think about it. Ningdu, don't contact me again, and we will never meet again. I have nothing to do with you, and you can't stop me from destroying the empire. After saying that, Zhang Zhengjing hung up the phone angrily. During the days when Ningdu was away, Zhang Zhengjing planned how to ignite dark matter in his last time in Ningdu. The rest of the time, he ate, slept, and took care of his body. The key to taking care of your body is sleeping, but Zhang Zhengjing always couldn't sleep well. In his dreams, he often dreamed that he and Ningdu were eating in a restaurant together, and then watched a bad movie. He complained about the plot of the movie, and she sighed that she thought the ticket price was a waste. In the end, the two decided to go pick up bottles together to make back the money they lost. Every time he came to this point, Zhang Zhengjing would wake up and gasp. Damn it! Damn it! She's gone! Why is she still torturing him in his dreams? Why? After being angry, he calmed down and stared at the ceiling blankly. The day when he would ignite the dark matter was getting closer and closer. When the Empire explodes, that guy. She must die. Her mental strength is so strong. If she really wants him to die one day, she can fight him, and he might be killed by her. No, that guy is the biggest hidden danger in the entire Empire in his heart. She must die. She must not be saved. She must not be saved. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Zhang Zhengjing was thinking, and suddenly, the light brain rang again. It was Ningdu calling again. She called him crazily some time ago, and he rejected all of them. Then she never contacted him again. Didn't she feel tired and didn't want to contact him? What's the point of calling him now? Oh, she felt that the Empire was really going to be destroyed. She was scared, and came to persuade him again? Zhang Zhengjing answered the phone with contempt. What's wrong? You finally answered the phone, Ningdu said from the other end of the noise. Have you been resting well recently? If you are here to care about my health, then there is no need. I thought about it, and I really shouldn't disturb your rest, Ningdu said again. When I contacted you some time ago, I always felt that your voice was very weak. I was too busy to contact you during this period, but I heard that your voice was much more energetic. Oh, you are busy? What are you busy with? How can you persuade me not to destroy the Empire? Zhang Zhengjing smiled contemptuously again. No, I went to recover my memory, Ningdu said. Didn't I tell you that I have the memory of Mingshui people, the kind that is about to come out, but I just can't remember it. I used my time and spaceship to fly to my era, and secretly found several experts to look at it. Oh, it took a long time anyway. In short, although my memory is not completely restored, at least, I have recovered the part about Mingshui people. Oh, so? I just want to tell you my memories of the Mingshui people. I want you to believe me. I really understand the suffering of the Mingshui people. Oh, why should I believe you? Zhang Zhengjing sneered again. This matter is subjective to you. I haven't seen what happened between you and the Mingshui people. You can make up a few things and pretend that they are your real experiences, but why should I believe you? After I tell you my experience, I can go to the corresponding era and find someone to send you the video of my experience with the Mingshui people. In short, I will not only be able to tell you my experience with the Mingshui people, but also the exact time. When the time comes, we will find a way to know whether I have had that experience at that time. It sounds troublesome. Sorry, I'm not in the mood to do that. I tell you about the experience of the Mingshui people first. Ningdu said. Zhang Zhengjing, I told you, I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense and the Mingshui people. It was at the boarding platform for the spaceship. I was going somewhere, and I was waiting for the spaceship. I saw a junior high school student on the platform, caught by the police. He seemed to be going to see the god of technology or something, but the police didn't let him go. At first, 2 women came up to persuade the police not to be too rude to him, but when they heard that he was from Mingshui, they backed off. I can make up 10 stories like yours in one go. Zhang Zhengjing commented. But soon, the spaceship came. Ningdu said again. Are you going to say that the spaceship came? The junior high school student wanted to get on the spaceship, but the police didn't let him, and then you saved the beauty? Zhang Zhengjing continued to sneer. No, Ningdu replied. I mean, as soon as the spaceship came over, many star beasts flew out to attack the people on the platform, and then you saved the beauty? No, then, I saw a soldier clinging to the door of the spaceship. Ningdu finished speaking, and found that Zhang Zhengjing did not respond to her. So she continued. The soldier said that the door of the spaceship was broken and needed someone outside to sense it before it could be closed. If he didn't cling to the door, the huge star beast inside would come out and eat everyone. Zhang Zhengjing whispered again at this time. Yes, and then you saved the beauty again. Then those policemen attached the junior high school student to the door of the spaceship, tied him to the door with super glue, and asked him to replace the soldier and guard the door. Ningdu said. The soldier asked before that it was a conscienceless performance to let a child replace him, but later he heard that he was from Mingshui and felt that it didn't matter. You are? Make up a story. No, I later saw that boy clinging to the door, so I thought about replacing him. The superglue of your era more than 20,000 years ago was very weak, so I cut it open in one go. Then the junior high school student returned to the platform, and I stood on the door for him. Ningdu said, I still remember that I told that junior high school student which direction to escape, and then I left. Later, it seemed that many people who escaped to the platform gate died. Oh, by the way, that boy seemed to know me, and called me his deskmate. Beep beep beep. Ningdu hadn't finished speaking when he found that Zhang Zhengjing on the other side had hung up the phone. Zhang Zhengjing didn't know what happened. At first, he listened to Ningdu's dream and wanted to know what she was going to make up next, but later, he didn't know why, he felt numbness in his hands and feet, and his brain was like it was filled with blood. An inexplicable feeling almost swallowed him up. He didn't know what happened, but he could easily imagine the scene Ningdu said in his mind. A boy wanted to ask for help from the god of technology, but as soon as he saw the god of technology pressed the alarm button and let him be caught by the police. He finally escaped to the platform, but was eventually caught by the police, and then the police insulted him loudly with words. The boy didn't understand why the god of technology treated him like that, and why he had to be monitored since he was a child, and didn't even have the freedom to go anywhere. Two ants tried to dissuade the police for him, but when they heard that he was from Mingshui, they stopped talking. Then all the people waiting for the spaceship on the platform retreated in disgust when they heard that he was from Mingshui, and then whispered about him. At this time, indeed, a spaceship arrived at the platform, but then, the star beasts flying out of the spaceship began to injure people on a large scale. A soldier said that one person must stand on it to hold the door, to prevent the star beasts inside from coming out to harm people. No one wanted to replace the soldier. The soldier said that if he couldn't think of a solution, he would jump off the spaceship, release the star beast, and kill people at will. At this time, the police actually pushed him up, pressed him roughly against the door, and trapped him with glue and ropes, so that he could stick to the door of the spaceship to replace the soldier and guard the man-eating star beast. Originally, this inhumane scene was despised by the soldier, but when the soldier heard that he was from Mingshui, he didn't care. The boy was completely desperate at that time, as if he was about to be swallowed by the vast ocean. His parents, his neighbors, and everyone on his planet were good people, but no one knew it. They didn't know, they only despised him, only monitored him, and only insulted him with the most vicious language. They didn't take him at all. Of course, when danger came, his fellow human beings treated him as a tool and sacrificed him to the star beast to protect their safety. No one came to save him. No one thought that he was also a person who should be saved. Except that person. The girl suddenly used a knife to rescue him from the door of the spaceship, let him return to the platform, and she herself clung to the door. He stared at her blankly at that time. She also looked around and told him not to escape through the main door, but to escape along the platform track. That time, he stared at the girl blankly, watching the spaceship take off again, watching the girl go away from him. This was the first time that someone saved him. Even told him the correct escape route, and in the end, he became the last survivor of that platform escape except for the two women. Zhang Zhengjing repeatedly observed the girl in his dreams. The only person in his life who treated him as a human being, the only person who saved him, and the only person who was good to him. That was the last deskmate he saw briefly on campus. He missed her appearance and her name all the time, and he missed her and remembered her in his heart. He finally remembered. After a long dream, Zhang Zhengjing suddenly woke up. He remembered. The person he had been looking for, the one who had been hidden in his heart for too long, and he even thought he had forgotten. She looked like Ningdu, made the same voice as Ningdu, and even her name was Ningdu. Ningdu? Zhang Zhengjing thought of something and quickly looked at the questions that Ningdu had answered when she was bored in a virtual space. There were tens of thousands of questions in total, and she only answered the last one. And all the other questions were given full marks in the virtual space. Zhang Zhengjing trembled all over and dialed Ningdu's phone again. Hello? Ningdu's voice came from the other side again. Where are you? Zhang Zhengjing asked with a trembling voice. Oh, I found that you always can't rest well when I am around you. I'm going out for a walk. Don't worry, I won't come back to disturb you again. Ningdu said again. I have a question for you. Zhang Zhengjing said again. What's the question? Ningdu scratched his head. Why do you feel like you are shaking? Are you not feeling well again? If there is only one candy left in the world, and you and a child both want it, would you give it to the child or keep it for yourself? Zhang Zhengjing asked with a trembling voice. Ah? Ningdu was stunned for a moment. This question is so strange. It looks like a question in a virtual space. Answer me. Zhang Zhengjing said again. Why do I feel that you are shaking more and more? Ningdu asked. Answer me. Zhang Zhengjing shouted again. I beg you, answer me. Oh, okay, Ningdu thought for a moment. If there is only one candy left in the world, well, that candy must be very valuable. If I own that candy, I can hold an exhibition for people to visit. I guess it will make a lot of money. When I make enough money, I will study its ingredients and then develop more candies. Well, I will definitely make a lot of money. What about the child? Zhang Zhengjing asked again. I will definitely not give it to you. The child will cry if you do that. Cry? What's wrong with that? Ningdu was puzzled. Zhang Zhengjing didn't say anything and turned to look at the scoring device in the virtual space. The scoring device was spinning for a while, and then it scored Ningdu's answer just now. Full marks. So far, all the questions Ningdu answered in the virtual space have been rated full marks. The virtual space spoke again. Congratulations, Master. We found the person you are looking for. At this moment, Zhang Zhengjing was stunned for a long time. On the other end of the phone, Ningdu called hello several times, and seeing no response, he said again, Zhang Zhengjing, what's wrong with you? Why don't you speak? Is the signal bad? If you want to say that, I will hang up first. Ningdu. Zhang Zhengjing came back to his senses and immediately said, Where are you? Ningdu. What's wrong? Where are you? Send me the address. Zhang Zhengjing hurriedly said, I want to see you. I want to see you. Chapter 142. Oh, so you mean, the person you've been looking for is me? Returning to the virtual space, Ningdu asked. Zhang Zhengjing looked at her carefully and nodded. Yes. Well, why don't I remember that boy was you? Oh, by the way, his face was bruised and his voice was hoarse, so he really couldn't recognize him, and Ningdu also looked at him carefully. You've grown much taller than then. Zhang Zhengjing listened to this, and clenched his hands tightly. He stared at Ningdu intently. What should we do then? Ningdu supported himself on the chair with both hands again, leaned his upper body towards him, as if his face was about to touch his face, and she asked him seriously again, but we have different ideas now. You want to destroy the empire, but I don't want you to destroy it. I want to eat good food with you, watch movies, play free games, and pick up bottles to sell for money. What should I do? Zhang Zhengjing still stared at Ningdu blankly. Well, although you said before that you would bring the person you have been looking for into this virtual space, and then brainwash her, so that she would feel that her life has not changed, and she can continue her previous life, but Ningdu thought for a while, and said, I can't be fooled by this virtual space, what should I do? I think the empire is destroyed, and everything is not fun anymore, what should I do? Ningdu asked Zhang Zhengjing again. Zhang Zhengjing looked at her, not knowing how to answer. Alas, Ningdu sighed again, when he saw that he didn't answer. Anyway, I won't agree with you to destroy the empire. My memory is hard to recover. You are the only person I love in my memory. I can't watch you die. Ningdu. Ningdu stood up again. If you insist on igniting the dark matter, next Tuesday, I will definitely go with you and stop you. I can't let you sacrifice your life in vain to destroy an empire. She said again. Next Tuesday will come soon. Ningdu woke up early, took a shower in the virtual space, put on clean clothes, and then waited for Zhang Zhengjing at the gate of the virtual space. Zhang Zhengjing also changed his clothes. Although it was still a suit, this time it was a light gray suit. Why do you always dress so formally? Ningdu asked. In our era, this dress was the highest courtesy to meet people. In fact, I always felt that I might meet the person I have been looking for inadvertently. I was afraid that she would have a bad impression of me at that time, so Zhang Zhengjing couldn't say anything. What's wrong with your hair? Ningdu asked again. Silver dyed it? My hair has become like this since my spiritual power started to grow wildly. Zhang Zhengjing looked at her. You are amazing. Your spiritual power is so strong, and your hair is still so black and shiny. Ningdu, indeed. Zhang Zhengjing looked at her. Don't you like it? If you don't like it, I can dye it back. I like it very much, that is, Ningdu thought. You are going to ignite dark matter. It's not convenient to wear it like this. Why don't you change it? Zhang Zhengjing paused and took something out of his pocket. What is it? Ningdu asked. Ningdu, Zhang Zhengjing handed her the ticket in his hand. Are you going to watch a movie? I spent a long time choosing yesterday. Ningdu looked at the movie ticket in his hand and nodded. Okay, but Zhang Zhengjing stared at her nervously. Change your clothes. I'm a little tired of seeing suits all the time, Ningdu said. I still like to see you in that black uniform. After saying this, Ningdu was stunned. Black uniform. This didn't exist in her memory at all. Why did she suddenly say this? Zhang Zhengjing was also stunned for a moment, and then her expression softened again. I don't have a black uniform. Can I wear a black shirt? Okay. Ningdu nodded. So on Tuesday, the two went to the movies first. Zhang Zhengjing bought the movie because he saw good reviews on Star Online, but when he arrived at the cinema, he found that he couldn't understand what the characters in the movie said. He looked at Ningdu. Ningdu stared at the plot inside. She was watching it. Just thinking about this, a couple came to them and hoped that they would close their legs. They wanted to go out. Excuse me, please make way. The couple spoke. Zhang Zhengjing made way, but Ningdu didn't react at all. Ningdu? He pulled Ningdu's arm, and Ningdu woke up as if from a dream, startled, reacted for a few seconds, and then made way. You? Fell asleep? Zhang Zhengjing didn't understand her reaction. Oh, I was distracted. Ningdu said. Why did those two leave? Did the movie end? Then why don't we go eat? Zhang Zhengjing. Ningdu's era empire is now snowing in winter. It's the annual Science and Technology Festival again. Walking with Zhang Zhengjing on the commercial street of Capital Star, looking at the snow flying all over the sky, the various performances on the commercial street, and the people laughing and shopping, Ningdu still sighed. In fact, it is still a lot less lively than before. Zhang Zhengjing asked, Before? Yes, didn't we come to this street before? It's quite close to Wanfeng. We had dinner together at that time. Ningdu said unconsciously. Zhang Zhengjing listened and looked at her silently. Didn't we go to dinner at that time? You forgot. Ningdu looked at him again and said, Oh, by the way, it's snowing now. You must be cold in a shirt. You wore a black jacket at that time. I remember. Why don't you go to the aircraft to get one? Zhang Zhengjing thought about it and said calmly, It's okay. Anyway, we have to eat. After dinner, I will call the aircraft to me, so I won't be cold. Okay, let's go to eat. Ningdu said, Let's choose that restaurant, Lucky Star Restaurant. Ningdu took Zhang Zhengjing to Lucky Star Restaurant. As soon as they entered the door, they started to choose the set meal. Ningdu looked at the menu and said, Last time we chose the Science and Technology Festival dinner, and we also gave away drinks. Do you remember? Those 2 cups were very delicious. Do you remember what they were called? Zhang Zhengjing looked at Ningdu and was speechless for a moment. It's called Starberry Thomas and Puxingzayan or something. Ningdu recalled. It's Dongwang Starberry Special Mixed Thomas and Lin Hexing Puxingza Special Mixed Milk Liangyan. Last year, the lady also dined here during the Science and Technology Festival and applied for a membership card. This year, she can use the points to pay part of the amount. The robot waiter came forward and arranged the tableware for them. Oh, you remember me? Ningdu suddenly realized. Yes. The waiter nodded. But he paid last time. Shouldn't he be the one who gets the membership in the end? Ningdu pointed at Zhang Zhengjing. Zhang Zhengjing looked at the robot waiter with a sullen face. The robot waiter was silent for half a second, then smiled and said, Madam, although this gentleman paid last time, they asked us to apply for a membership card in your name afterwards, and accumulated the points in your name. Oh, that's fine. You two can also tell me what you want to eat. We are still promoting the Science and Technology Festival set meal this time. The robot waiter continued. Ningdu nodded. Well, I'm watching. Alas, this time we can't order a meal for 2 people for 4 people. She said to Zhang Zhengjing again. Zhang Zhengjing was silent for a long time and nodded. After eating and drinking, Zhang Zhengjing went out with Ningdu. His spaceship stopped in a corner not far away. Going back now? He asked Ningdu. Last time during the Science and Technology Festival, we went shopping after dinner. Although it's not as lively as last year, I want to go shopping too. How about you put on your black jacket and go shopping again? Zhang Zhengjing was silent again. Then he said, Ningdu, I didn't wear that jacket when I came out with you today, and I didn't bring any extra jackets. Let's go buy one now. Oh, okay. Ningdu nodded. Coming out of the clothing store, Ningdu looked at the snowflakes falling all over the sky and the crowds on the street. But this year is indeed not as lively as last year. There are also fewer activities held by tourists on the street. Alas, I played the mecha throwing game last year. That merchant cheated, and I reported him in the end, and I made a lot of money. It was you who helped me with this matter. Ningdu sighed again. Zhang Zhengjing hummed. Actually, I thought about it. You didn't need to buy one just now. Shouldn't you still have your Special Investigation Committee uniform on your aircraft? You can just wear that. It's also quite warm, right? Ningdu said again. But you just said that you don't have any more coats. Didn't you wear that uniform to work today? What's wrong? Did something happen to your Special Investigation Committee or the 5 major families today? You can't wear it? Ningdu asked again. Zhang Zhengjing thought again and stuttered a little. Our Special Investigation Committee today is a little. A little what? Ningdu stretched his head over and looked at Zhang Zhengjing's lowered face. A little urgent? Zhang Zhengjing whispered. Ha ha ha. Ningdu laughed. You? He looked at Ningdu again. Alas. Actually, I'm not confused anymore, Ningdu said. Just now, there were some moments when my memory suddenly came out, and I really wanted to recognize you wrongly, but now I know clearly that you are Zhang Zhengjing, and have nothing to do with the person in my memory. Zhang Zhengjing lowered his head, and listened silently. But the few times you pretended just now were really interesting, Ningdu said again. Zhang Zhengjing, why don't you apply to be a comedian? I think you seem to have talent, and can make a lot of money. Zhang Zhengjing still lowered his head and said nothing. Why don't you talk? Ningdu asked. I'm serious. I've been watching Star Network these 2 days, and that comedian really makes money. I'm not him, Zhang Zhengjing said in a low voice. I can't be him, and maybe the person you like in your heart is not me. But I don't feel like I like the person in the memory that suddenly appeared just now, Ningdu said. I just suddenly had such an impression. But you have no impression of me at all. But I do like you. Just based on the name on the potted plant? Yes, Ningdu said. Zhang Zhengjing's face darkened. No, you are so beautiful and so gentle in front of me. You have lived for so many years, and saved so much money, and you can spend it for me. Why shouldn't I like you? Unless I am sick, Ningdu said again. That's because of the appearance. Yes, Ningdu said, otherwise why should I like you? You? Zhang Zhengjing looked at her. As long as you keep doing this, I will like you very much. Ningdu patted his butt. Don't think too much. Zhang Zhengjing blushed instantly after being patted on the butt by Ningdu. You guy. One mouth. Ningdu put his mouth closer again. I saw people in the movie just now kissing like this. Let's do it too. You? Zhang Zhengjing quickly pushed Ningdu's mouth back with his hand. You pervert. Zhang Zhengjing, I heard that there was a good movie in $45.99, which is free to watch. Let's go and see it. Okay. There is a game activity in 2300, which is free to play. Okay. There is a tourist attraction that has just opened in 773, and it is also free. Okay. I heard that the bottles in 9234 are very valuable. Let's pick some up. Okay. Ningdu and Zhang Zhengjing spent the next few days eating, drinking, and having fun. They didn't think about anything else, just thinking about how to have fun every day. Zhang Zhengjing had a time machine, so they could go to any era they wanted to go to, any era they had never been to experience the fun of that era. Ningdu took the water gun he had played with, looked at the amount of foam liquid left in it, and sighed. What's wrong? Zhang Zhengjing took out the drinks he bought when he went out to play, poked the straw and handed it to Ningdu. As a result, Ningdu blew bubbles all over his face. What are you doing? You sprayed me to death before, and now it's starting again. Zhang Zhengjing shouted. I heard that the bubble liquid in here will expire tomorrow. Alas, if we can't use it, it will be a loss. Ningdu said. Then use it on yourself. How many times have you used it on me? I can't help it. Who told me to love you so much? Ningdu started to shoot bubbles at Zhang Zhengjing again. Then I love you too. Zhang Zhengjing was not to be outdone, and went over to grab the gun from Ningdu's hand. You should use it, I love you more. Then I give it to you, I love you more. Neither of them was willing to let go, and the guns were in a mess. Ningdu shot bubbles at Zhang Zhengjing, and then Zhang Zhengjing shot. Zhang Zhengjing found that she seemed to be unable to snatch Ningdu, so she simply rubbed the bubbles on her body on Ningdu. Ningdu saw that this was also okay, and took advantage of the chaos to touch Zhang Zhengjing's abdominal muscles. When they were fighting, suddenly, the electronic clock in the virtual space told the time. Zhang Zhengjing immediately turned on the newly bought holographic light and shadow projection, which was the time of a drama that they were both following. Hurry up. Ningdu urged. Zhang Zhengjing quickly brought the popcorn that won today and the bucket that he added for fear that it was not enough. The two of them nestled on the sofa they bought, watching the show and eating popcorn. The plot of the TV series was exciting and funny. The two of them laughed while sharing the plot, and they stayed like this until late at night. Ningdu fell asleep. Zhang Zhengjing carried her to the bed in the room to rest, and went to the bathroom to wash up. In the bathroom, he rubbed the foam of the cleaning liquid with his hands, and recalled every bit of today. He suddenly couldn't help it. He closed the door of the bathroom alone, and sat on the ground. The little mosquito crawled out of his ear, used the wings that Zhang Zhengjing gave him that were too flexible, tried to stabilize his body, and flew in front of him. You are in so much pain, why not let her go? Zhang Zhengjing lowered his head, and didn't say a word. Ningdu is also very sad. The little mosquito said again. Zhang Zhengjing listened and clenched his hands. He knew Ningdu was sad. The last Science God Festival, she had that kind of memory suddenly appear, but the symptoms of mistaking people were not accidental. She often fell into that state. In an instant, she seemed to remember many things, but if you really ask her, it seems that she can't remember anything. Every night, he can hear Ningdu screaming in nightmares. She is confused and scared. It seems that something has been awakened in her memory, but it seems that nothing has been awakened. Occasionally, there will be crying sounds at night. Ningdu is tortured by the lost memories. Those memories may not be really lost, but she has suffered some kind of mental shock. In an instant, all the memories were washed into a corner. Those memories are also eager to come out, and perhaps they are tormenting Ningdu in a leaking mode. The script chip you took from her can not only help her restore her emotions, but also restore her memories. Little Mosquito said to Zhang Zhengjing again, I told you that in fact, it is not only her memories that torture her, but also her emotions. Those emotions that have always been blocked, but are gradually leaking are also torturing her nerves. Why not give her a quick death? Little Mosquito asked Zhang Zhengjing again, let her finish the script in the chip, and directly restore her memories and emotions. Then she won't be in pain. I know. His eyes were slightly red, and he lowered his voice, and said harshly, and then continued to bury his head. How could he not know that if Ningdu got back her memory and restored her emotional perception, she would get better? But what about him? He had just arrived at the holy lake of his dreams, and he had just begun to experience happy days with Ningdu. They went out together every day, ate together, had fun together, talked and laughed together, and shared their feelings. The little happy things in life, that was the happiness and joy of a normal person that he had never enjoyed for so many years since he was born. Why did he just live a good life, and this good life was going to disappear? Why aren't you sleeping yet? Suddenly, the bathroom door next to Zhang Zhengjing was opened, and Ningdu stood at the door with sleepy eyes, looking at Zhang Zhengjing. Zhang Zhengjing took a deep breath, stood up, and said, Oh, I just watched a movie casually for a while, and I found it very good and fascinated. Oh, then you should go to bed early, Ningdu said, and hugged Zhang Zhengjing again. Zhang Zhengjing also hugged her. You don't have to consider that I want to recover my memory, Ningdu suddenly said, although those things that may or may not come out may be a little annoying sometimes, I am generally fine. I find that I am still very happy without my memory. Look, you are good-looking and rich. We can own a big house in the time and place we like. We don't have to go out to work, and can live well by living on interest. My God, what a good life. In addition to eating, drinking and playing, it's eating, drinking and playing. The person I like is still by my side. This life is so beautiful. Why should I recover my memory? Ningdu asked, what if there are bad things in the memory? Then I will lose? Zhang Zhengjing was silent. Okay, go to sleep. Ningdu went to pat his butt again. Ningdu Zhang Zhengjing held back his tears, gritted his teeth, and grabbed her restless hand. Chapter 143. The days passed like this. Zhang Zhengjing and Ningdu had fun every day, going here and there, and experienced almost all the fun things that people on the Star Network sighed about. The days seemed to be like the end of the world. Zhang Zhengjing looked at the sunset quietly, thinking so. Ningdu was lying on a recliner beside him. Ningdu, the sunset is so beautiful, Zhang Zhengjing said unconsciously. Ningdu did not answer. Zhang Zhengjing turned his head and looked at Ningdu. She fell asleep. He stared at her sleeping face quietly. Her face was illuminated by the fiery red sunset, pale. Zhang Zhengjing gradually understood something. He was stunned for a few seconds, and then quickly got up. Ningdu! He picked up Ningdu, called the spaceship, and rushed up. She is in a very bad condition, the doctor said to Zhang Zhengjing in the hospital. She has a fever. Why? Zhang Zhengjing asked. The doctor was silent for a long time. You should know the reason. The so-called physical factors are just superficial. I have checked many times. For a psychic of her level, many things can be healed. Forcibly suppressing them will not have good results. Zhang Zhengjing listened. He found many doctors, and this one is the one with the highest level of treatment in this time and space, combining human status with psychological and mental factors. You really need to think about it carefully. The doctor said again. What am I thinking about? Zhang Zhengjing sneered. I must find a way to treat her. Our days have just begun. I will not let it end. I will definitely find a way to treat her. Her mental power is quite strong. If mental power wants to repair memory, it is not something you can suppress. The doctor said in a deep voice. I am also strong. I am on par with her. Zhang Zhengjing said, I will find a way, Ningdu. I must cure Ningdu. Zhang Zhengjing boarded the spaceship again angrily and began to travel to various time and space to find a treatment method. Every time she identified a doctor, she would take the depressed Ningdu there, treat him for a few days, and Ningdu would get better. Then, they would go back and be together like normal lovers, shopping, playing games, traveling to beautiful places in the world, leaving countless images together, and then, Ningdu would be sick again. Strong mental power will also promote the recovery of memory. Those memories are like knives. Every time they appear a little bit, they will cut Ningdu's heart a little bit. Looking at the most beautiful rainbow waterfall in the world, all tourists are full of praise, or intoxicated or excited to cry, only she will squat silently, enduring the past experiences that come back in her mind. They are all fragments, she can't understand them, but it seems that there are emotions about to come out. The feeling of confusion and pain makes her feel fearful. Ningdu also felt that she couldn't bear it. Zhang Zhengjing took her to see a doctor again. It was the same result. The psychological factors caused actual physical damage. After the body was healed, the doctor would start to treat her, and then she seemed to be well. But when she was involved in daily life with Zhang Zhengjing again, the feeling of darkness would come again on good days. Ningdu would squat down with her head in her hands, endure, and then watch her eyes burst into tears. But she clearly felt that she didn't need to look for memories. I have a satisfying life, people I love, and I don't have to worry about anything. Why should I remember those memories? Why should I feel the emotions brought to me by those memories? I don't need anything. I think my life is really good now. Ningdu looked at Zhang Zhengjing with tears on her face. But why am I still crying, Zhang Zhengjing? Why? Zhang Zhengjing looked at her quietly, and then hugged her. I will definitely find a way to cure you. After going to many hospitals, they always cured some symptoms, and then, there would be new and more serious conditions. Finally, Zhang Zhengjing took Ningdu back to the hospital, where he first saw the doctor and found the doctor. The doctor looked at Ningdu's various physical data and sighed deeply. What do you mean? Zhang Zhengjing asked him coldly. I told you that she won't have an easy time. Her body and her subconscious will not allow her to completely forget the past. Her strong mental power will do her best to repair the defects in her brain. So, although we knew that her congenital receptors were underdeveloped, she can slowly recover the feelings that ordinary people could not recover. So, the doctor said, if you want to save her and prevent her from becoming like this, there is only one way, that is to restore her memory and let her find the feeling she has been pursuing and never experienced. That's your incompetence. Zhang Zhengjing hadn't taken out the black gold gun for a long time. This time, he pointed it at the doctor again. You must cure her. You must cure her. Otherwise, I will kill your whole family and burn down your entire hospital. The doctor looked quite calm. Of course you can do this, but I can also tell you. She paused, and then said calmly, even if you kill me, I can't save her. My medical skills have reached their limit. Zhang Zhengjing was about to shoot after hearing this, but the little mosquito ran out of his ear and said, what the doctor said is true. Ningdu's mental power is so strong that even you can't suppress it from repairing her memory. What can those doctors do? Give the chip to Ningdu, and let her follow the script. Her memory and emotions will come back, and she will never be like this again. But if that's the case, what should I do? Zhang Zhengjing screamed like crazy again. Should I let her recover her memory and emotions? Let her know that I am the murderer who killed her teacher, classmate, friend and lover? Let her know that I am the destroyer that she must eradicate in her eyes? Or should I let her just say that she identified me as her favorite person because of the name on a potted plant, but in fact, the name was written by me, and she wanted to write someone else? My life with her has just begun. If she knows everything, what should I do? What should I do? Little Mosquito listened and fell silent. I will definitely find a way to have both, said Zhang Zhengjing. Ning will no longer be tortured like this, and she won't have to remember anything. We will still be like now, happy and live a normal life. Little Mosquito, but you have almost seen all the doctors in all time and space. This Dr. Zhang is the best. If even she says that she can't be cured, then who said that I have seen all the doctors in all time and space? My time machine currently only goes to the time of Ningdu, and has not been to the future. In the future, medicine will continue to develop, and there must be a way to treat her. Zhang Zhengjing said, and walked out of the hospital to summon the time machine. But can't you go to the future? Can't your time machine only go to the time of Ningdu? Little Mosquito asked again hurriedly. Who said I can't go? If you don't try, how do you know that I can't go? Zhang Zhengjing said again. Little Mosquito was stunned when he heard it. That won't work. Your time machine does not allow you to go to the farther future. You force a breakthrough. What if? If you are afraid, just get out. Zhang Zhengjing was driving the spaceship, staring at the front like crazy. I must go to this future. Zhang Zhengjing gave the Little Mosquito a choice, letting it go down to accompany Ningdu. But after thinking about it, the Little Mosquito finally decided to follow Zhang Zhengjing first. After all, as an intelligent mechanical creature, it can save his life by saying no at a critical moment. In the final analysis, it certainly doesn't want to save Zhang Zhengjing, a bad guy, but if he really dies, Ningdu can't find him when she wakes up. She is already in a bad state. What if there is another mistake? It promised Teacher Jiang and Teacher Zheng a long time ago that it would follow Ningdu and take care of her in this life. So although it thinks Ningdu is also abominable, it can't break its promise to Teacher Jiang and Teacher Zheng. So it mustered up its courage and continued to follow Zhang Zhengjing, watching him like a madman, speeding the spaceship to the maximum speed and rushing towards the front of the spacetime axis. The scenery outside the porthole of the spacecraft is blurred into a gray mass, and it is not clear. The spacecraft it is in is shaking violently, and it is about to fall apart. The Little Mosquito was originally in Zhang Zhengjing's ear, but it was thrown out. It could only grab a small hook on the spacecraft to save its life. Zhang Zhengjing, don't struggle. The future that the time machine cannot reach, it will definitely not reach, really. The Little Mosquito shouted. Shut up. Zhang Zhengjing's eyes were fixed on the road ahead, and he said fiercely. His spacecraft has arrived in the era of Ningdu, and is surpassing the era of Ningdu. The light outside the window changed from gray to stronger and stronger. The entire spacecraft was shaking more and more violently with the ultra-high-speed voyage. It was about to fall apart just now, and now it was almost disintegrated. The Little Mosquito felt a strong impact squeezing it. It realized that Zhang Zhengjing was hitting the end of the Ningdu era. The bad feeling became heavier and heavier. It shouted loudly, Zhang Zhengjing, stop! Stop! Hurry up! Zhang Zhengjing said nothing, staring at the front, and increased the speed of the spacecraft again. When they were almost at the border of the Ningdu era, something different finally appeared outside the window of the spacecraft cockpit. It was no longer gray, and dazzling starlight began to appear on the time-space axis, and then a huge, glass-like reflective object appeared in front of him. That was the barrier that prevented Zhang Zhengjing from moving forward. Zhang Zhengjing, stop! It's a barrier. It's a time-space barrier. You can't get through it. You can't get through it. The Little Mosquito shouted loudly. Zhang Zhengjing said nothing, and drove the spacecraft to the extreme speed. Then, the Little Mosquito watched the spacecraft crash into the barrier. In an instant, the Little Mosquito heard the sound of electricity and fainted. When they woke up again, they didn't know which planet they landed on. It lay in the grass, and Zhang Zhengjing, who was next to it, also lay in the grass. He had many wounds on his body, bleeding. The spaceship beside was deformed by the collision and fell on the grass. Little Mosquito hurried over to check Zhang Zhengjing's injuries, and found that he was awake. I told you that you can't travel to a future farther than Ningdu's time. Why don't you listen? Little Mosquito was so angry that he cursed. Zhang Zhengjing said nothing and slowly sat up. He glanced at the spaceship beside him, then quickly got up and sat on it again. Hey, where are you going? Little Mosquito hurriedly entered the spaceship and said, Are you going back? However, the spaceship suddenly started, re-entered the space-time axis at super high speed, and then rushed towards the future again. Little Mosquito was stunned, and then screamed, Why do you still want to go to the future? I told you that you can't go. And you are covered in injuries. What if you die? Zhang Zhengjing turned a deaf ear to Zia Wenzi's words, and continued to increase his speed, rushing towards the future. Once again, he saw the transparent reflective glass barrier blocking his way to the future. Once again, he used all his mental strength to rush towards the barrier. Once again, the spaceship crashed. This time, they were hit on the desert, and the spaceship deformed a little. This time, Zhang Zhengjing collapsed in the sand, with blood in his mouth. There were more wounds on his body. He seemed to have had an injury in his abdomen, and this time he bled a lot. "You can't go on," Zaya Wenzi shouted at him. But he still turned a deaf ear, and then stumbled and stood up again. His eyes were also bleeding. Zhang Zhengjing wiped the blood from his eyes, and then stepped on the spaceship again. Once again rushing towards the future. Bang! This time, he and the spaceship fell to the edge of a lake. Zhang Zhengjing was not thrown out of the spaceship, but the deformed steel plate of the spaceship crushed one of his legs. "You really can't go on." The little mosquito saw that he was almost bloody, and cried out in fear. Zhang Zhengjing ignored it, and the spaceship was still able to start and rush towards the future again. This time, the spaceship crashed into the concrete ground of the city. Passers-by looked at this strange spaceship that suddenly descended and watched from a distance. The police set up a cordon around the spaceship, and next to the cordon was Zhang Zhengjing, who was bloody. "Zhang Zhengjing, don't do this again, woo-woo," the little mosquito cried. Zhang Zhengjing's eyes were almost blurred by blood, and he didn't know where he came to, but he still saw the spaceship. He wanted to stand up and walk into the spaceship, but found that he couldn't stand up. His legs seemed to have no feeling at all, and he could only crawl on the ground, slowly, step by step, crawling towards his spaceship. He didn't know how long it took before he entered the spaceship. He pressed the button to close the cabin with difficulty, and then tried to pull the lever to start the spaceship. This time, he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull the lever down. No, it wasn't the lever's problem, it was him. He was exhausted. His arms were weak, and no matter how many times he pulled the lever, it didn't move. He didn't know whether it was sweat or blood that was flowing down his forehead. He just tensed every nerve in his body that could be tensed, and used all his life strength to pull the lever that he could put down with a light pull. He didn't know how many times he tried, and the last time, he pulled hard again. The lever didn't seem to move, but the spaceship moved. The spaceship finally left the planet automatically, and went to the timeline. But this time, the spaceship didn't rush into the future. It carried him, and Zaya Wenzi back to his virtual space. Ningdu was waiting for them there. Chapter 144. Zhang Zhengjing had a long dream. In the dream, he and Ningdu got married. They came to the Temple of Technology with the blessings of everyone, exchanged rings under the witness of everyone, and then fireworks were set off around them. Everyone was singing blessing songs, and he and Ningdu kissed in the singing. Then they moved into a sunny house. They were at home every day, cooking together, snuggling together to watch holographic movies after eating, and then sleeping when they were tired. When they woke up, they played Ningdu's favorite game together, took a walk in the garden, and they also went to the city to see the latest mecha exhibition that he and Ningdu both liked. Accompany her to pick up bottles in the city like playing a gold panning game, and see her happy when she earned a few dollars by selling bottles. They can also go to the most beautiful flower sea, the highest mountain, and the most surging river in the world, and lock all the best things in the world tightly in their memories. They can even hatch a child together. Ningdu teaches the children mechas. When he is tired, he makes delicious afternoon tea for them, and then he takes over the teaching. Then, they learn some other fighting skills together in the evening, not for self-protection, but just for physical fitness, just like those children in normal families, learning, playing, and enjoying the fun of life. When he gets old, he can move a chair with Ningdu and sit in the garden, quietly enjoying the sunset, just like that time. That time. They were enjoying the sunset, and Ningdu was suddenly tortured by the forgotten memory. Zhang Zhengjing suddenly woke up, fear spread all over his body, and his heart was beating deafeningly. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned for a while, and then realized that he was in his own virtual space. Why is he here? He should be on the spaceship, he should continue to rush to the future. What if he can break the future? What if he breaks the future? He can find a doctor with better medical skills, and he can cure Ningdu. Don't struggle. Little Mosquito looked at his appearance, and knew what he was going to do. It was Ningdu who pressed the force return button of the virtual space, and the spaceship came back. Stop your crazy behavior. Do you know how long you have been lying on the treatment bed? You almost died. Ningdu. Zhang Zhengjing heard the word Ningdu, and immediately turned over to look for her. Then a hand pushed him back. I'm here, Ningdu said. Zhang Zhengjing looked up and saw her. She was pale. He held her hand. Why don't you lie in the hospital for a while longer? Alas. Ningdu thought about it, moved her mouth, and wanted to say something. But she said nothing and turned around. Zhang Zhengjing saw her shoulder twitching slightly. He turned over, and regardless of any concern, all the tubes inserted in his body were forcibly pulled out of his body, and then stood behind Ningdu. He reached out and wanted to touch her, but his hand stopped in midair. Ningdu turned around. Her face was full of tears. Alas, I don't know why, I always want to cry so much, Ningdu said again. I really think my life is good now, really Zhang Zhengjing, I don't plan to leave. And if the memories are not good after restoring my memories, it will not be good for me, but I don't know why, I always feel uncomfortable. Alas, my life is obviously good now. You don't have to make yourself like this anymore. Ningdu sighed. I really don't want to see you like this. As she spoke, she burst into tears again. Don't cry. Zhang Zhengjing quickly took the tissue on the table and wiped Ningdu's tears. He looked at her with almost paranoid eyes. There must be a way. I must have a way to cure you. You don't have to remember those memories, and you don't have to suffer. I will think of a way now. Think of it now. But your body is not good yet. Xiao Wenzi felt that he was about to rush out again and shouted hurriedly. Zhang Zhengjing was about to leave, but felt his legs go weak and knelt on the ground. Ningdu quickly helped him up. You are not out of danger yet, she said again. How could I? Zhang Zhengjing looked back at the data on the life monitor. He immediately said, Oh, I know, I haven't recovered yet. Okay, Ningdu, don't worry, I will lie down on the bed and continue to recuperate. I will recover in a few days. You wait for me for a few more days. After a few days, I will recover immediately. I can think of a way again. I will definitely cure you. You wait for me. I will definitely cure you. As he said, Zhang Zhengjing lay down on the bed regardless of anything, hurriedly plugged the tube that he had pulled out of his body back, and then adjusted the repair strength of the life detector to the maximum. Little Mosquito screamed, Don't adjust it. You can't bear it. Zhang Zhengjing didn't care, afraid that Ningdu would adjust it back after the adjustment, and use the only authority he had in the entire virtual space to lock the detector so that she couldn't change it. The detector began to increase its strength in his body, and Zhang Zhengjing closed his eyes, just hoping that he would fall asleep quickly. Just sleep, sleep, so the robot doctor can continue to repair his body. Hurry up and repair it. After it's repaired, he can find a way to save Ningdu. He will definitely find a way to save Ningdu. I don't know how long it took. Zhang Zhengjing didn't know where she was, as if she was in the hospital. The doctor repeatedly talked about Ningdu's condition, telling him that no matter how hard he tried, it would be useless. Ningdu's mental power was frantically repairing her brain, and her memory would slowly take root and sprout, and come back sooner or later. But such a return was torture for her, torturing her all the time. It would be better to let her experience the script directly. The script is the way to quickly restore her memory. But after experiencing the script, she will recover her feelings, and when her feelings are restored, her memory will also be restored. She will know that he is not the person she likes. The name on the potted plant was carved by himself, and he killed everyone who loved her. How can he let her restore her memory and feelings? He will definitely find a solution, which will not let Ningdu suffer, and he can stay with her forever. He saw himself driving a time and space spaceship, frantically looking for doctors in various time and space to save Ningdu. But all doctors could not cure her. They only alleviated her symptoms of being tortured by memory, and newer and more serious symptoms followed. Ningdu cried every day, fighting against the mental abnormality caused by memory and the physical torture caused by it. Sometimes she wanted to be taken away from her soul, sitting in the yard, sobbing endlessly, emptying her mind. Sometimes she would have a high fever, lose consciousness after the high fever, walk aimlessly on the street, and don't even know to hide when a car comes. Zhang Zhengjing didn't dare to leave her alone, watching her all the time and taking her to see a doctor. Finally, after a long detour, he found the original doctor again. The doctor's words were still the same. Since there was a way to quickly restore her memory, she should use that method. Zhang Zhengjing went crazy. He drove the spaceship and began to crash into the future timeline. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. He saw a thick barrier at the end of the space-time journey. He couldn't cross it. He could only throw himself into the fire again and again, using all his strength to rush into the barrier. Then he fell again and again. He dragged his broken limbs and arms, drove the damaged spaceship, and used his last bit of mental strength to attack the future again. Then, he failed again. Despair came over him. Zhang Zhengjing suddenly woke up. Seeing the familiar virtual space, and hearing the familiar life detector ticking in his ears, he was stunned for half a second, then lifted the quilt, and got out of bed. He had no time to pay attention to the excruciating pain when the tubes were removed from his body. He wanted to try again, a few more times, just in case it worked. Just in case, he could go to the future. Zhang Wenjing. The spaceship is about to be scrapped. It can only support you one last time of time travel. Little Mosquito screamed, after this time, you will never be able to travel through time and space again. Zhang Zhengjing stopped. The moment he stopped, his legs and feet, which had just recovered, softened, and he knelt on the ground instantly. Why is there only one time left? He quickly checked the durability of his spaceship and confirmed it again. Indeed, the spaceship was scrapped in advance by his collision, and it could only support him to travel through time and space once more. Why is there only one time left? After confirming this result, he shouted in disbelief. Why only once? Why only once? Why? He screamed wildly in the virtual space, and then smashed the wall of the virtual space like crazy, and took out the black gold gun to shoot everything in the virtual space indiscriminately, and then stood up and smashed the tables, chairs, benches, and even the life detector placed beside him. Be gentle, don't break them all. Little Mosquito shouted. Why is there only one time left? Why is there only one time left? Zhang Zhengjing was still shouting. So you give her the chip, letting to recover her memory. You can't help her with treatment, and you can't just watch her suffer like this day by day. Little Mosquito continued to shout. What should I do if I give it to her? What should I do if she recovers her memory and feelings? She will know that I am the most hateful person in the world. She will no longer like me, and will no longer be with me. Zhang Zhengjing cried. Then don't give it to her. Little Mosquito was also going crazy. Don't give it to her. Those memories will sting her like a wasp, and she cries and feels uncomfortable every day. Ningdu is such a good person. Why should she go through all this? She shouldn't. She shouldn't be like this. Why should she suffer? Why should she endure such pain? Zhang Zhengjing cried on the ground with her head in her hands like crazy. You know it too. The Little Mosquito was very disappointed. Seeing Zhang Zhengjing crying non-stop, it had no choice. It was better to do some ideological work on Ningdu. That guy was too stubborn. She saw that Zhang Zhengjing didn't want her to recover her memory, so she kept enduring. How could she not want to recover her memory like she said? Those memories tortured and tempted her all the time. She also knew that as long as she recovered her memory, she would no longer be tortured and would no longer have so much pain. No, she can't bear it for Zhang Zhengjing anymore. It must persuade her, and find a way to steal the chip from Zhang Zhengjing. Ningdu must recover his memory, otherwise he will only suffer more and more. Thinking of this, Xia Wenzi wanted to leave. It was also at this time that it suddenly couldn't hear Zhang Zhengjing's cry. It was about to leave, but when it turned around, it saw Zhang Zhengjing lying on the ground. His face was pale, his lips were bloodless, and his silver-white hair made his sunken face look even more lifeless. Zhang Zhengjing suddenly raised his hand to Xia Wenzi. Xia Wenzi, what's wrong? Take it. Zhang Zhengjing's voice was low and weak. What? Xia Wenzi came closer, and was stunned for a moment. In his palm was Ningdu's script chip. Seeing that Xia Wenzi didn't move, Zhang Zhengjing forced the chip into his arms. You don't want to. Xia Wenzi didn't finish his words, and watched Zhang Zhengjing slowly move his body and turn around. Then he crawled back to his treatment room little by little. He closed the door of the treatment room without saying a word. Ningdu left the virtual space. Standing on the rooftop of a building in her era, she looked down at this ever-changing world from hundreds of floors high. I thought you didn't want to recover your memory even though Zhang Zhengjing gave you the chip. I was thinking about how to persuade you to recover your memory, but I didn't expect you to agree so quickly. Little Mosquito whispered in Ningdu's ear again. Alas, I actually want to recover my memory too. Little Mosquito, but you saw that Zhang Zhengjing didn't want you to recover, so you endured it, right? There is a reason, but the days I spent with him were beautiful, and I really don't want to recall them. What if the memories are bad? It would be a loss, Ningdu said. But you finally chose to recover your memory. I can't help it. I feel really bad, tortured by those fragmented memories, Ningdu sighed. Even if he doesn't give me the chip, I can't stand it in the end and will go to snatch it. Oh, it's really uncomfortable. Then let's go, let's experience the script now, and recover our memories. Little Mosquito said. But there is one more thing I want to ask you. What? You should know something inside, Ningdu said. Why is Zhang Zhengjing so afraid of my recovery of memory? He is obviously the person I love the most. Even if I recover, I will still like him, but every time I mention memory, I can see fear in his eyes. When Little Mosquito followed Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin, he also heard a lot of them discussing Ningdu. It did know something inside, but it was really hard for it to tell her now. You should experience it yourself, Ningdu. You will know everything after you experience it. Little Mosquito had to say again. Alas, I'm really panicking right now, Ningdu said. I'm really afraid that my memory will be restored, and I really remember something I shouldn't remember. Do you think so? Little Mosquito thought for a while. Well, you should restore your memory first. After all, I'm not a worm in your stomach. You said I didn't do anything wrong. Zhang Zhengjing should still be a pretty good person, right? He's afraid that I love too many people after I restore my memory, and he's afraid that he lose me. He really didn't do anything to let me down, right? Ningdu asked again. Little Mosquito, sweating profusely. I don't think I'm wrong about her. Ningdu said again. I still like Zhang Zhengjing. Xia Wenzi quickly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, didn't you say you were going to the dungeon now? Can't the spaceship be deployed at any time? Why did you come to this underground script? Ningdu. Oh, because I'm waiting for someone. Who? Ningdu looked at the time on the light brain. It's almost time. He should be here. Xia Wenzi turned around and saw a stranger coming down from the spaceship behind Ningdu. A strange man, wearing a black uniform, with short brown hair, neat and tidy, sharp eyebrows but mixed with a few strands of softness, tall, and a good figure. Xia Wenzi didn't know who this person was at first, but when she saw that this person was good-looking, she knew that he might be Ningdu's lover. I'm not late. Qi Shui came over and said to Ningdu. It turned out to be you. Ningdu looked at Qi Shui and remembered that she and Zhang Zhengjing went to dinner together on the Science and Technology Festival. At that time, her mind suddenly became confused and she thought of someone. What's wrong? Do you have an impression of me? Qi Shui asked again. A little bit, Ningdu said, but you know a lot about me. Did anyone tell you? 2 seniors, maybe the founding fathers of the empire, they came here with a time machine. I met them. Qi Shui said again. Oh, it seems that the 2 seniors I told you about are also related, Ningdu thought. Did they tell you everything about me? Yes. Qi Shui nodded. At first, he didn't know where Ningdu went, and kept looking for her. Later, the signal he sent was received by a spaceship. Later, he met Jiang Wenjing and Zheng Jianqin, and learned about Ningdu's experience. Traveling through time and space to find her lost feelings. Sounds extremely difficult, but she has a strong mental strength, and it is almost impossible for her to get hurt. This is better than letting her stay in the chaotic empire of her time, and be tortured by the 5 major families. Then why did you ask me to come here? Ningdu asked again. I have something for you. Qi Shui took out a small box and handed it to her. What is this? I set a password. It's very long, including various anniversaries in your life. Qi Shui said, when you recover your memory, you will know how to open it. Why can't I open it now? Ningdu asked again. Qi Shui, I don't want you to make any hasty decisions without your memory. It seems that this thing is very important. Ningdu looked at the box, put it back, and then said, what is the hasty decision you are talking about? I have given you what I should give you. You go to find your memory. I wish you a safe journey. Qi Shui did not answer Ningdu, and turned to leave. Is it related to Zhang Zhengjing? Ningdu asked behind him again. Qi Shui stopped when she heard the name. Her lips were tight. I know he is a man who loves to destroy the world. Anyway, he would be sentenced to death in the empire, Ningdu said, but you are such a high-ranking official in the government, you should be able to make the decision. I want to ask you, is there any way, for example, if we settle down in this era in the future, we can settle down on a remote planet, and the government cannot pursue him? Qi Shui bit her lip, and said word by word, no. Yes, what he did was too bad. Ningdu said. Qi Shui didn't answer. If he gets arrested, can I visit him? Ningdu asked. Qi Shui turned around and sneered. Isn't Zhang Zhengjing just like you, with super strong mental power? Even so, you are worried about him being caught? It seems that you are really worried about him. In fact, it is really possible. No matter how strong a person is, he can't resist the siege of a group of powerful people. Alas, I am talking about extreme situations, Ningdu said. Please forgive me. After all, I like him, and I always have a bad feeling. I am afraid of losing him. Alas, I just want to ask if I can visit him if he is caught? Hee, Qi Shui said coldly. Visit? Do you want to visit him if he is caught, or go to save him? Ningdu, alas, I am so honest, I must visit him. After all, he was caught. As his family member, I should have the right to visit him. Family member? Can you get married? What kind of family member? It is still very likely in the future, otherwise you can change the time and space not. There are many ways. Ningdu finished speaking, and saw Qi Shui staring at her coldly. I know you are very righteous, but today we have met, and I want to make some plans for my future with him. I am not going too far. I just want you to give me visitation rights. Ningdu said sincerely again. Qi Shui stared at her and said word by word, "You have no visitation rights, any visitation rights." "Is this the rule?" "Yes," Qi Shui said, "S-level criminals do not have any visitation rights." "Then, don't think about it, I told you." Qi Shui interrupted her. "No, the rules are dead, but people are alive. In fact, I know that your government sometimes signs a special visitation permission order for S-level criminals. I found out that it seems that your special investigation committee can sign this, so I think." "Impossible," Qi Shui said again. "I can pay a price," Ningdu said. "What do you want?" Qi Shui smiled. "Are you bribing me?" "Yes." "Then why do you think I should accept your bribe?" Ningdu thought for a while. "Although I lost my memory, I still remember you. I feel that we know each other and have a close relationship, so I think I can still bribe you." Qi Shui turned around and left after listening. "I can really pay the price, as long as you sign a visitation permit for me," Ningdu said again. Qi Shui thought it was quite ridiculous. "Ningdu, we know each other, but I have never seen you say such a thing for anyone. But I think I really like Zhang Zhengjing very much. I can't imagine not seeing him, so..." Ningdu hesitated and didn't continue to speak. She looked at Qi Shui. Qi Shui turned his back to her and remained silent for a long time. "So you can pay any price?" After a while, he turned to look at her again. "Tell me, I can pay anything I want," Ningdu said. "Okay," Qi Shui smiled. "You want a visitation permit, I give it to you, but my condition is..." Qi Shui paused, looked at Ningdu with a playful look on his face, and said, "Marry me." "Ningdu, marry me, sign and seal the marriage contract now. I handle the other procedures, and if you agree, I sign the visitation permit for you," he said again. Qi Shui returned to work. He had managed to find time to meet Ningdu today. Normally, he would not be so busy, but recently, the 5 major families assigned him a new task. They wanted him to mainly promote the task of using Ningdu's genes to hatch offspring to resist the destroyer. It seemed that they knew that he hated Ningdu, and they also understood that once this was done and the destroyer was destroyed, the 5 major families would become the legend of protecting the empire, and he would become a scapegoat, the culprit who disrupted the empire to destroy the destroyer, and stole the core to create internal divisions. They valued his ability to solve problems, but they also wanted to disgust him very much, so they forced him to take charge of this matter, let him pay for the destroyer, and then bear the crime of dragging the empire down. Qi Shui hurried to meet Ningdu, and returned to his workplace quietly. Fortunately, he did not alarm the surveillance robot. This time he used the last resort to force himself out for a while, and there would be no next time. No, in fact, there should be one more time, but he would not use that opportunity for the time being. After all, people still have to leave room for themselves. Therefore, in this closed laboratory, unless the 5 major families personally wanted to take him out, he would be confined here and forced to advance the task of hatching Ningdu's offspring. The threat from the 5 major families was simple. He wore a metal ring around his neck. Once they detected any behavior that was inconsistent with the advancement of the task, they would immediately launch a fatal attack on his body. The attack would torture him bit by bit until he died. Now, Qi Shui had just returned and was forced to do a task that he should have done long ago. The egg stored for Ningdu finally found sperm that could barely match them. He needed to be responsible for supervising their combination to ensure the successful hatching of the offspring. This sperm provider is very difficult to find, because Ningdu's genetic quality is very strong, and there is no equivalent in the entire empire. The one that is barely found may hatch offspring that are not up to their standards. There is even a possibility of hatching failure. What Qi Shui has to do now is to let the robot combine the selected sperm with Ningdu's eggs in the sterile room. He silently looked at the sperm in the crystal bottle and directed the robot doctors to start the operation. It seems that nothing happened, and the robots who supervised him in front of the monitor also thought so. Qi Shui did not disrupt any process. He has been working here all the time. Except for the necessary sperm inspection, he did not have any extra actions that were not good for sperm. And during the inspection process, they did not find any reason for him to disrupt the process. He was checked all over his body, and did not carry any dangerous goods. He would not cause any interference to the task process, let alone cause the process to fail. Even Qi Shui's resistance and attempt to disrupt the process during the mission, but a series of actions they gave up because of the deterrence of the metal collar on his neck, were normal. They just felt that everything was too smooth. But this smoothness, is it abnormal? Of course it's not normal. Qi Shui thought to himself. He would do some of the tasks that the 5 major families wanted him to complete. But he would not let them achieve their goals. No matter how excellent the sperm in this empire is, when matched with Ningdu's eggs, there are only 2 results. One is hatching an individual, and the other is hatching failure, which is normal. It is also normal for hatching to fail all the time. But sperm must be provided, and strict inspections prevent him from bringing in replacement sperm that can cause hatching failure. They thought he couldn't go this way. But they were wrong. Everyone thought that he and Ningdu had loved each other passionately, and the genetic matching degree between them would not be less than 90%. So of course they thought that if Qi Shui replaced the selected sperm with his own, then after the individual was hatched, the gene sequence would be checked and traced back to him, and then he would end up in a tragic situation. But what they didn't know was that the genetic match between him and Ningdu was only 78%. Each individual that successfully combined sperm and egg would be checked before entering the incubator. If the fertilized egg was found to be of poor quality, it would be destroyed directly without leaving any evidence. And the children of 2 people with a 78% match were always of poor quality without exception. His goal was to make this mission fail again and again. Ningdu's egg and a so-called high-quality sperm could combine successfully, but the child would never be born. Just like he had already obtained this marriage consent form, it existed, but it would never have any effect. Chapter 145. Ningdu placed the chip in her optical brain, and then summoned the spaceship, ready to go to the era of the script. She took a last look at the city landscape of her own era, and then started the spaceship. You may feel a little uncomfortable when reading the script, but you must hold it in. The little mosquito came out of her ear again to remind her. Ningdu, can it be more uncomfortable than torturing me with memories bit by bit? The little mosquito, that's true. But tell me, who wrote this script for me, and why can't it restore my memory? Ningdu asked. Your brain's emotional perception function is essentially not well developed. Going to the era in the script to experience the emotions brought by various life experiences, plus the 2 teachers using powers outside the universe. Ningdu, outside the universe? The little mosquito clicked. Did it let the cat out of the bag? But it should be fine, Ningdu can't remember it. It's the god of technology. Isn't the god of technology an energy stone from outside the universe? The 2 teachers asked for help when they made the script. Little mosquito explained again. Oh, does that cost money? Ningdu asked again. Of course. No, you don't need to. Little mosquito felt that she had let the cat out of the bag again, and hurried to make amends. Anyway, you definitely don't have to pay a price, don't worry. Really? Ningdu said again. Little mosquito, I dare not say anything more. The more I say, the more mistakes I make. Anyway, let Ningdu experience it. I just don't know what she will be like after these scripts are finished. Will she feel good when the person she loves with all her heart and eyes is actually a cold-blooded criminal who killed everyone around her and tried to destroy the empire? Alas. Although Xia Wenzi knew that Ningdu's discomfort and torture could only be relieved by restoring memories and emotions through the script, would it be another kind of torture after restoring memories and emotions? Ningdu originally thought that it would be uncomfortable to go to the dungeon, and the fact that she would restore unknown memories was terrifying, so she originally planned to read the script first to see the situation, and if it didn't work, she would come out and wait and see. But just when she arrived at the era of the script, just came into contact with the place where the script asked her to go, and just began to adapt to the identity given to her by the script, suddenly, she felt an indescribable feeling and power all over her body. It was like she got on a certain ship and became the ship itself. She began to sail hard on the vast sea towards the lighthouse in the distance. At this moment, she deeply understood that she must experience all the scripts in the chip, must find back all her memories, and take back all her own emotions. I don't know why the thought suddenly became so strong, but Ningdu just said that this was what she must do. So she began to play the role she was supposed to play in the script seriously. At a certain time, she was a cowardly person with a poor family background. Her parents thought she was not talented enough and neglected her education. She grew up to be a crooked seedling, and the dark thoughts of all people in this world would be reflected, making her experience an extremely tormented life. But at another time, she became a rising star that everyone was paying attention to. She was gifted and shone brightly in her field. Even though her family was poor, she could still have smooth sailing. In another era, she became a completely ordinary person, with a warm and ordinary family, gentle parents, and grew up in an ordinary way. She found a job in the city, found someone to marry, and then lived a dull life. In another era, she became weird, greedy, and neurotic. She was going to apply for the police academy, but she ended up being a fugitive on the Empire's blacklist. She fled in the universe all her life and died on the road of exile. In another era, Ningdu followed the script and experienced these scripts tailored for her one by one. Experiencing, many things slowly appeared in front of her like a movie. At first, it was a place called the Galaxy Military Academy, and then a group of students were playing mechas, competing, and then the terminal, a larger planet, dirty streets, dim lights, police arresting criminals, cannibalistic companies, and the eternal road of time. Every scene was fleeting. Ningdu would be distracted from time to time when going through the script, and sometimes she would lose the key plot in the script. In this case, she could only double up to make up for it. It would never be like before, with a woman following her secretly and helping her complete the script. What was the name of that woman? Ningdu thought silently, and a name gradually emerged in front of her. Zheng Jianqin. What was the name of the other person? Jiang Wenjing. What was their relationship with her? Yes, relatives. Ningdu's brain was confused again, and more memories came up. Every night when she went to bed, countless memory fragments were like the image of a broken vase being played upside down, and the fragments of the vase stuck to her brain bit by bit. Some people saw her talent and wanted to take her into a family. Some people advised her to compromise, because she couldn't fight against the powerful. Some people helped her fight against the powerful. She finally became a person with some power. The 10th Military Academy of Liaoyuan Star. Science and Technology Festival. The Gate of Retrospection. And there is also a world 1,000 years ago. The world collapsed, people lay in coffins waiting to die. The creatures withered, the whole place was devastated, the yellow sand was flying all over the sky, and the professor's desk was covered with a layer of dust. As the script went on, Ningdu came to the last scene. It was the world 1,000 years ago in her era, where she would play a person named Ningdu. She was born into a happy family, and had a home in the beautiful garden area and villa area of the capital star. Her parents were kind, and had a refreshing and friendly face like the ones in the TV series. She took her mother's surname. Her mother was a leader in the military region, and her father was a university professor. They were an ideal family of 3 in TV series and novels. Ningdu followed the normal development trajectory and chose to go to military school, became a mecha soldier, and then was admitted to Wanfeng Military Academy with excellent grades. Walking back to the Wanfeng Military Academy 1,000 years ago, Ningdu finally understood why everyone could find their corresponding selves and meet in the world 1,000 years ago, but the one she found could never meet. Because that was not her 1,000 years ago, that was her now. According to the current script, she will continue her studies at Wanfeng Military Academy, have a boyfriend named Hisi, and live a stable life every day. She has almost no intersection with those people she is familiar with. Her teachers at the Galaxy Military Academy, her teachers at Zuoliyuan University, her companions on Liaoyuan Star, and the person she loves. She has never met them. Will she never see them again? Aren't they already dead? At this moment, Ning felt her heart hit her chest hard. A huge sense of weightlessness came over her instantly, and the horrible pain, sadness, loss, regret, and unacceptability she had never experienced before, all kinds of emotions, flooded her like a tide. The teachers of the Galaxy Military Academy died, the teachers of Zuoliyuan University also died, the 7 masters of the Wanfeng Military Academy also died, Deng Xiaosong and Lu Qin also died, and so did Cheng Yuqin. Everyone died because of her. Everyone died. Ning felt like she was going crazy. After she came out of the script, she returned to her own time, and the first thing she did was to go to the F324 Star, her hometown, to the Galaxy Military Academy, to find her teachers. Then she got the bad news that Teacher Mu Jin, Teacher Su Ximing, Teacher Song Yu, Teacher Wening, all had been buried. When she came to Zuoliyuan University, her former head of the individual soldier department, class teacher, and dean were all buried and turned into tombstones. The office of the master brain in the basement of Wanfeng University had long lost any of the noise of the past, and was sealed. The master brains were already brain dead. The special commission found an experienced campus administrator to manage the 10th Military Academy of Liaoyuan Star, and Vice President Deng Xiaosong, who was almost the backbone of the school, was buried in the back mountain of the school. Lu Qin, the only teacher of the individual soldier department of the school, was buried in the cemetery of his family. The rest, the only teacher of the mecha engineering department of the school. Ningdu walked into Cheng Yuqin's morning hall. Today is also his 100th day. According to the custom of the Interstellar, the 100th day memorial ceremony is not held for ordinary people, but Cheng Yuqin has left too many great mecha works for the Empire, and even the later development and production of Unit Zero, he has an indelible contribution. He is dead. His ashes were placed on the altar of the ceremony. Many people were worshipping him. The white ribbons of the altar fluttered, and the falling petals remained on his urn. Ningdu walked to Chung Yuqing's portrait, smelled the nostalgic incense of the ceremony, and remembered what Chung Yuqing always said to her. Xiaoming, you don't understand love. Alas. Ningdu sighed. She understood now. The taste of love is really uncomfortable. Ningdu wiped her tears and walked out of the altar. The people around seemed to recognize her, calling her name loudly, questioning why she appeared again if she was not dead. Ningdu turned a deaf ear and called Qi Shui. Qi Shui. It seems that your script is finished. Qi Shui picked up the phone and heard her voice. The first sentence she said was this. My two mothers actually told you how to make the Empire's backtracking gate, right? Ningdu asked. Qi Shui said in a deep voice. Later they said it was like this. They also paid the price, Ningdu thought, and asked again, did they tell you that if you go back to the past and make some fundamental changes, the future world will also change accordingly? Yes, Qi Shui replied. They are sure that this is an effective method. Is there anything else they need you to convey to me? Ningdu asked again. Qi Shui was silent for a while, and replied, they feel very guilty, saying that they understand many things too late. If possible, you will never experience the script in your life, but they still hope that you will experience the script and find the lost feelings, because the Empire needs you. They say you are their gift, and the gift of the world, so they hope you can bring a better future to this world. Ningdu listened quietly. After a long silence, he spoke again. How many people are monitoring your phone? Probably the entire contact center can hear it. Qi Shui said. Okay. What do you want to say? Qi Shui asked again. Nothing, I just think. Ningdu took a deep breath. It's really great that you are still here. After that, Ningdu hung up the phone. After leaving the festival, she already knew that she had to do something. In addition to being able to go to her own era and the era arranged by the script, the time machine given by the mothers actually has an opportunity to choose to go to a certain era at will, but that opportunity only comes once, and they have considered it very carefully for her. Ningdu will now use this opportunity to go to the world more than 24,000 years ago. There, Zhang Zhengjing was just a boy who had just entered junior high school, and she had not accidentally landed there because of a spacecraft accident. She can go to that time point and find Zhang Zhengjing. She only wants to do one thing, that is to kill him. Kill Zhang Zhengjing, and those who died tragically because of her, whether they were from her era or innocent people from other eras, can rewrite their fate. Kill Zhang Zhengjing. She must kill him. Chapter 146. Ningdu returned to more than 24,000 years ago, and landed in the middle school she had been to before. She remembered that she had seen Zhang Zhengjing when she first landed there. At that time, he had not grown too tall, and he was thin and frail. He was surrounded by several strong children and looked very pitiful. When he came here, Zhang Zhengjing was in the 3rd grade of junior high school. In order to avoid a collision of time and space with his previous self, Ningdu chose to come here when Zhang Zhengjing was in the 2nd grade of junior high school. Zhang Zhengjing in the 2nd grade of junior high school should also be bullied. Ningdu could imagine his thin appearance in his mind. Alas. Are you soft-hearted? The little mosquito crawled out of her ear and heard her sigh and asked. It feels like I'm killing children, Ningdu said. Then, it's easier to kill in this way, and it doesn't take much effort, Ningdu said again. It doesn't feel like revenge, but it takes less energy, so it's a win. Little mosquito, Sometimes it really doubts whether Ningdu has recovered his emotional sensitivity. It was thinking, and the next second, it felt that Ningdu stopped. Ningdu was standing at the door, looking into a classroom. This is a music classroom, with a huge retro piano in the middle. A boy sat on the piano bench with his back to them, playing a song. Little Mosquito felt that this tune was very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Where had he heard it? It thought, it seemed to be on TV. Oh, in a TV series, by the way. When Ningdu lost his memory before, he watched the TV series with Zhang Zhengjing, and this was the interlude in it. But they were all watching TV dramas from Ningdu's era. How come someone could play the interlude from tens of thousands of years later? Thinking of this, it suddenly froze. Yes, it's him. It was startled. The pleasant sound of the piano stopped abruptly. The person on the piano bench turned around. The little mosquito was stunned again when he saw the man's face. How could he come here? Isn't it said that there can't be two identical people in the same time and space? The little mosquito looked again and again. The man in front of him was tall, and looked like an adult. He was wearing a burgundy shirt and had silver hair. This was clearly the adult Zhang Zhengjing. Oh, you were startled. Zhang Zhengjing seemed to have heard what the little mosquito said, stood up and explained with a smile, yes, it wouldn't have worked, but I used some tricks. Ningdu asked expressionlessly, the tricks, are they the kind that require a price? Zhang Zhengjing looked at Ningdu and smiled without saying a word. Ningdu took a deep breath and took out a box from his pocket. That was the box Qixue gave her before she finished the script. After she recovered her memory, she recalled the password and unlocked the box. Zhang Zhengjing didn't look at the box in her hand, but stared at her, saying, it seems that you have recovered well. Ningdu just said, I'm here to kill you. Zhang Zhengjing nodded without surprise. I know, so I paid a price, and tried every means to drive away my body in this time and space, and come here instead. Are you afraid of death? Ningdu said. This is respect for you, Zhang Zhengjing said again. It seems that the news that you came here to kill me has been leaked a long time ago. Now this place is full of surveillance cameras of people from your era. What do they use to travel back and forth? The gate of retrospection. That thing can only be used for a short period of time if the price is not paid. I'm afraid this is the last time they use it. Ningdu looked at him quietly. Zhang Zhengjing continued, Ningdu, people all over the world in your era are looking forward to your performance. It's not a performance, Ningdu said. I really want to kill you. Yeah, I know. Zhang Zhengjing nodded. The school playground is quite suitable, Ningdu said. Let's go there. Zhang Zhengjing smiled. Okay, but you are so confident. What if you can't beat me? After all, our mental powers are equally strong. By the way, I have also absorbed the mental power of many people, which should be stronger than yours. And the mecha that has been following me since my era more than 20,000 years ago, I have been constantly optimizing it and letting it run in with me. It is now almost integrated with me. What's more, I have done too much to improve the performance of this mecha, and even in the end, I have to pay the price. You know what I am talking about. So Ningdu, he continued to ask her, do you really want to fight me in an open and square battle, the kind of life and death? Ningdu said nothing and opened the box. The box Qixue gave only contained a mecha necklace. Ningdu walked to the window, jumped out of the window, and then used the necklace to unfold the mecha. A white mecha with dazzling silver light appeared in front of Zhang Zhengjing. Even more dazzling than the white body was the small hexagonal crystal installed in front of the mecha. It was like a diamond, shining with dazzling light. It seems that your ex-boyfriend who works in the government is really not just a freeloader. Zhang Zhengjing also came to the playground, unfolded his black and gold mecha, and commented to Ningdu again. Of course, as he said just now, Ningdu had already exposed her whereabouts when she came out of the script and returned to her own era, not to mention that she participated in Cheng Yuqian's ceremony and talked to Qixue on the phone. Of course, the people of the imperial government tracked her down. This time, they followed her all the way to this world more than 24,000 years ago. I'm afraid it was the most exhausting use of the retrospective gate. She didn't know how many people in the future were staring at these scenes. And indeed, at the other end of the universe's timeline, in the empire of Ningdu's era more than 24,000 years later, the entire empire was watching the live broadcast of this battle to protect the empire from being destroyed by the destroyer. Seeing the Unit Zero that the empire spent so much effort on was unfolded by Ningdu, and seeing the core that they had been looking for a long time installed on Unit Zero, the 5 clan leaders of the 5 major families were furious. I never thought that the thief was right next to us, Qixue. The person who has been holding the core is Qixue. Some people were puzzled. The core will have extremely strong radioactive power if it is not installed on the mecha. We have clearly searched Qixue many times, and did not find anything that he used to block radioactive elements to store it. So how could it really be in Qixue's hands? Where is he? Where is he? Catch him and ask him clearly. What is going on? The clan leaders of the 5 major families said again. Now the whole empire is concentrating on the final battle between Ningdu and Zhang Zhengjing. Even the captors have no intention of working. They just report to their superiors. They tried their best, but they didn't find anyone. And at this moment, Qixue would almost certainly not be found. Because after he found out that Ningdu was going to the world of 24,000 years, he used his last chance to escape the cage arranged by the family for him, and also found a way to come here with the group of people who were tracking Ningdu at the gate of retrospection. As for how not to be discovered, he was once an excellent mecha engineer like Cheng Yuqian. Although he specialized in mecha, he actually had a broad and profound understanding of any mechanical structure. He knew how to hide at the gate of retrospection. Just like how to keep the mecha core that everyone wanted hidden in the strict search of the 5 major families. Everyone thought that the radioactive material must be stored in a radioactive element shield, but he knew long ago that the human body was a better shielding container for the specific elements emitted by the core. On the playground, Zhang Zhengjing drove his black gold mech and said to Ningdu, "Let's fight like this. What if someone gets hurt? You should be concerned about whether innocent people will be hurt, right?" Ningdu, "Probably not." "Probably? I'm not sure. I definitely do it." After saying that, Ningdu drove the mech and jumped up. The black gold mech immediately began to block. "I really want you to die. If you let me, that's fine, but you die faster." Ningdu attacked Zhang Zhengjing and said to him again, "Let you? Am I crazy?" Zhang Zhengjing said only this, and then began to fight back fiercely. In fact, this was the first time he really experienced Ningdu's strength. This mech suits her very well. Looking at Ningdu through the window of the gate of retrospection, Qi Shui also felt the same way. He had seen Ningdu fight with mechas in the military academy before. She never customized mechas or used good ones. She was even more reluctant to use the mechas he made for her. So he always watched her use her powerful mental power to manipulate a weapon that was not in her hand and suppress her opponent. Unit 0 was a perfect match for her. When using other mechas, they were not flexible enough. Ningdu never had a method in fighting. It was too unexpected. It was easy for her to twist the mechas to unimaginable angles and then deal good damage. But because those mechas could not keep up with her reaction speed, or could not perfectly deform to the shape she wanted, her damage would always be greatly reduced. But Unit 0 was different. No matter if Ningdu used it or deformed it, it could naturally meet her needs. The core on Unit 0 could also better bear Ningdu's powerful mental power, making the damage of the weapons on the mecha reach a higher level. No, it was almost unimaginable. Ningdu fired a shot at Zhang Zhengjing's mecha in the air. Zhang Zhengjing's mecha had almost the same performance as Unit 0, so he dodged flexibly. The damage from Unit 0 instantly created a 5-story deep pit on the ground. People looked down into the deep pit and found that there seemed to be something abnormal inside. The Imperial people in Ningdu's era detected a strange energy that had never been discovered before. "Is this the source of energy for your spacecraft that travels through time and space?" Ningdu asked. "You found it. Who gave it to you? The god of technology?" Ningdu asked again. "It doesn't matter who gave it to me." After listening to Zhang Zhengjing's words, Ningdu flew towards the deep pit. Then, everything around her changed. This is no longer a school, but a deserted desert. "It is as expected," Ningdu said. "Yes, since I got the energy, I have the ability to create such a virtual scene. I know you will settle accounts with me, so I deliberately misled you to come here and disguised it as a school. Anyway, we have to fight, so it is better to lead you directly to the battlefield. What do you think?" Zhang Zhengjing said again. After Zhang Zhengjing finished speaking, all the people in the Empire who watched their live broadcast in the Ningdu era were shocked. He can actually do this. Even our most advanced detectors couldn't find out that this scene was fake. I thought it was in the school. This ability transcends the universe. I thought you couldn't tell that the school was fake, Ningdu. Zhang Zhengjing said to her again, "You actually found it out. Beyond the universe." Ningdu thought, "Then what price will you pay?" Zhang Zhengjing smiled. "If I kill you, maybe I won't have to pay any price." After that, Zhang Zhengjing drove the black and gold mecha and launched a fierce attack on Ningdu. The mechanical arms fired artillery fire, and the mechanical hands held 2 guns, firing bullets at Ningdu like dense rain. When he was about to reach Ningdu, he suddenly drove the mecha and flashed behind her, with countless photon beams aimed at her. Ningdu quickly lay down. Then he swept his legs, and the spikes on his mechanical legs blasted through several attack paths of Zhang Zhengjing's mecha. When Zhang Zhengjing lowered his head to change the backup path, Ningdu had already jumped above his head and fired a heavy rocket at him. Zhang Zhengjing dodged 0.001 seconds late, and part of the material on his left arm was melted by the shot. Then his rocket also aimed at Ningdu, but what was fired was not an attack beam, but smoke. At the moment when Ningdu lost his direction for a short time, he hit her hard from behind. But the blow was supposed to hit Ningdu's shoulder, but when he was about to get close, he saw the spikes on Ningdu's shoulder. He immediately retracted his fist. All the people in the Empire who were watching the live broadcast were shocked by this scene. Zhang Zhengjing's evasive reaction speed was amazing, and Ningdu was more like having eyes next to his head. Qi Shui also sighed as he watched. Jiang Wenjing is worthy of being the greatest mecha engineer since the founding of the Empire. The design of Unit 0 not only fully exerted Ningdu's mental power, but also magnified her 5 senses to the extreme, mobilizing Ningdu's top talent. This battle has been carried out to the point where everyone is dazzled and even unable to understand. Zhang Jingjing's attack and evasion speed is so fast that it is hard to keep up, and Ningdu has already caught the opponent's moves before anyone can react. Later, the two attacked too fast and too frequently, and only after images were left on the live screen. The dust they stirred up almost covered the sky like a sandstorm, leaving countless burnt pits on the ground, as if the entire planet was about to be pierced. And finally, at a certain moment, two extreme beams of light, one black and one white, collided. Like the collision of day and night, the strong beams filled the entire live screen, and even the sky and the earth became so bright that one side could not be seen clearly, and so dark that the other side could not be seen clearly. In the extreme light and extreme darkness, people saw two shadows colliding with each other. Is that Ningdu and Zhang Jingjing? No, that is not their people. It is almost invisible, the entity formed by their spiritual power. Everyone knows that spiritual power can exist as an illusory spiritual body. But spiritual bodies can become entities, which is something everyone has only seen in theoretical statistical possibilities, and has never encountered in the tens of thousands of years of the evolution of the Empire's spiritual power. Spiritual power becomes a physical body. How powerful are they? Then these two spiritual entities collide. How strong will the extremely bright and extremely dark light be? Everyone is still thinking, this planet has collapsed. It is completely unable to withstand the huge energy and collapsed. Ningdu and Zhang Jingjing teleported to other planets at the last moment. The huge energy destroyed the live broadcast equipment of Ningdu's era, and everyone was forced to move quickly to the timeline to avoid radiation damage, and then drive the backtracking gate to return. And the place where Ningdu and Zhang Jingjing finally landed seems to be a primitive planet that has not been opened up more than 24,000 years ago. There are only jungles, rivers, lakes, and various gentle animals here. Zhang Jingjing parked the spaceship at a shallow beach. The spaceship was rotten. He and Ningdu came out of it and sat on the ground. Zhang Jingjing spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting, he wiped his mouth, lay weakly on the ground, and said to Ningdu, "You won, Ningdu." Ningdu also sat in front of him and asked, "Did you let me win?" Zhang Jingjing shook his head with a slight bend in his lips. "I knew I couldn't beat you. You didn't say that before the fight. Then I can't just say I will lose. How face-saving. So many people in your era are watching." Zhang Jingjing smiled and continued, "And I know that we will have to fight sooner or later." "How do you know?" "A warning left by a certain energy stone." Zhang Jingjing said, "When I first mastered the time machine and started using it, it told me that I was not the strongest in the world, and that someone would kill me in the future. I didn't believe it at the time. I always felt that it was lying to me and cursing me. I even hated it. But you know, when I first saw you in the virtual space and felt your mental power, I knew that person really existed, and it was you." Ningdu looked at him. "You are much more difficult to deal with than I thought. Maybe if you found my physical body at that time, you could kill me," Ningdu said. Zhang Jingjing shook his head gently. "No, the fate of the strong will not be easily changed. It is destined that I can't touch your physical body." "That's not necessarily true." Zhang Jingjing shook his head. "You?" Ningdu looked at him. "Are you going to die?" "Yes, I really tried my best, Ningdu." Zhang Jingjing looked at the blue sky, felt the breeze on the lake, and said calmly, "I really lost to you. Alas, I thought before that if I tortured your spirit, I could make you commit suicide, but I didn't expect you to be so cold-blooded and ruthless, and you were indestructible. It was me who was hurt by you." Ningdu looked at him. "Ningdu, after I die, you don't have to go back to find my childhood self to kill him. I installed a symbiotic bomb on him. If I die, he will die too. You can just return to your time. Your teachers and friends will come back to life, and their lives can be rewritten." Ningdu listened, and suddenly turned his back to Zhang Jingjing. Zhang Jingjing barely used the last bit of strength to support himself and sit up, then took Ningdu's hand, and moved in front of her little by little. Ningdu looked up, tears welling in his eyes. "I don't know what's wrong. I want to cry. I heard that holding back tears is bad for the body. It's better for me to cry." Zhang Jingjing smiled. "I thought you wouldn't like me if you knew I carved the name on the potted plant myself. It seems I was wrong. There are people in this world who shed tears for me. I really feel that I have no regrets in death," he said again. Ningdu looked at him, tears streaming down uncontrollably. "Okay, stop crying." Zhang Jingjing wiped her tears and said, "You still have things to do, so you need to cheer up." Ningdu looked at him with a trembling voice. "Alas, Are you leaving? Yes. Zhang Zhengjing half closed his eyes, nodded gently, and finally said, but I want to do something at the end of my life. What? Give you a gift. You will need it. Zhang Zhengjing added another sentence, and then his pale and weak hands finally used up a little strength to hug Ningdu's head, leaned down, and let their foreheads touch. In an instant, all the mental power in Zhang Zhengjing's body began to transfer to Ningdu's body. A stream of warm flowing feelings gradually enriched Ningdu's spiritual body. Zhang Zhengjing once said that if he took the initiative to absorb the mental power that others refused to give, he would only suffer and be hurt, but if the other party was willing to give, then it would be an incomparable enjoyment. In Ningdu's spiritual world, the spiritual power of extremely high quality continued to flow in, as if the forest that was originally lush with vegetation became even more lush, with countless flowers blooming on the ground, and the branches and leaves of the trees that were originally growing well grew even more vigorously. The spiritual world became like a dream. In front of Ningdu, there was only a corpse that no longer had any vitality. Zhang Yunjing was dead. Chapter 147. 24,000 years later, the Empire in the Ningdu era. Today is the day when the whole country celebrates the end of the crisis in the Empire. A few days ago, Ningdu killed the destroyer who had been threatening the Empire in the prophecy of the god of technology. She reversed history and made all the people who had died under the destroyer come back to life because of the change in history. She was very hard and tired. The 5 major families decided to let Ningdu have a good rest. After a few days, when Ningdu had a good rest, the celebration was held. The first purpose was to commend the achievements, and the second was to give all the citizens of the Empire confidence in a better life. This time, the imperial government decided to hold the celebration in the auditorium of the highest government of the Empire. The commendation meeting will be held here. At the same time, it is also the closest to the location of the god of technology. After the commendation meeting, according to the imperial etiquette, everyone will pay the most respectful worship in the direction of the god of technology. The ceremony begins. Mu Jin, Su Xinming, Song Yu, Teacher Wen Ying from the Galaxy Military Academy, and Xiao Wang, the Deputy Star Commander of the F-324 Star, were all invited to the highest government auditorium of the capital star to attend the celebration. After all, they were once victims killed by the destroyer, and they were also the teachers of Admiral Ningdu, the most important hero honored in this celebration. Mu Jin, Su Xinming, and Xiao Wang searched for Ningdu in the venue for a long time, but did not see Ningdu. They went to find Cheng Yuqin again. Cheng Bu. Professor Cheng. Mu Jin changed his words and asked Cheng Yuqin, have you seen Ningdu? Cheng Yuqin frowned. I didn't see her, I was looking for her too. It's strange, how come we didn't see her even after searching all over the venue? After she killed the destroyer, I heard that she was seriously injured. We always wanted to know how she was, but we couldn't see her at all. Mu Jin said worriedly again. We can't see the child either. Ningdu's teachers at Zuoliyuan University also came, and they were also worried. Cheng Yuqin looked at the message sent to him by the 7 masters' brains. They were also looking for Ningdu. But no one saw her. Cheng Yuqin thought about it, and dialed Qi Shui's number. Do you know where Ningdu is? If it's convenient, Cheng Yuqin said again, her teachers all want to meet her and confirm her safety. She's safe, Qi Shui said, she's fine. Then why can't we see her? Cheng Yuqin asked. She will definitely show up when the commendation is held later, Qi Shui said. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Yuqin recalled what Qi Shui had said just now. Commendation. At the beginning of the celebration, the host made a speech, reviewed the historical crisis of the Empire, and finally played the battle video of how to resolve the crisis, and then the commendation meeting began. The audience went to the second floor of the auditorium, the huge conference hall, and after everyone was seated, the majestic commendation meeting began. The host was distributing the awards one by one, and then starting with the lowest gold content award, one by one, to commend the people who performed outstandingly in this imperial crisis. First of all, we want to commend the outstanding workers who have been dedicated to guarding the rear work during the imperial crisis. The host began to present the awards. The commendation process was long, but no one was impatient, because everyone was waiting for someone to appear. That person, most of them had only seen her heroic appearance during the live broadcast. If they could see her in person, it would certainly be great. Let us congratulate all the teachers who have made outstanding contributions in the manufacturing process of Unit 0. Now, we will bring out the last award of this ceremony, the Most Outstanding Contribution Award. The winner of this award will also receive the title of Grand Marshal, the highest honor of the Empire, and enter the Hall of Fame. From then on, He will enjoy the treatment of the highest contributor of the empire, the host said, looking at the excited people in the audience, deliberately paused for a moment, and then said, then the winner of this award is Ningdu. Someone in the audience cheered. Let us congratulate Admiral Ningdu. The director also said excitedly. Then the spotlight began to focus on the edge of the award stage. Ningdu, who everyone had been waiting for a long time, slowly walked to the front of the stage. People who saw her were very excited, and then they were stunned. On such an important day, everyone must strictly wear work uniforms. As a soldier, Ningdu should wear military uniforms. But she didn't wear them. She didn't wear heavy military uniforms. She just wore the short-sleeved school uniform issued by Zuliyuan University that she usually wore, and came on stage. The host was also stunned by her clothes, and then came back to his senses and said, now, please invite the patriarchs of our 5 major families to present the award to Ningdu. The patriarchs of the 5 major families sitting in the front row of the conference room all stood up. The head of the Chi family handed the monument in the host's hand to Ningdu, and the head of the Lu family handed Ningdu the honorary certificate and flowers. The remaining 3 patriarchs put on the Medal of Merit for Ningdu. Ningdu accepted it expressionlessly. Then, according to the usual process, the host began to let Ningdu and the patriarchs of the 5 major families start to give speeches. After all, the patriarchs of the 5 major families have high status and are older than Ningdu, so the process is reasonable, and the patriarchs of the 5 major families are arranged to give speeches first. The head of the Chi family looked at the speech in the optical brain and began to read, Dear citizens of the Empire, hello, today we are here to present an award to Ms. Ningdu, not only to present an award to her, but also to celebrate that our empire has escaped the fate of destruction and is heading for a bright future. Have you really escaped the fate of destruction? Ningdu suddenly interrupted her and said. There was a loudspeaker stuck to the corner of her mouth, and the sound could be clearly transmitted to everyone's ears, and it could also be broadcast to all the citizens of the empire who were watching the live broadcast of the ceremony through the machine. The head of the Chi family was obviously not prepared to be interrupted by Ningdu. She stared at Ningdu for a while, and knew that this was a live broadcast that everyone was watching, so she said, Ningdu, what did you say? If the crisis of the empire was really resolved because I killed Zhang Zhengjing, then why do all of our memories, the things we used, the images we took, and the records of our history still clearly have the memory of the empire being completely destroyed 1,000 years ago? Ningdu asked. The head of the Chi family knew what she wanted to ask, so he said, Ningdu, you should know that the destruction of the empire in our era predicted by the god of technology is completely related to the destroyer you eradicated. Although the god of technology also predicted that the destruction of the world 1,000 years ago was related to the destroyer, it was not completely confirmed. So why did the world 1,000 years ago be destroyed? Ningdu asked again. The head of the Chi family frowned and looked at her. Regarding this issue, we have already announced the detailed analysis results. The destroyer disrupted the energy law inside the planet, and part of it came from the energy fluctuations of the planet itself. Dark matter, is it? Ningdu interrupted her again. The head of the Chi family looked cold instantly, staring at Ningdu. Ningdu said, people with spiritual power know that their spiritual power can be stronger than that of people thousands or tens of thousands of years ago, because the empire is constantly studying how to make spiritual power stronger, and every time the spiritual power is strengthened, the so-called dark matter will be removed. You bury the dark matter deep in the planet, generation after generation, aren't you saving planetary bombs for the empire? The head of the Chi family. We have completely adopted a safe and efficient dark matter burial method. Then why did the planet explode? The planetary explosion thousands of years ago may not be caused by dark matter. We are still investigating the specific reasons. Your previous research report said that the only thing with super energy that can destroy a planet by external force is dark matter. So what else can be investigated? Ningdu asked again. This is just our work process. We need to investigate carefully before we can come to an accurate conclusion. So, the empire of 1,000 years ago still collapsed even though Zhang Zhengjing had died more than 20,000 years ago. This shows that dark matter itself is unstable and may explode at any time. Ningdu interrupted again. No, we have completely proved that dark matter will not self-ignite or explode unless it is strongly influenced by external factors. But Zhang Zhengjing died 4,000 years ago. Ningdu said. Maybe there will be other people who did the same thing as him 1,000 years ago and ignited the dark matter. Yes, Zhang Zhengjing is gone, and there may be another destroyer. Who will be the next one? Maybe you, or maybe me. The head of the Chi family smiled with a tense face. Ningdu, you are joking. Zhang Zhengjing came from 24,000 years ago. People there were generally lacking in education. But now our empire attaches great importance to the safety education and physical and mental health of citizens. The probability of a destroyer like him appearing is almost zero. Then can you guarantee that there will be no more destroyers like Zhang Zhongjing thousands or tens of thousands of years ago? Maybe someone is gathering strength now, and one day he will get the method of traveling through time and space and come to destroy the empire again. We will attach great importance to this matter and actively cultivate more people in the future. Talents to resist this risk. In the final analysis, Ningdu interrupted her again. The biggest hidden danger of the empire is that dark matter. Ningdu, I told you, if we imperial people want to continue to advance our spiritual power, it is inevitable to shed dark matter. It's not the imperial people who advance their spiritual power, but the people with family inheritance in the empire who advance their spiritual power will shed dark matter. Most people in the empire don't have spiritual power yet, but you say, why is it that when people just awakened their spiritual power tens of thousands of years ago, it was obviously possessed by everyone, but now most people have lost it? Ningdu asked her again. Chief of the Qi family, a small part of the spiritual power evolves to a higher level, and it is also to protect more people. Alas! Ningdu was completely annoyed. I'm so tired. I don't want to argue with you. Alas, it's a complete waste of time. It's really a loss. Ningdu, if you are very tired now, then go and rest. I've rested well. I feel very energetic today, and I came here for only one thing. What are you going to do? The voice of the head of the Qi family suddenly became solemn. Dark matter can no longer be produced in the empire. I must stop it. Otherwise, the hidden danger is too great. Ningdu said again. I have said that dark matter is the only way for every spiritualist to advance. This is a price that the empire cannot afford. The spiritual power of some people is enhanced to better protect the entire empire. Bullshit. Ningdu just said. We know that you are now the strongest spiritualist in the empire. In an instant, many robot soldiers suddenly appeared in the entire venue, blocking the surroundings. The head of the Qi family said to Ningdu again, Ningdu, no matter what you think, the crisis of the empire has passed, and the god of technology has also certified the prophecy as invalid. You should not continue to make trouble like this. That won't work. Ningdu said he was going to leave. It is impossible for you to stop the production of dark matter, said the head of the Fu family again in a dignified manner. The spiritual power of the imperial people has been advancing for tens of thousands of years. If it were not for the continuous strengthening of the imperial people's spiritual power over the past 10,000 years, we would not be able to deal with so many powerful star beasts, and humans would face unprecedented threats. The star beasts are becoming more and more ferocious. Isn't it because you used unrelated people to conduct experiments to evolve spiritual power? Ningdu asked. Ningdu, stop being whimsical and talking nonsense, said the head of the Qi family again, with a gloomy expression. The imperial spiritual power can be strengthened every generation. It is the credit of our spiritual power researchers from generation to generation. They have repeatedly guessed, proved and practiced, and obtained a large amount of research data, which has made the imperial people what they are today. You shouldn't slander them like this. I didn't say they didn't have research or it was hard. I said they used ordinary people for experiments. Ningdu said. What evidence do you have to prove that our researchers used ordinary people for experiments? We can open up all data permissions and let you search for all our research data in the database of the God of Science and Technology, and even the detailed information of each spiritual power advanced person. We can even let the God of Science and Technology open up our spiritual power advanced system of each generation, so that you can experience it at will, and you can check it at will. We definitely have never used ordinary people for experiments. The patriarchs of the 5 major families said again. Ningdu, then I will definitely not find out anything. Of course, the generational strengthening of psychics is an important decision made by the empire for the welfare of all mankind. If it really has a problem, then let alone us, the god of technology who has protected our citizens for tens of thousands of years, will be the first to disagree. The head of the Qi family said, you can ask the god of technology whether we have experimented on ordinary people. I don't need to ask it, and there is no need to check your strengthening system data and experimental data from the god of technology. After all, Ningdu paused and said, the god of technology will not tell me the truth. If I check the data, it will only give me fake things. What did you say? When Ningdu said this, all the people in the empire were stunned. Did she just slander the god of technology? In this empire, is there really anyone who talks about technology like this? Is she crazy? Are you crazy? The patriarchs of the 5 great families began to find it difficult to rebuke Ningdu. Ningdu, you helped the Empire avoid the fate of destruction, but you shouldn't be so arrogant that even the god of technology said so. If you have always been prejudiced against us and feel that our 5 great families owe you something, then come at us. Whether you want to kill us on the grounds of stopping the production of dark matter or not, just point the conflict at us. Why disrespect the god of technology? It's meaningless to target you. Ningdu said again, killing you. No one will promote the strengthening of mental power in our era, but there will be people who want to strengthen their mental power in the future, and there may be people who can do the same thing. What's the point? The mental power strengthening system you set up in the god of science and technology is not gone, and the mental power strengthening data you obtain from studying so many ordinary people is not gone. As long as these things are still there will always be people who want to strengthen their mental power, and dark matter will still be produced. Killing you is not cost effective. So what are you going to do? Destroy the mental power strengthening system? Destroy the results of our research on mental power strengthening data for thousands of years? You want to destroy the brilliant scientific civilization of our empire? Tell you, dream. Of course, the god of science and technology will definitely not agree. Ningdu said again. No, you have the highest merit in the empire today. Even if you make such a request, the god of science and technology may not agree to your request. After all, the empire does owe you a favor that cannot be repaid. The head of the Qi family said with compassion. Ningdu shook his head. Even if it agrees, it's useless. If the strengthening system and experimental data are destroyed, there will still be people who want to continue to study the method of strengthening mental power. At worst, we can start over, right? And starting over should be easier than before, because our empire's technology has developed, the amount of data of the god of technology is more, the computing efficiency is higher, and it is more convenient to study mental power strengthening. Alas, in this case, there is still no way. Dark matter will continue to be produced one day. What do you want? The patriarchs of the 5 major families could no longer listen to her. We even gave in to you to destroy the mental power enhancement data and system, but you are still aggressive. Ningdu, what do you want? Ningdu only said, I want dark matter to be completely unable to be produced in the empire. Not completely, Ningdu. You just said that there will always be people in the empire who will strengthen their mental power to resist star beasts. Even if the mental power enhancement system and research data are completely destroyed by you, there will still be pioneers who will restudy mental power enhancement for the safety of the lives of all the people in the empire. Ningdu, you can't stop some heroes from wanting to protect the people of the empire. Ningdu nodded. I can't stop those who want to strengthen their mental power and then dominate others. Stop talking nonsense. So I want to stop this from the source. We said you can't do it. Really can't do it. Ningdu laughed. The reason why you can study how to strengthen mental power is that on the one hand, you can use your authority to turn ordinary people into experimental subjects, and on the other hand, isn't it because you have a powerful data calculator and a powerful human database? In the final analysis, don't you have a powerful god who supports you in doing this? Then I will kill the god of technology, and it will be over. She said again. When this was said, everyone in the audience was stunned. They felt that they had heard it wrong. What is Ningdu going to do? What is she saying? She is going to kill the god of technology? Nonsense. The patriarchs of the 5 major families were completely furious. Ningdu, what disrespectful words are you saying? The god of technology is a god who has protected the people of the empire for tens of thousands of years. How can you want to kill it? The empire can develop to this day, all thanks to the great support provided by the god of technology. You want to kill it? You want to destroy our empire. Ningdu didn't say anything to anyone. She directly unfolded Unit 0, jumped into the driver's seat, and then jumped out of the glass window of the conference room. With a crash, accompanied by the sound of bulletproof glass breaking, everyone in the conference room looked in the direction where Ningdu's mecha flew. Ningdu really went to find the god of technology. The wide hall of the god of technology, surrounded by blue metal walls, made the whole space seem particularly quiet. Ningdu drove the mecha step by step towards the center of the hall, the angular crystal that continued to emit the same mysterious light blue-silver luster. It seems that you still listened to me and greeted the people of the empire before coming to kill me. The angular crystal, that is, the god of technology, spoke. Ningdu, alas, I should have known not to talk so much to those people. It's a waste of time. It's a loss. The god of technology smiled. It's still good. If you want to kill me, there must be a reason. The words you said to them were broadcast live. People understand your actions. In the future, they will respect and believe you more. Ningdu, it sounds like you are thinking about me. I always want to think about you, kid. The god of technology said again. If you really care about me, you shouldn't have given me that bracelet 24,000 years ago and lied to me that the bracelet can help me avoid the destroyer, Ningdu said. If it weren't for that bracelet, I wouldn't be able to accurately enter Zhang Jingjing's virtual space every time and meet him every time. Sorry, kid. The god of technology said sincerely. Sometimes I have to lie a little for some things. What are you doing for? Let me meet Zhang Jingjing. Let me get along with him. Let him like me. Ningdu asked. No, whether you will have feelings is not something I can decide, said the god of science and technology. I originally wanted you to meet, just to let you recover your perception of things. Zhang Jingjing is crazy. Maybe his cruel behavior can inspire you to have a deep emotional experience. It seems that I was wrong. Your emotional perception is harder to activate than you thought. So from this point of view, you are not as good as your friend. The script your friend gave my mother helped me recover my feelings well, said Ningdu. The crystal of the god of technology vibrated, as if surprised, and asked again, how do you know that the energy stone that helped your mother's is my friend? It mainly feels that it helped my mother's to prevent the destruction of the empire, and you have been pushing the empire to destruction, so I think you two should know each other, and your methods are very similar. One gave my mother a time machine, and the other gave Zhang Jingjing a time machine. I feel that you two are at least friends. Child, you have a really strong intuition, said the god of technology, but you are wrong about one thing. I didn't want to give Zhang Jingjing a time machine at the beginning. The time machine was taken away by him after he found it. Then who did you want to give the time machine to at the beginning? The government, so that they would have more power and do more things? That's not right. Those who own the time machine will eventually pay the price for it. Maybe you want to give it to those who prevent you from being promoted to the empire, so that they will think they have tasted the sweetness and die miserably in the end? Ningdu asked again. The god of technology was silent. So back to the question, Ningdu asked, why do you want me to restore my feelings? If it's for me to kill Zhang Jingjing. Actually, before I lost my memory, when I realized he was the destroyer, I would have killed him. So it's not. The god of technology said in a deep voice. If it's not to kill Zhang Jingjing, then who is it to kill? Ningdu looked at you. After I recovered my feelings, I could more deeply understand what you did to the empire, so I gave up my fate to kill you. The god of technology, what if I said yes? Oh, that's not surprising. After all, you are too omniscient and omnipotent. Ningdu said. The god of technology was silent. Then I will kill you now. Okay. Ningdu scratched his head. In that case, you can just commit suicide. I can't kill myself. I still need you to do it. I hope you are ready. If you feel that you are not capable enough, I can wait for you. Ningdu was puzzled. I don't understand. Since you said you want to die, why don't you just stop resisting and let me kill you? No, I can't do it. I have a powerful self-protection system, said the god of technology. Ningdu, you are the only human I trust. If even you can't kill me, then I will be really miserable. Then I will try, said Ningdu. I should be able to do it. After listening to Ningdu's words, the god of technology suddenly turned off all the lights in the hall. Only the slightly blue light of its body was left, shining in the darkness. Then the blue light gathered brighter and brighter, gradually forming a very thick light column, and finally aimed at Ningdu and fired. Ningdu drove the mecha and closed his eyes. All the spiritual power flowing in her body also gathered into a dazzling white light at this moment, facing the beam of light emitted by the god of technology. In an instant, the whole empire could see that two beams of light in the universe collided. Two beams of light in the endless darkness were so dazzling that they seemed to light up the entire universe. Ningdu stared at the god of technology, trying his best to withstand all the energy it released, and hit it hard, saying, Alas, I don't want to be curious, but I really have nothing to do now. You say. The god of technology only said. You helped the group of people in the empire strengthen their mental power, and allowed them to experiment on ordinary people. It was wrong, but it was not your mistake. In fact, you can make up for it, but why do you have to go to this point? Why do you have to die, although I really want you to die? Ningdu said again. Child, you misunderstood a question. The god of technology said again. What? It's not my fault that I allow the imperial powers to use ordinary psychics for strengthening experiments. I won't make mistakes. Then why did you do this? Because I also want power, and I also want to be recognized by the powerful people in the empire. Those people have leadership, appeal, and influence in the entire empire. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have become your god so quickly, and let you respect me to the bone. You sound very vain, but you are not a stone. The god of technology said again. I have walked through tens of thousands of years of your human beings, and all your history will be recorded in my database. It's really ridiculous. I came to the Empire just because I saw too many people here breed all kinds of injustice because of their subjective feelings. I want to be the extreme objective body of this world. I want everyone to live equally under my protection. For this reason, I tried my best to understand humans, understand your stories in my database, your joys and sorrows, and finally, I became you. You sound quite sad. The god of technology laughed twice. Yes. If you were a human, that person is terrible, but you actually asked for death. In fact, as long as you correct your mistakes, there is still room for you. The god of technology asked Ningdu, will you give me room, child? If I? Ningdu thought for a while. No, because if I don't completely eradicate you, I feel that one day I will repeat the same mistakes. In a collision of strong and stimulating beams, the god of technology said calmly, you think the same as I do. This is wrong. A greedy and selfish person would not think so. Ningdu said. Well, so, I still hope to be your god again, said the god of technology. This is my wish. You are quite self-indulgent. Indeed, said the god of technology. In fact, I have long discovered that my idea of being high above and pitying you and coming from outside the universe to help you was wrong. I claimed to be the god who saved you, but in the end I also fell into human form. You humans are much more profound than I thought. I learned a lesson here. Thank you, Ningdu. Now that you have finished your defense, should you leave? Ningdu asked, I am sure now that I can kill you. That's great, you are an excellent child. But since you are going to die, you must leave something for humans, otherwise humans will suffer a lot, said Ningdu. How does the phrase go, your last blessing as a god? The god of technology smiled, but did not answer her. It was just that Ningdu's mental power was added with Zhang Jingjing's mental power, which was almost equal to it. The double-layered super mental power made it really unable to withstand it. Originally, it could withstand it, because its energy came from outside the universe, and it was an absolutely rational and objective power. But over the years, it has gradually become almost human. It wants a lot, is greedy, gives up a lot, and regrets a lot. It is no longer so objective. Although others respect it as a god, more people who do not know the source of its power think that it is just a supercomputer condensed with human wisdom. It used to sneer at it. But later it found that, indeed, it was more and more like that computer. It only has the shell of a god, but the inside is rotten. Ningdu can kill it, and it thinks it is justified. Its friends are right. It should not come to the universe, nor should it look down on humans with a high-handed and compassionate attitude. Humans are as powerful as them in their bones. The god of technology felt that the energy around him was continuously dissipating and gradually becoming empty. For the last time, it stood at the top of the universe, overlooking the empire it had guarded for tens of thousands of years. Goodbye, this world. I'm glad to have come to the empire. Don't blame yourself for my death, you don't need God. You are much stronger than you think. Everyone in the empire heard the last few words of the god of technology. It seemed to be an echo from outside the universe, long and distant. Then, the two beams of light confronting each other in the vast universe, the white gradually overwhelmed the blue, bit by bit, suppressing the blue completely. At this point, all energy systems in the empire were temporarily paralyzed. Everyone knew. The god of technology had passed away. Ningdu stood in the hall, where the god of technology lived in the past, and took off the body of the god of technology, the hexagonal angular crystal. It lost its light, and turned into an ordinary white crystal. Ningdu connected the crystal with a light brain. The last thing left in the crystal was something that the god of science and technology had deduced, calculated, researched and demonstrated countless times, which was very feasible but never sent out. It was about the safe destruction method of the dark matter that the Empire had accumulated. At this point, Ningdu finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the outside world, with the death of the god of science and technology, the greatest reliance of the central power of the Empire's aristocratic families collapsed, and everyone was discussing one thing. The Empire is going to change. But no matter what it becomes, everyone has a vague idea in their hearts. They are all looking forward to the future. Of course, Ningdu is also.